Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is, the Holy Holy song from the Southeasterners. Holy, 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 Nandekano. The mother say, so there it is, the Southeasterners. We are not calling them the Gothics anymore because we've decided to, they've told us to be civilized. So be civilized. Atiku campaign official ask PDP to expel body judge. So there it is. The gloves are out. The gloves are off and the knives are out. The gloves are off and the knives are out. So Belria for me is what the Adamawa man is saying about in regards to the Yoruba man. So the gloves are off. But really, you've had that experience in life when there's a pesky annoyance. There's a pesky annoyance. Let's say, for instance, you are trying to have a meal, let's say in Mama Put, and there's like a fly somewhat trying to swoon around your meal, and you swat it away and swat it away, and it keeps coming back like a pesky annoyance. But let's use a more elegant example, like a younger brother. You are trying to do your homework and is tugging at your heels that he wants to play football. You shoo him away, only for him to bounce back again. So the pesky annoyance that is Peter Obi, he refuses to be swatted away by the political space. So he seems to have taken Ibadan by storm. Taking Ibadan by storm, Oyo rally, we shocked APC in Southwest today. Labour Party boast over crowd. So Labour Party boast over crowd. So there it is right there. Peter Obi now refusing to be shunned to one side, pushed to the back, or dismissed or ignored. So there it is, the Anambra man. Oyo rally, we shocked APC in Southwest today. Labour Party boast over crowd. Whoever is not taking Obi seriously, that person is not serious in politics. It's just as simple as that. Whoever is not taking Obi seriously is not serious in politics, because necessarily you have to take him seriously only to permutate how you can get rid of him at the polls. So there it is, Peter Obi refusing to be swatted away. Still with the Anambra man, Obi Dati warns against sabotaging PVC collection process. So he's already alarming to that space. And by the way, this is the precursor to allegations of rigging when elections are won and lost. So we've seen this template before, and we know where it usually leads. So they're already teeing it up to knock it off at the elections. When they fall just that little bit short, then they'll have their excuses already been built up. So the excuses are already being built up. Where is it again? The excuses already being built up. Have I just cancelled it? I just read it now. Yes. So the excuses already been built up. Obi Dati once again sabotaging PVC collection process. So quite what's led to that, we'll find out shortly. This we'll find out shortly as well. This annoys me slightly, this next headline. I'll read it to you, and then you tell me if it annoys you too. I'll read it to you, and then you tell me if it annoys you too. Brain drain, Buhari regime move to block health workers' migration. So is it that moves or malls? Some people pronounce it at malls. Brain drain, Buhari regime malls move to block health workers' migration. So mole or mall, that is essentially giving consideration to. So quite why and how would they seek to block healthcare people from migrating, and how can they even legally do that? So what is leading to the migration I would have thought would be the first point to address, because I'm not sure that anybody off will are choosing to move from where they are most comfortable to go and explore new foreign land where they know that they will weigh against all manners of intrinsics. So that's somewhat of an annoying headline right there from the Buhari government. Brain drain, Buhari regime malls move to block health workers' migration. So quite what that means, we'll find out shortly. Court strikes out case against Tinubu. So that could be, 1,001, because there are 1,001 litigations against the looter from Lagos State. So which just take a peek, but we'll find out shortly, of course. At least maybe one less for him to worry about. I suspect that is the positive spin to take on that. Court strikes out case against Tinubu. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So there it is right there. I seem to have this twice, so let me get rid of that. So now the news of the day. President Buhari unveils new Naira notes by central bank. So the new notes are now out, and we'll get to see them in picture. And I'll see if ever I'm pretty certain I can grab a video from somewhere so that you can see it in print as well. But it looks quite glistening and quite clean and quite distinct from the usual Naira notes. So now, how they do the switch over, the corrupt politicians, I'm sure I will encourage you to start to buy Naira now, because by the 31st of January, Naira will appreciate very strongly against hard currencies, because then they would have swept up all the illicit monies, or all the illicit monies will either have been burnt or good for the balance sheet of the country, of course, but we'll see how that pans out. I am buying Naira. I'll encourage you to do the same as well. So encourage you to do the same as well. Let me see. Mammoth crowd as obedience flawed Peter Obi's Oyo campaign rally. So Mammoth crowd. So I'm not quite sure. We may or may not get to that, because there's plenty from that space that we're going to look to discuss. Adebanjo at Peter Obi's rally in Ibadan. I don't hate Tinubu. Igbos deserve to be president now. So he doubles down then on that space, endorsing the man from Anambra, even though a Yoruba man is in situation. So nobody can accuse him certainly of being an ethnic bigot. He is going with his conscience and is sticking by it, and more crucially and more potently acting on it. Adebanjo at Peter Obi's rally in Ibadan. I don't hate Tinubu. Igbos deserve to be president now. So Igbos deserve to be president now. So a mixed bag as ever. So plenty to go through, plenty to chew on, plenty to reflect on, and plenty to discuss. So a lot to go through. So lean back, as I often say, kick back, as I usually say, relax into it and surrender yourself to this space for however long the session lasts. It could well last for me just reading out the headlines, or it could last 6-7 hours. Who knows? It has a life of its own, these sessions that we do. It has a life of its own, these sessions. So it's entirely about the interaction from people who decide to come and join the session. So I will present the talking points, and I'll wait in hope that there's sufficient enough conversations to be had around that. Often instances, most instances, and nearly always there is. So for that conversation to take place, though, we would need a panel. And for that panel to take place, at least a few people need to click on this hyperlink that I'm posting in the comment section now. So if you click on that hyperlink that I'm posting in the comment section now, that says StreamYard, it will bring you into a studio space. And then as soon as I've finished reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and a conversation ensues. Nothing complex, nothing complicated. You don't have to bring anything other than your brain, but bring your A game, because we don't suffer fools gladly, and we double, triple check everything. We double, triple check everything. So just make sure you are as factual as you know are facts to be. Don't obfuscate, don't try and spin, because a lot of people know a lot of things within this space. So come join us. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then come join me in the studio, and let's do this together. It's entirely about the panelists. I just try and I'm just the agent provocateur, I'm just there to be provocative, to press people and push them. That's my role. My opinion doesn't really matter, even though I voice it sometimes, but I'm just the agent provocateur. I'm just here to push the narrative. That's my whole role. The entire thing is wrapped around the panelists. So please, if you want to be one of them, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Just relax and let me read the talking points. Join me on the screen then and tell me if you concur or you differ. Yes, I don't know what I just said, but you know what I mean. Let me know if you agree or disagree. So do that. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and please make sure you are subscribed. We do need the subscription. This is what we feed on. This is, if you are ever wanting to know what motivates anybody that does this sort of thing, it is to see those numbers in the subscription and the likes go up. It gladdens the heart, and it sort of rewards what you do as a form of appreciation. That doesn't cost you any money, but this next item almost certainly, yes, definitely will cost you money. So if you want to donate to the platform, if you want to show appreciation to the platform, then buy your host cups of coffee. So you notice that I say cups of coffee, not a cup of coffee. So if you click on that link and you feel you want to tip towards the platform, then go there and go wild. Just be as liberal with your purse or wallet as you can be. So click on the hyperlink that says buy your host a coffee, and then go show that you agree with what is being said, or but you know what I mean. Just go, if you want to do that, go there and donate to the platform. A banging session yesterday. This one almost certainly will bang again. It's never not banging on One Man Went to Mo, but let's bang from the east as we ask Osundi Owendi.
Sunday,
And there it is right there. That's your Sunday Windy song. And by the way, a plea to any northerner listening to the sound of my voice. If you know any copyright free music from the north, if you are able to send it to me via Instagram, that'll be much appreciated. We need a northern sort of music as part of the intro mix. So if you're from the north and you know any copyright free music, my Instagram is right there in the comment section. Just pop that song to me via Instagram, and then we'll have a look at it and then try to see if we can play it. So there it is. Osundi Owendi, as guys, I bring you this. Obidati warns against sabotaging PVC collection process. So there it is right there. The Obidate Media Office has said that the collection of PVC is not going smoothly in some centers across the country. In a statement issued on Wednesday, the media office said that our attention was drawn in particular to Lagos State, where some identified areas are prospective voters wishing to collect their voter cards are being frustrated with all kinds of excuses, disrupting the PVC collection process. We are also aware of the large inducement to some personnel of the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC in Lagos to lure them into dubious, nefarious acts. When we recently charged President Buhari and the INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu to walk the talk of their promise to conduct free and fair election in 2023, we expected that they should be concerned about all pre-election day activities, concentrating only on election day activities whilst the major rigging is taking place ahead of the election is counterproductive and will defeat all the good intentions of the president and the commission. There should be no preferential treatment of any area or individuals as being reported in Lagos State, and where such exists, should discontinue immediately and affected commission officials seriously reprimanded. Obidate Media Office expects the commission, even before now, to have drummed it into the ears of their staff the critical importance of this election to the survival of the country and the need to make their patriotic contributions at their various levels by religiously playing by the rules in all they do before, during, and after the election. So, it carries on still. Also of curious interest to the Obidate group is the large number of underage registered voters by INEC officials, and to demand that those commission personnel involved in this should be identified, isolated, and prosecuted as electoral offenders. Not to do that immediately by the commission is to look at the presence of a rat in your kitchen and expect to have all your items intact. Obidate Media Office is privy to credible intelligence that some politicians and political parties, aware that the BVAS voting arrangement may be difficult to manipulate, have resolved to start the election maneuverings from the stage of PVC registration and collection. We therefore call on INEC and relevant security agencies to see any move to undermine the electoral process as a huge crime against the state and should be so treated. We finally urge all Nigerians, particularly the obedient family, to remain resolute and ensure they resist any anti-democratic moves against free, fair, and credible elections in 2023. Taking back Nigeria is an inevitable duty for all patriotic citizens, the statement emphasized. So there it is right there. There it is right there. So it's allegations galore, of course, allegations galore. The allegation essentially is that they said they have identified some areas within Lagos State that people are being frustrated from getting their PVC. So that is what they are claiming they have identified. So then when the results come in from Lagos, of course, we know the quick go-to that space will go to. They are preempting then or prefacing, I should say, excuses, I suspect, or perhaps they have those intelligence. If they have the intelligence, then they should really present it to the intelligence agencies. So they should present it to the intelligence agencies because the newspapers and headlines and social media are not intelligence agencies. So there it is right there. Credible information that people are being frustrated from getting their PVCs, INEC officials already compromised, and the usual accoutrement of political interplay that we often get from Nigeria. So from that accoutrement to this, but still staying with Peter Obi, Ade Banjo at Peter Obi's rally in Ibadan. I don't hate Tinubu. Igbos deserve to be president now. So Igbos deserve to be president now. But then, of course, everybody deserves to be president, but really earn the right to be president is more really the go-to. Pa Adebanjo insists that the Igbos deserve to be president. Adebanjo at Peter Obi's rally in Ibadan, I don't hate Tinubu, Igbos deserve to be president now. The leader of Pan-Yoruba Social Political Organization Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo, says he harbors no hatred for the APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu, has been insinuated. Speaking on Wednesday at the Labour Party presidential campaign held at Lekan Salami Sports Complex in Ibadan on Wednesday, the Yoruba leader insisted his support for Peter Obi was based on fairness. The nonagenarian asserted that he stood solidly behind Mr. Tinubu for 8 years when he governed Lagos between 1999 and 2007. He said all he was clamoring for is equity and justice, saying tribes in Nigeria deserved equal opportunities. When we brought MKO Abiola and his election was annulled, they brought Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. We agreed that the presidency would be rotational. Obasanjo handed over to Yar'Adua, and from him to Goodluck Jonathan. Later, Buhari became the president, Mr. Adebanjo said. The Second Republic senator, who recalled the pre- and post-independence celebration and agitations, said the clamor for restructuring was aimed at returning the country to true federalism. He urged the people to vote for Mr. Obi, saying it was time of the Igbos. In his remark, Mr. Obi assured Nigerians of a greater and prosperous nation if elected as the country's next president in February 2023. He said the party was prepared to form a government that will build a greater Nigeria and move the nation's economy. Guess where he's moving the nation's economy to? From consumption to production. Mr. Obi was accompanied by his running mate, Dati Baba Ahmed, Julius Abure, the Labour Party national chairman, LP governorship candidate in Oyo State, Taufik Akinwale. He assured that his government, if elected, would create jobs for unemployed youth and fight corruption. I wonder if, well, I suppose they only really speak to the pressing needs, but I wonder if in one instance at least, we will hear something different from somebody that was, or something added on. I will create jobs and tackle corruption. Exactly verbatim what Obasanjo told us in 1999, what Yar'Adua told us in 2007, what Goodluck Jonathan told us in 2011, what Buhari told us twice. I would create employment for the youth and end corruption. So I don't quite know. Maybe they need to add more to that because that hasn't worked so far. Myself and Dati Baba Ahmed are wealth creators, not wealth sharers. We will secure and unite Nigeria. We will ensure that there is no strike in our universities. We will create enabling environment. We will turn the vast arable land into agricultural land to feed Nigerians. We will turn Lagos to the financial center of Africa. So that I especially concur because if you look at the financial hubs globally, you have New York, you have London, you have Frankfurt, but then there should be an African hub where all the trafficking in financial flows globally as pertains to Africa, where it should flow through. So there should be an African hub, and that African hub naturally must be Lagos. So quite why they have not had the consideration to build Lagos into an African hub for finance, that remains a mystery. But this mystery to be solved by Mr. Obi. We will create enabling environment. We will turn the vast arable land into agricultural land to feed Nigerians. We will turn Lagos to the financial center of Africa, I said. Mr. Obi appreciated Mr. Adebanjo and Afenifere for their unflinching support, as well as their strong commitment to equity and justice. He said that the president is for Nigeria and not some sections of the country, saying that, hold on, let me scroll down a little bit. saying that it stood for equity and justice. So there it is. That pretty much sums it up. It tells on to what the chairman of the party has to say, but I'm not quite sure anybody is really taken by that. And I have a clip of it, but I have a couple of clips of the Obi rally in Ibadan. So it is quite impressive, is what I will say. Oyo rally, we shocked APC in Southwest today. Labour Party boast over crowd. The Labour Party has expressed delight in the turnout of party supporters at the presidential campaign rally held in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, on Wednesday. Correspondents earlier reported that thousands of supporters of the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi flooded the campaign rally in Ibadan to drum support for the former Anambra State governor and his running mate, Dati Baba Ahmed. Reacting to the mammoth crowd at the event, Labour Party, in a tweet on its official handle, claimed that such crowd had never been seen before. The tweet reads, at NG Labour, never seen before crowd welcome at Peter Obi to Ibadan. That NG Labour shocked APC in the Southwest today to their very foundation. A new Nigeria is possible. Vote Labour. Hashtag Peter Obi for President 2023. Correspondents report that the Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde is one of the aggrieved governors of the PDP who has vowed not to work for the presidential candidate of the party, Atiku Abubakar. Although the state remains largely PDP, the governor, who believes that the southern part of the country should produce the next president, has yet to declare his support for any of the presidential candidates. So there are two things there. So a lot of instances, and by the way, we don't have a panel yet. So as soon as I finish reading the talking points, if there is nobody here, then I must necessarily just end it. So if you want to be part of the conversation, then just click on the hyperlink that I've just reposted now. So I was saying, the Obi rally in Ibadan, it shows necessarily that the moves to prevent him is real. And if he does have the opportunity to campaign in the biggest venue that any state can provide, he will fill it with people cascading beyond the arena. So that was demonstrated in Oyo State without equivocation. So the popularity of Peter Obi is beyond question. The popularity of Peter Obi, beyond question. But is he popular enough to land him the presidency? That is the golden question. But his popularity, beyond question. So Peter Obi's popularity beyond question. Atiku, yes, so let's leave the Obi space for a moment. Atiku campaign official asked PDP to expel Bode-George. So the internal wrangling that is going to be the destruction of the PDP. Adetokunbo Pierce, a People's Democratic PDP Presidential Campaign Committee member for Atiku Abubakar, has urged the party to expel Bode-George. The chieftain accused the former deputy national chairman of the party of anti-party activities. Pierce made this call at a news conference on Wednesday at the PDP Secretariat in Lagos State. His comment followed George's meeting with 5 governors led by Yemson Wike. Wike, colleagues, and other aggrieved stalwarts announced the formation of Integrity Group on Sunday. They reiterated their demand that the national chairman, Iyocha Ayu, should resign for a southerner to succeed him, since Atiku hails from the north. Pierce said the expulsion of George from the party would give the PDP a fair chance of victory in Lagos in 2023. He noted that members, including the ward chairman, insist George leaves the party for it to survive and win elections. This is the voice of the people, and these ward chairmen are vehicles to the voices of our members. We are appealing to the party leadership to send a notice of expulsion of membership to Chief Olabode George, news agency of Nigeria quoted him as saying. So it's quite a brave stance to be taken by this guy. Quite a brave stance to be taken by this guy. But then if Bode George is engaged in anti-party activities, then necessarily he cannot be part of that party. And forming an internal group to rile against the party is the very topmost of anti-party activities. So I'm not quite sure why the PDP has not expelled both Bode George and the motley crew that are gathering in shadowy places, plotting all manners of mischief. Just get rid of them. They're a liability, they're a hindrance to the party's progress. They're a hindrance to the party's progress. They have rejected the party's stance. They have rejected the party's running mate. So what are they still doing in the party? So just expel them. They should really be expelled. But then if you disagree, of course, come join me on the screens to tell me how and why you do disagree. How and why you do. You like my silly hat, by the way? I've forgotten that I was wearing it. Do you like my silly hat? So they should be expelled. Mammoth crowd as obedience flawed Peter Obi. So we've done, I think we've done enough of that. So let's go on to a different header. And I do have video clips to play you as well. Brain drain. Buhari regime mauls move to block health workers' migration. So they want to legally chain them to the desk, the doctors and the nurses. Maybe I need a sip of water. Let me have a sip of water. The federal government on Wednesday expressed concern over brain drain in the health sector and sought ways to discourage the migration of medical workforce from Nigeria to other countries. The Minister of State for Health, Joseph Akumankama, raised the concern during the 30th Annual Scientific Conference and General Meeting of the Nigerian Society of Anesthesists in Abuja. Mr. Akumakana, represented by David Atuwo, the Director and Senior Technical Assistant in the ministry, said the government had noted some of the concerns raised and efforts were being made to address them. Government is concerned about the rising tide of brain drain and suggestions on ways to mitigate the exodus of health workforce, especially young anesthetists are welcome, Mr. Akamakuma said. We note the fewer numbers of members of the profession that are currently in the country, and I can assure you that the ministry is looking into this. The NSA President Elizabeth Nwaso also listed some of the challenges affecting the organization, including the inadequate number of anesthetists to cater for the population, brain drain, and hospital facilities, amongst others. Shortage of anesthetists, I hope I'm pronouncing anesthetics, not anesthetists. It's one of those words that you can't wrap your lips around. A shortage of anesthetics in Nigeria. We had less than 1,200 before. Now, with this massive exodus, we have less than 1,000 for the whole population of 200 million. This is grossly inadequate and not acceptable, according to the World Health Organization standards, she said. A consultant anesthetist, whilst presenting a lecture on the turning point in the professional space, said the nexus between the space and research in Nigeria. Sorry, this is badly written. I'm not probably reading it badly as well. A consultant anesthetist, Obashino Ogunbiyi, was presenting a lecture on the turning point in anesthesia workforce, the nexus between anesthesia workforce and research in Nigeria, highlighted the effects of brain drain on the nation's health sector. Mr. Ogunbiyi listed some factors that contribute to brain drain, including poor welfare and working environment, inadequate infrastructure, insecurity, and persistent attacks by other professional bodies. Government at all levels should address insecurity, which the present government is trying to do, but they can do better. And once this is captured, I assure you people will want to remain in the country in addition to workforce and incentives. So there it is right there. Somewhat a convoluted read, but the essence of it really is to say that they want to find legal ways to prevent healthcare workers from migrating. But then I would suggest that they find out why they are migrating and fix that. Court strikes out case against Tinubu. So there it is. So let's go to this. A federal high court in Abuja has, I'm not sure. Let me take this hat off. Yes. A federal high court in Abuja has struck out a case filed by Action People Party, APP, seeking to nullify the candidature of Bola Tinubu as 2023 presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC. Bayo Ononuga, Director of Media and Publicity, APC Presidential Campaign Council, said this in a statement on Wednesday in Abuja. He said that the suit, marked blah, 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 was filed by the APP and others against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, as the first defendant. It had Bola Tinubu as the second defendant and the APC as the third defendant. The plaintiffs had prayed the court to ask INEC, the first defendant, to invalidate the nomination of Tinubu, the second defendant, who is the presidential candidate, of the third defendant. The plaintiffs canvassed that the second defendant had allegedly submitted to the first defendant false information on his form EC9. So there it is. When he failed to include his primary and secondary school education as contained in his form CF001 of 1999, submitted for the gubernatorial election pursuant to Section 29 of the Electoral Act 2022 and 131 of the 1999 Constitution, Ononuga said. He added that the counsel to the third defendant, Babatunde Ogala, however, filed a notice of preliminary objection on the ground that the suit was statute barred, disclosed no cause of action, and that the plaintiff had no locus. So it looks as though there is actually on a technicality rather than anything substantial. Ononuga said Agala argued that it was frivolous and a waste of the time of the judiciary. When the matter came up for determination before Justice Emeka Nwiti of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday, November the 21st, the plaintiff did not make any appearance in court. Justice Nwiti subsequently struck out the case for lack of diligent prosecution. The APC PCC Director of Media and Publicity said. So there it is right there. So that now closes that chapter, of course, of where is Tinubu's school start. So hopefully that closes the chapter of where is Tinubu's school start, or primary school certificate for that matter. So hopefully that puts that to bed and now dead and buried. So that puts that to bed, now dead and buried. So let's go to this one now. The new Naira note unveiled now by Madam Buhari. Let me share the screen. In the course of the session, by the way, I will look for a video that actually shows it in video form, the new Naira. But for the purposes of just this should do for now. President Buhari unveils new Naira note by central bank. So there on your screen there is the new Naira note. It looks as though they've totally changed the color of the 1,000 Naira note. The 200 Naira still retains its color. I'm not quite sure if the 500 Naira had not been changed in color, but there it is right there. What you're seeing on your screen now, I think they did only those three denominations. Pardon me. I think they did only those three denominations. President Muhammad Buhari has unveiled the new Naira notes as proposed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Buhari unveiled the new currency notes on Wednesday morning before the Federal Executive Council FEC meeting at the State House in Abuja. Godwin Emefiele, governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, was in attendance during the unveiling ceremony. Correspondents had reported in October that the Central Bank of Nigeria announced its plan to redesign all major Naira notes. It gave December the 15th, which is what, about 3 weeks from now. It gave December the 15th the date to start circulating the new note. The central bank announced that it will redesign the Naira note in order to control the amount of currency in circulation, manage inflation, and combat counterfeiting. These challenges primarily include significant hoarding of banknotes by members of the public, with statistics showing that over 85% of currency in circulation are outside of vaults of commercial banks, the CBN governor said. To be more precise, as of the end of September 2022, the CBN data indicated that 2.73 trillion naira of the 3.23 trillion naira in currency in circulation was reportedly held by the general public outside of the country's commercial vaults. Evidently, currency in circulation has more than doubled since 2015, rising from 1.46 in December 2015 to 3.23 trillion in September 2022. This is a worrisome trend that cannot be allowed to continue. The bank stated that it had made provisions for simple exchange in response to worries about Nigerians in rural areas, particularly given the short timeline for submitting the old notes. The bank claimed that in order to ensure that vulnerable citizens were not disadvantaged, it was collaborating with pertinent financial system agencies during implementation, whilst noting that the progressive increase in financial access points and alternative banking channels over the years, that is electronic internet banking, mobile app, ATM, etc., the bank acknowledged that these may not be evenly distributed across all geopolitical zones and in some rural areas. So that addresses, because a lot of us have speculated that why don't they just digitalize that space? So why don't they just digitalize that currency so that then it removes a lot of all of these things that they highlighted as concerns? But they're saying that to digitalize it, access to digitalizing is not accessible to a vast swathe of the country. So they're not looking to digitalize it just yet, but to reduce the quantity in circulation. I suspect the restrictions will be mainly in metropolitan spaces. In operationalizing this initiative, the CBN has been collaborating with relevant agencies and other stakeholders in the financial system in its execution, particularly ensuring vulnerable citizens are not disenfranchised. A statement by the Apex Bank said on November the 1st. So there it is right there. So for your benefit again, those are the new Naira notes. Tell me if you like them. Tell me if you see any difference. And tell me then that it's not the shape or color of the Naira, but the content of its value. So not the shape or color of the Naira, but the content of its value. I'm not quite sure how far we'll get with this session, but hopefully with Ajale Koko here, we get a lot further. So Ajale Koko, I see you, and Emmanuel, I see you. So good to have you both, gentlemen. Always a delight. So Ajale Koko, I want to play two clips of the Obi rally, just to get a feel of what actually transpired to generate all the excitement. So let's watch this.
Afenifere is the leader. This is the leader of Afenifere. Yeah. Yeah, look at him here. Yeah. This is the leader. The leader.
And there it is right there. Ajan Lekoko, Afenifere is obedient. Are you obedient, Ajan Lekoko?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, subscribe if you haven't done so. That's a very impressive turnout there by the obedient in Ibadan. Ibadan is the heartland of Yoruba land politics. So for them to have a large crowd at their rally, it shows that, yes, it shows that they are working very hard. They are working very hard among our people in Yoruba land to accept them and vote for them. And the contribution of Afenifere to the success of that rally cannot be pushed aside as well. Baba Yademanja was there, and the Afenifere leadership were there to show to Yoruba people that we are not just talking, we mean business. So he made speech, call on Yoruba people to vote for Obi for reason of justice, fairness, and equity. He told them the reason why they have to vote for him, that Obasanjo have had it in the past from Yoruba land, Jonathan from South, and this time it is time for Igbo. Igbo Lokan. That was the campaign slogan there. Igbo Lokan, Obi Lokan.
Really, that was the real slogan. They were actually, oh my God.
Yeah,
who was doing that? I suppose the indigenous Southeasterners.
Yeah, it's our people. It's our people.
All right,
yeah,
you know.
Igbo Lokan, Obi Lokan. So, and we have to give the Oyo State government as well the role they played as well for giving it, allowing them to use Salami, Lekon Salami.
Adamasingba.
Adamasingba Stadium should be commended as well. This is how we should
that's
play
Lekon Salami Stadium. Adamasingba is Lekon Salami Stadium. Yeah, correct.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. So, Oyo State government should be commended again for creating level playing field for everybody to campaign freely without being interruption, without being denied a public space. So everything went well for Obi. If they have denied him from using their place, they have denied him some other public space, that would have been it would have been a problem for them to have this large crowd, because this large crowd can only Adabransigba is a good place for this large crowd, So the Oyo State government played a role for allowing them to use that space. Afenifere played a role, contributed to the success of the team. The presence of Baba Afenifere, Baba Yadebanjo, showed to Yoruba people.
Well, what are you making of that? Was that a bit excessive? Was that too much? He's already endorsed him. But why did he have to roll out at 94 to come and be stomping the rostrums? Was that a bit excessive?
It's not excessive. Let me tell you this. Politician doesn't retire until God take them away. They can retire physically for not going around and campaign for too long time, but they don't retire in engaging in political matters. So Baba really is really committed to this. Baba is really showing leadership that this is our position and how we back him, and we show up to show that yes, we are really with this guy. So Baba should be commended with 94 years old and still managed to go there. So it's Afenifere, played a very, very important role. They might have been even be the one talking to what do you call this? What's the name of this guy? The governor of
Makinde.
Makinde is very close to Afenifere too.
What are we making of that though? What does Makinde not preventing him from using the Lekon Salami Stadium, which he has been prevented from using in every other state that he has visited? They've blocked him from the main big arenas, but they just opened the biggest arena in Ibadan for him. So what do you think Makinde is signaling by allowing that to take place?
Well, we have to understand the fact that Obi is coming from the same party with Makinde. So
there's an established relationship.
Yeah, there's an established relationship right there. So
sorry, sir. And Sheyi Makinde was a former Labour Party member when he was contesting, when he was not winning election in Oyo State. He was in Labour Party too.
Oh yes.
Before he moved to PDP, yeah.
Yeah. So so they are both member of PDP. So and you have to show how do I say? He has to show. Give him that logistic support, as Maki, as our brother in River State said, logistic support. So it's I like it. I think in every state, no governor should deny any party from using any public space. It's a good thing for our politics. It's good for a better relationship and between us as people, from different parties, because your party could be there today. If your party, the party that is in power today, is not there tomorrow, and the other party that you deny to use, they will deny you too. So that's the game they've been playing with each other. So, but if we have it as a norm that every political party deserve to use a public space in line with the law of the land. It's a public space. It's meant for everybody. The political party in power should not deny any Nigerians from using the public space. So, and it shows a high level of maturity too on the side of Makinde and the politics that he's playing. Lagos State, for what they are doing, denying Obi to have their poster, to have a billboard, it's not that doesn't win election. Posters, billboard doesn't win election. So denying them using those.
It has to be a fair fight if it's going to be a fight at all. It has to be a fair fight if it's going to be so they should not allow that anybody should have excuses after the elections to hide behind. So may the best man win, really.
Yeah. So it's a good turnout for Obedient, and I believe Obi and the Obedient nationwide and worldwide are happy to see their man campaign in Adamasingba Stadium.
Does this not have Adanle Koko? Does this not validate somewhat the polls that we were reading yesterday, and a lot of people were casting it aside because that it polled in Ogun and Oyo State, and this crowd now that Peter Obi drew is consistent with what the poll reported?
No, it does not validate that poll. Look, Labour Party is a party that is just coming up. It's a party that have no representation in anywhere, whether at the state level, political offices, or the federal. So it's not easy to come and just swipe out the existing party with the structure, with all the resources. No, it's not. It's not easy like that. I don't see it as a validation of their what is reported yesterday, that Yoruba land is in contest. Yoruba land is not in contest at all. Tinubu will win massively in Yoruba land. If you remember the election of Osun State, after this guy won, or during on that very day when the election was going on, people were saying that yes, they are giving their support to, what do you call it? What's the name of that PDP guy? Dancing governor. No, dancing.
Adeleke.
That's
yeah.
This one for governor is for Adeleke. For presidency is Tinubu. This is a highly indigenous state. Oyo State, Osun State, Ondo State. These are indigenous Yoruba state, and they will vote for Yoruba land. All the kings in Yoruba land are committed to Tinubu, and they will work on their people. They are ready to campaign. They might not do it openly, but they will do it behind the scene to campaign to their people that Tinubu is our man. You know the language. When they speak the language that their people can understand, some that are still having a shaky mind now, they will switch to vote for Tinubu. Lagos might be a different game, different place, because we have enlightened people with their independent mind that will not, how do I say it, will not, cannot be cajoled easily to vote for what they believe in. But in those indigenous places, forget about it. They are going for Tinubu. So,
but does this crowd does it solidify once and for all that Peter Obi is a candidate that cannot be swept aside? Does this, because it is commanding crowd, so there's no question about that. Everywhere he goes, there's just a sea of people everywhere,
Hey,
and that
one man.
cannot be. Yeah, hold on, that cannot be discountenanced.
Oh yes, one man. Look, people in that country are tired.
We can't continue to laugh at him. It's the thing. We can't continue to laugh at this guy, because
Yes.
it's not here to.
One man. See, that crowd is nothing. Lekon Salami is not the biggest stadium. Liberty Stadium is the biggest stadium in Ibadan.
Okay.
Sorry, I wanted to actually correct one man that is not the full stadium. They use the tent. They put tents in the middle of the field, so it's from
exactly.
It's from the podium to the tent. So don't
10,000 capacity.
calm down.
That crowd.
Liberty Stadium.
Look at that. We are trying to give Peter Obi a day. We want to give him one day, but they won't let us.
I know this stadium very well.
Just one day. Now let's give him one day. Now let's give it Obi one day. Sherlock Holmes.
I can see you guys are getting carried away.
We just thought we should give him a day to come up here.
No, honestly, for real, honestly, that stadium is just 10,000, and you can just tell it's not even full.
It's not full at all. They had to put tents in the middle of it.
If you want to do anything big, is Liberty Stadium you will use, which is at Ring Road, which is 25,000 anyway. And if you even look at it, that is just Ibadan. And those most crowds in Ibadan are just lookers. I want to very not It's only a few people are carrying the Labour Party flag, and that's how it is. Let like somebody like Tinubu go to Ibadan, then you will see crowd because people will come from Ogbomoso. Everybody will come from all the places in Oyo State. You can't that 10,000 capacity in Ibadan.
What you just said is universal, though. What you just said is universal. If Tinubu was coming to Ibadan, both people that support him, people that do not support him, even people that hate him, they will come and see. So that's universal.
Is the understanding of that Oyo State itself. Now look at that crowd there. I'm telling you, somebody like Tinubu, and that's what I've said when they talk about structures too. You will see APC member with their APC attire, coming from all the way from Ogbomoso, Fiditi, Oyo. Everybody will be there. People won't be able to pass. Maybe we are seeing space. People are passing. You can see space in Liberty Stadium, Adamasingba. If there is crowd, when I even saw all the posts on YouTube, I'm thinking, this is not crowd. In Adamasingba, if there is crowd, even for football, shooting stars football, if you see crowd, you will know, okay, this is crowd. You can't even compare it to this. But they have a way of exaggerating all these things when it comes to
it's camera, Party. A lot of camera stuff.
Exactly.
And they didn't allow any drone shot, but that wasn't a full. They demarcated within the stadium itself, so it's up to the place where you see those tents. That's where it gets to. But it's good. I want to say
one man, can you play that video? It's like
I will in a moment, but
I can give. There's some other angles, but yeah.
If you have to send it to me, gentlemen, keep the conversation going. I need to come off the screen to reboot my system, but it's not going to shut it down. So keep the conversation going. Just give me a moment.
Colata, listen. This man is barely 4 months what he's doing. It's barely 4 months what he's doing. So the crowd you're seeing there, you don't even know how it happened. How many times has Obi visited Oyo State? This is the work of obedience. This is the work of obedience, not really Obi, because these people are seeing Obi as if they want to run the presidency through Obi, and that is what they are propelling people to do. Those because Obi has not that Obi released money to do anything. Even the money that was used to organize those things is citizens' money.
Emmanuel, Obi released 160 million naira for that rally. He released 160 million.
Can I comment? Can I say something?
A rally is not free. I saw it. I saw a post on it, and I don't know. I don't know if the post.
Can I interject?
Kulada has got the drama again. Okay.
Can I interject? Can I interject?
Okay. Yeah. Zero. You can interject.
Yeah. Okay. I want to know the crux of the matter. Is it that the crowd that was at the stadium is fake, or that it's still not? They are not, those people who came there, are they all Igbos? I want to know, because I don't buy the idea that Obi does not have supporters, because I've lived in Ibadan, and it is 95% Yoruba state. So
I don't think anybody mentioned Igbo, so let's not go there.
No, that's what I want to say. So nobody mentioned the tribe. I'm coming. So we cannot. Let's stay away. I'm just trying to take that. I'm just trying to take away tribe from it. So we cannot say this is tribal now. So what is the crux of the matter? Is it that this crowd now, they are not a genuine crowd, or is it that they are fake?
Nobody said that.
Yesterday when next year poll came out, they dashed out what happened in that Southwest. Now this rally came out, they're also dashing it out. So, but what they don't understand is that the political space we have planted a lot of seed in the mind of citizens, and that's what people don't know.
Emmanuel and Zaki, Emmanuel, let me ask you one quick question. Wait,
let me finish. So they can learn. Let me finish. You know, Obi I think he read psychology. He work on the people's psychology.
There is something I want to tell
So,
you before I forget.
so you don't understand. This is not something that somebody needs to tell you. See, if you see the passion of these children, you understand. If it's apart from not really. In fact, I want to even tell you that do you know that North Central itself, they are the reason. I don't know if anybody have watched that video. They are the reason why Obi left PDP. They are the reason. Because when I watched that video, I couldn't believe my eyes. When they had their fora, the endorsement.
Did you cry?
You're not serious. So you people are dashing every means of effort this man is putting together, or Obi are putting together. Anyway, I keep telling them that it's their own detriment.
Emmanuel, do you know what Sakama J is? You're a Nigerian.
I don't know, one man. I don't know. Leave that grammar. I don't know.
Do you know what abracadabra means? Abracadabra.
What?
Abracadabra. You are the one making abracadabra, one man.
One man.
Do you know what photo tricks is? Photoshop. They are saying the audience is Photoshop. This is what they are saying, Photoshop.
One man, can I say something?
Of course.
You people say,
you know that Ibadan is where I have my farmland.
Hold on, let's hear from X0. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I've lived in Ibadan.
Yes.
That's where I had my farmland, which Fulani people were disturbing me for.
Yes.
You know that Ibadan is, Oyo State is almost 95% to. I don't think there are other tribes in that state. So we cannot say these people are from any other tribe. Those crowds that came there. So what is the crux of the matter?
Stop repeating. We've said nobody is talking about.
No. I'm throwing it to one man because he knows what I'm saying. I've lived in Ibadan. He knows my story.
I grew up in Ibadan.
So this crowd now, they are purely Yoruba. What would they have given to them? Because I know the Yoruba people are not money conscious. They are more intelligent than to collect money and come and start campaigning. So there must be something that they saw that made them come out like that.
Do you want an answer to that question? What would they have given to them?
Yes.
All right. Let me not answer it. But we've got videos. We've got videos. But don't worry.
Something I wanted to say is based on what Kolata said. Please, Kolata, please. You need to guard your utterances at times.
What did I do, Zaki? Now?
No. It will be heretic. Let me use the word. Let me draw it from a church perspective. It will be heresy.
Heresy?
No, yeah, to come on this platform. I will treat it the way the church will treat heresy.
All right.
To come on a platform of intellectuals like this, and you make a pedestrian statement that P2B gave out 160 million for that crowd that came.
That's what I read somewhere. I said I can't authenticate it. I read it somewhere.
Even you, the level of intellect in you. I wouldn't expect.
Wait. Do you think, Saki? Do you think a rally is free? Do you think a rally is free of charge?
No, you said he gave out 160 million
to organize the rally, not to bribe people, just the logistics and everything.
160 million.
Is a rally free?
And you said it's 160 million naira he gave out.
How much is 160 million? Not gave out, to organize.
No.
Every rally you do, you pay for it, don't you? Isn't it? Wait, is there an expense to a rally?
They went with a private jet there.
Is there an expense? Saki, is there an expense to a rally? It costs money now. What are you talking about? Nobody's saying to go and bribe people. To organize the rally costs money. Doesn't it cost money?
I'm not
so sorry. What are you objecting to, Saki? Kolata just clarified that it says the expense of the rally.
Someone said it costs 160 million naira, and I said I read it somewhere, and you're now saying sacrilege.
You Kolata, you as an economist, you are.
But it costs money now.
To come, just let me.
Is it free?
Oh, I'm not saying rally is free. You have to spend money. I know logistics.
No, wait.
If you don't want me to talk, let me just
go on, land. Go on. Yeah, you have
you
the
as an
floor.
economist, I want you to think rationally. You know, P2B has an amorphous organic crowd. He doesn't need to pay for that crowd. One. So if you are talking about logistics, what you should be talking about is maybe
Wait,
what you should be
did I
talking about.
ever say he paid for crowd? Did I say he
Hold
paid
on.
for crowd?
If you're talking
Hold
about
on,
logistics,
Kolata. Let Saki land. Yeah, go on.
if you're talking about logistics, what you should be talking about is what it will cost him to fly from Lagos on a private jet to Ibadan. You know, that kind of logistics you should be talking about. So my question is, do you think in your own rational estimation that it will cost him like an amount of 160 million naira to travel from Lagos to Ibadan? Do you think in your own rational estimation? So that is why I said
okay.
I don't
Let's look at that. A fleet of
Can I answer? Okay, you answer. Go on first.
I think we'll say the same thing.
Rally. I said rally. Saki, in your opinion, the cost of a rally is just the cost to transport Peter Obi to Ibadan, and that's it.
What again is
I mean, no, wait. Wait now. Ashebi, you talk. Let me answer now. I said that's it. So all the workers, the Labour Party people that are going to help him organize, help him assemble all those tents, all the whatever they have to pay for using the stadium and getting out of the stadium.
Do you think they pay the government?
Wait now. Governor allowing you to use the stadium doesn't mean it's free of charge.
And it
just means you can. It just means you can wait now. It just means you can rent the stadium, and there are going to be some entertainment and all those things that go on. There's movement of people. I never for once said they use money to bribe anybody. You said it. I did not say it. I said it costs.
Let's talk about.
I said logistics, like 160 that I read it somewhere, and then you automatically transport it that I meant it was using the money to induce people. I never said that.
No, it's not. No, I'm not saying inducement. I'm not
rallies. I mean, Ajaneko could also have experience about what it goes into organizing a rally. It's not cheap.
It's not cheap at all. I don't even get this argument. You're just, I don't know.
I don't understand. You are jumping. You're making statements that I never made. Like
you accuse
me. You accused me wrongly.
I accused you for believing that somebody like P2B for just a rally in Ibadan, just a Ibadan alone.
Wait, why do you, if rallies are free, why don't political parties hold rallies day in, day out? They don't, because it costs money. They have to plan for it.
Let me say something.
No. Hold on. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure if you're not being finicky, somewhat Saki father. The cost of running a political rally is quite a heavy spend, and if you think
to the tune of hundreds of millions.
How much is 160 million?
How much is
160?
Hold on.
Let me tell you.
Hold on, Saki. Let me ask you. Let me ask you these questions. Maybe it will pull the figures together. How much do you think it will take to hire a fleet of planes? Because it won't be one plane; it will be at least two. And then there'll be vehicle hires, there'll be driver hires, there'll be venue, there'll be all manners of expenses, including bribing the crowd.
Okay, let me forget about bribing the crowd. Peter,
we know we've got clips.
No, forget about that one. Let me tell you
exactly about that. Private jets at times cost $10,000 per hour.
Let me tell you.
And I'm not even talking about parking.
No, wait. Let me tell you what
exactly. Parking is not what it costs.
Let me tell you what.
Let's move on from this, please. I don't know why we are.
Let's sacrifice that land and then we move on because I think much ado about nothing. Yeah, but carry on.
But let me give you, for instance, as at yesterday, a lot of obedience. We are making payment for buses to carry people in Ibadan. People were offering buses free of charge, paying for people that if you are going from anywhere and you needed to enter any bus, they position buses in different strategic locations in Ibadan. That is done by obedient people. The same yesterday, I saw a lot of people on different Twitter spaces raising money. People raising 12 million, people raising like 3 million for little money, just to put this thing. A lot of photographers that came there were offering their services free of charge. They said we are going to come and cover the place, don't pay us. A lot of obedient people were doing it. So for you now to come and say P2B spend as much as 160, how much does P2B have as a person to be spent?
160 million naira is not a lot of money for politics.
It's
Saki,
not
calm
$160
down.
million though. It's not $160 million.
We're talking
Naira.
about multiply 160 million
Naira.
naira by 36
All
states
right,
and tell me how much.
all right. We must move on. It's too early in the session, but I thank you, Saki Fada. But Saki Fada, for the benefit of Peter Obi, he also does voter inducement, because we have played enough clips on this platform where our voters have been induced, from rice to beans to clothes to actual money.
One man, I believe you know the meaning of libel and slander. So
I know the meaning of evidence as well.
Yes. So in an attempt to say what you are not sure of, don't commit such things, because you can. This is a public space. It's not right to say what you are not sure.
So honestly, Zaki, I think you are being overtly sensitive.
I think so.
It's not
I said they use 160 million naira for logistics for the rally because it costs money. It's not a lot of money. 160 million naira is not a lot of money to organize a big event.
Wait. I want to understand, Saki.
No, I want to move on from there, but go on, make your point. Yeah.
Saki, I don't really care how much Kolata is saying, as long as he's agreeing that he didn't buy the crowd. That's what matters.
I never for once said he bought crowd. I never for once said it.
You're agreeing that
no,
the crowd
it's
is
not.
organic,
It's not agreeing. But
that
it's
is
not.
what it's.
No, hold on.
One man, I'm not. No, now I wasn't asking you. One man, are you Kolata?
All right.
Kolata is here to answer now.
Wait, you guys heard me. You guys heard me clearly. You heard me clearly. Did I say they got money to bribe people? I said they spent 160 million for logistics.
I was telling you that. This is what.
All right, Kolata, thank you.
All right. So, sorry, gentlemen. Let's move away from that space. We could loop around it, and it's just too early in the session. Let's get back to Ajanle Koko, to a more sedate space. So Ajanle Koko,
let me say this before you move. Look, gentlemen, 160 million is not too much for campaign logistic. Where will that money come from? It might not necessarily come from Obi. It might be from Labour Party, some other individuals. And remember, the party have a governorship candidate who himself is compelled to organize that rally for the presidential candidate. The governorship candidate, I believe, will have spent a lot of money, because that is the venue where he'll be given the flag of the party. That is the venue where they will showcase him to the people of Oyo State. And that is where the launching of the candidature begins. So the governorship candidate, another candidate in other elective offices will have contributed money among themselves, organize, for logistic and other things. So if some people post it, posted it online, as Kolata is referring to, it's not a big deal. It's campaign expenses. They have to spend it one way or the other. It might be true, it might be lie, but the governorship and other elective offices have a mandatory, compelled rather, by the activity and the party, to contribute some money toward the success of the campaign. So that is the way it's done. And let's move on, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So let me take you to this space then. The article campaign, they are requesting that Bode George be expelled from the party. And I am no Atiku supporter, but I can see that there's legitimate grounds for expulsion. Anti-party activities is a open and short case. Ajani Koko.
Those one that are chasing, suggesting that are just chasing the shadow, they cannot do anything to that papa because he's one of the founding fathers of the party. So if for some reason, as a Southerner, teaming up with the G5 integrity governor, if they fire him, then they'll be ready to fire other governors because other governors will not take that. He's their Baba. Is the Baba to all those governors that are standing against Atiku and the party. So they cannot do it. Some are just, some extremists on the other side can say whatever they like. So, I mean, if they want to go after, what of Wike? Wike that went to Lagos, donated money to women organization, and said it openly that openly endorsed the governorship candidate of APC, Sanwo-Olu. He did not endorse their own party. Why haven't they done anything to Wike? So the same thing with that Baba. The Baba is not on the side of Jendo due to some reason of I think they have some disagreement one way or the other, which is still possible to be settled. So some extremists within the party from the other side will say a lot of things against the other group of the G5 group, and just to, an extremist suggestion. So, but I believe the leadership of the party will not try that. The moment they go that way, then they will lose it all. That's the way I see it, because
Ajale Koko, is there not grounds? They will not do it because of political expediency, but if they want to do it, is there not sufficient grounds to expel him and the 5 motley crew? Is there's sufficient grounds to get rid of these people?
Well,
and I think they should.
I think the way it is done, expulsion of member will have to come from the ward level to the local government level and to the state level.
Like they did with Oshiomhole.
That the way they did with Oshiomhole. So the national cannot come all the way and slam hammer on one of the leaders in any state and say, "Oh, we are expelling you." It is not done. It has to start from the world level, and I don't think that. I don't think they will. I don't think they will do that in Lagos. No, you see, it's one of the founding members, one of the founding fathers of the party. That is not going to be done. I don't think so. That
if you had the authority, would you? Because sometimes this is part of leadership. You have to just for things to be in the right way, do the right thing, no matter what personal price. I think they should make an example of some of these people.
If I'm in the
they
position
should make
of
an
authority,
example of, and the judge is dispensable, so they can use him to make an example.
If I'm in the authority, I will not do that. I will engage with them. I will see how we can settle the problem within us, and settle it and form a formidable union against the party in authority today. So, because let me tell you, expulsion of members doesn't help, particularly members that have attained the national leadership. It doesn't help. It further, it further,
alienate.
It will further, the problem will not won't easily be solved. It will just the problem will degenerate into a messy situation that will not make it impossible to settle. So, look, the leadership of the party, for them not doing anything, they know what they are doing. The only problem with PDP is that their conflict resolution mechanism is not being put into effective use, and that is why you see them see this problem exacerbating. If they had put it into effective use and really faithful and strongly committed to solving that problem, the Atiku side will have yielded to Wikis and say, okay, look, let us do it, and they will settle it and get along well. And but they cannot do. For them, you see, they are not doing anything. Both sides still have their doors open for negotiation. The Wike side have said it clearly. Our doors are still open for negotiation. The other side, the same thing. So, and that is good. When you see both sides leaving doors open for each other for negotiation, that can really possibly bring them together. But if all the doors are closed against each other, then the party will be torn apart. But both sides have their doors open for negotiation, and that tells me that to get to a point when the leadership will say, look, you have to go. You don't have electoral value. Wike and his group, they have electoral value. Wike and his group are winning the narrative.
I'm not sure that that window is not already closed. Ajahn Lekoko, we're less than 3 months to the election.
That is the statement coming from both sides. Both sides are saying that doors are still open for negotiation. So,
but we're in the full throes of the campaigns already. So when are they going to come on board? If they cannot campaign for the party, then what value are they going to bring? At what stage are they going to bring that value?
They still have plenty days ahead, 90-something days, isn't it? So a lot of things can still happen. A lot of negotiation can still be carried out, and a lot of agreement can still be reached between them. So I don't see, since both of them are saying that doors are still open, it tells me that yes, at one point it's possible that they will settle the problem and they both move on as one family. So that is the good thing I've seen in coming from both sides. That statement, we give their supporters from both sides that hope that maybe very soon they will settle the problem. But the PDP leadership are not helping the situation at all. Every day in and out that we can speak with a man, the Rostrum commissioning project, and attack the other side, it destroy them. It's rubbishing their image. It's making these people of the South to see them as winners take all leadership. It's making people see them as leaders that are not inclusive. So that is the campaign point of Wike. Wike is calling for inclusiveness, equity. That is what they are, and it keep on banging it every day. It's resonating with people. It's winning the narrative, in winning the media space. I mean, it's destroying article side every day that this guy speak. Is an effective communicator. I mean, that guy is just, and he's playing the politics that we have never seen being played in Nigerian politics before. The way he's inviting people from opposition party to come and commission project, and it's telling them, "I will give you logistic anytime you want to come for campaign." That never been done. I mean, it's selling himself to the country. It's making, I mean, it's a political
It's acting
relationship with
against his
others.
party. It's acting against his party.
Well, yes, it could be time lapse that, but he's promoting his image as that. Look, today we might not be in the same political camp. When we find ourselves in the same place tomorrow, we can work together. We don't know where they are going. We don't know where they're going to be in 2023. They might end up with Kankwaso. They might end up with Obi. They might end up with another party. But he's connecting a very strong relationship with all those leadership of those parties. Strong relationship with Obi, strong relationship with Kwankwaso, strong relationship with Tinubu. Smart politics. And it's destroying Atiku. It's making Atiku look bad every day.
Can you imagine Wike working for Atiku's campaign? Can you imagine? I cannot fathom it.
Well, according to them, they said Atiku is not the problem. They said they have accepted the candidacy of Atiku, but the leadership structure of the party must be changed so that we can see the faces, particularly the position of chairman. We must have the face of the Southerner so that they can have something to campaign to their people in the South that, okay, we work hard, we fight hard to bring the presidency home. We couldn't get the presidency, but the chairman of the party is with us, and they can still, use that to placate for votes from their people. But when you see the first fifth position or the first three position of the party, no Southerner, that tells me that is how the government will be run. The Southerner will be neglected when Atiku wins and when it constitutes, government. The Southerner will be neglected somehow. And that is what they are saying, that no, if we have to work together, we have to balance it. We have to start to balance it from now. We have to show that we are party, that inclusiveness is here in the party, and so we can carry it to government. Its narrative is winning the narrative. Is winning the narrative against the Atiku side. I don't see them doing anything.
I'm not sure that I agree. I'm not sure that I agree. I think an example should be made. I would make an example of someone, and I will make it quite aggressively and forcefully, but that's just me.
Politics is not, we don't run politics in a military manner. It's all about negotiation, dialogue, and reaching agreement with people. That is how political party is run. So if you want to run it like a military jumbo style, where you just force your authority and then dismount.
One man, I kind
Yes.
of agree with you. I just think that door is closed because I think it's too late to come back to the table to now discuss and settle the matter. Is like less than 3 months to election. Wiki has done a lot of damage already. I don't see how they want to, sort themselves out and come back together to work together. The campaign, I think they would have resolved this before the campaign kicks off. I think it's too late, to be honest.
You know, the only way they can retrieve anything, because Wike is slowly squeezing them drip by drip. The only way they can retrieve anything from the situation is to sack him. You know, and then
Exactly.
they will seize that ground. They say, okay, you're out of the party, and then they'll seize that ground because it's never going to come back. It's just going to be squeezing them from within and squeezing them from within. Just get rid of him in a forceful and, you know, alpha manner, so that you show that authority somewhat.
You know why they cannot do that? They know his strength financially. They know his strength.
It will go all out of it.
His strength financially. His strength when it comes to talking. They know the strength of Wike. If they should do that, and then Wike come out and said Igbo Kwenu and declare support for Obi, you know that he have the resources in terms of money and everything. That guy have a lot of cash at hand that he can throw around to make. Do you know how many people that Wike have? Do you know Benaye? It was Wike that didn't let him have the nomination of the party. Wike supported the opponent of Dino Melaye in this thing, and with a strong financial backing to that guy, he defeated Dino Melaye in the primary of the party. Wike make it possible for, what do you call this guy, Obaseki, to win. He has done that across the country. People that he back, he pump them with money, everything they need, and they will work effectively and win. They know what he can do. And they know his mouth is that guy can talk, man. That guy mouth is a
weapon. It's a weapon.
Yes.
And not just for the pleasure of the ladies. Sorry, I don't know why I said that, but I said it.
Look, they know his capacity, and they know that will anger the rest of them. If they should fire with it, will anger the rest of them. And look, if the governor, those two governors in the East, declare their support for Obi, what do you think it's going to be? The little vote. PDP might lose all the other offices in the entire East. Senator, everything. And Wike, this is, look, tribal sentiment we set in the South too. They know they are trying to take it easy, but I believe they could still settle it. The leadership will see that Aisha bring no political value, electoral value, and they might at a point said, look, we don't even care for this nonsense. Look, let me tell you this, one man. Under Ayosha Ayu, the party is disintegrating under Ayosha Ayu. Under Ayosha Ayu, Obi left. Under Ayosha Ayu, Kwankwaso left. Under Ayosha Ayu, these 5 governors are threatening to leave. Who do we know? Who else do we know that will come up, or group of people that will come up tomorrow to say, we are not doing again?
Bauchi State Governor.
Yeah, it's on his way, Bala Mohammed. But no, have you been reading his body language, Kulata, about his state governor, Bala Mohammed?
Yes, Atiku is supporting the PRP guy because it was one of the people that didn't stand down for Atiku during the primaries. So Atiku wants to punish him. So Bala Mohammed now told Buhari that whoever Buhari nominates, that is what Bauchi is going to vote for. And also, you need to know that Bauchi is almost like an APC state anyway. They just have
actually an APC state. It was a protest vote that got Bala Mohammed there.
So that means Atiku may lose three south northeast states. He may lose Bono, Borno, Yobe, and now Bauchi. So I don't think Atiku may come third the way we're looking at it.
Actually, but just looking at 2019, APC, they won overwhelmingly in Bauchi. 3 times the vote, 798,000 to 200,000, nearly 4 times. So it's an APC state,
It's
like you
an
said.
APC state. It's like
It's an
Zamfara
APC
state.
state now. Yeah.
It's a traditional APC state. It was a protest vote that gave that guy that position of governorship. So look, the party is disintegrating under IU, and I'm still telling you guys here, it will come to a point. Some leader will say, "Enough is enough. IU must go."
Do you think he should have done the honorable thing and made the unilateral decision to step down for the good of the party? And why has he not done that? And has that window also closed?
He's a greedy man. He should have done that. And he said it, that he will relinquish that position the moment that a northerner emerges as the presidential candidate of the party. He said that openly. It was not forced before the primary. That is what this man said openly. And then to come and practicalize what you said, you don't want to do it. I mean, it just shows that he's not a man of integrity. He's not a man of his word. You know.
But Adeleko, how
yes.
do we know Atiku is not even backing him to stay there? Don't they? Let's stay there. They don't have a choice. It is possible. That's another angle to it. That's a possibility.
Yes, I agree with you. And that is another way to look at Atiku as not a unifier, as been described. It's a divider, or how do you describe it? It's not a unifier. Yes. Yeah.
Do you think that this is the only request Wike is trying to make?
Oh no, it's not going to be the only request. You know, the position of chairman is the strongest position in the party. When the chairman leaves, they have to reorganize all the national executive position. You know.
Because I believe that I feel that Wike is so embittered by that very what do we call it? By that very betrayal that
the act of treachery by Tambuwal.
Yeah, I felt that he's so embittered. So I don't think that this is the only request.
Yes, there
even
must be some.
Ayo resigns today, I think they are going to find another thing again.
Yes, I don't think it's about Ayo at all.
Well,
it's about the primaries. That's what it really is about.
Yeah, the primary demand is that of Ayo must leave. Then there's some secondary demand to surely be there, but Ayo, if Ayo had stepped down to say, look, I want our party to win, I am stepping down, then the Wike team wouldn't have anything whatsoever again to. But I know why they don't want to. Why Ayu doesn't want to leave? Ayu doesn't want to leave because I believe, just like Dee said, Atiku might be telling him, no, you don't need to leave, just stay there. And some of the national executive officers, because if Ayu leave, the positions of the national executives have to be rearranged. So those that are occupying the present position will not want to leave their position because already they are holding a portfolio now. They will say, oh, if everything have to be rearranged, I might lose my own position. Why should I lose my own position because of you? Because of your own recklessness for saying that you will leave that. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, Wike is revealing serious things every day. Yesterday, he talked about how this guy frustrated Goodluck Jonathan. He keeps revealing a lot of very serious things every day.
Yes.
You know?
That's what I'm saying.
So is that reveal or allege? Because that's more an allegation than a revelation. It's not provide any proof.
But the way he was saying it, it looks very convincing. He was even quoting the hotel.
Yeah, he goes to the hotel.
UK,
yeah,
where the whole
and they
thing
have not. Atiku side haven't said anything in contrary to what he said. Yeah.
Yes. So people are believing Wike. Serious. Even me, I even believe Wike when he says those things. The other day he said that IU is building a university in Benue with certain money that he collected from PDP. So he's releasing, like he's saying a lot of, Wike doesn't keep quiet.
He's killing that party every day.
All the more reason why they should get rid of him. So what's the point? An enemy within. I mean, you don't need him there.
If they should get rid of him, they know it's not only Wike that will be gone. There will be solidarity in support of Wike, and a lot of those governors will surely leave too. They will say, okay, bye-bye, you don't need us. And I mean, what did they say? Injustice against one is injustice against all. So that is what they will say, and that will put them in a big hole. I mean, PDP, they are not. Look, Wike is winning the narrative. That's what I know. It's winning every day. So.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, as Saki Father recommended to vary the conversation, stay with us, but let's move the conversation slightly in the direction of Kulata. But Kulata, I want to present you a totally new space. This I just came across in the course of the session, and it somewhat confuses me. So I'll give you this, and then the tweet that you sent in, because I know you don't like people to doubt your words, so you've sent evidence. But let me present you this first, because we were applauding that they let Peter Obi use the Lekon Salami Stadium, and we're saying that that's a deviation from the norm, that they usually just try to hold him back by whatever means that they can. But they've not stopped in the attempt to hold him back. Peter Obi's plane impounded in Abuja. Labour Party reacts as photos emerge. So let me share the screen so that necessarily you would have to, because the pictures part of the narrative. So it just, they are determined by fair means or foul. They are determined to stop this guy by fair means or foul. It says, the Labour Party LP campaign organization has alleged that the aircraft that was meant to take, let's do again. The Labour Party LP campaign organization has alleged that the aircraft it was meant to take for a rally in Oyo State was grounded by the powers that be. Peter Obi, the party's presidential candidate, and his entourage were heading to Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, from Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja when the incident allegedly happened. So they've provided photographic proof. So there it is. Correspondence reports that Diran Odefade, head of media for the LP campaign, made this known in a statement released on Wednesday, November the 29th. So why Peter Obi's plane was impounded, Onifade reveals. According to Onifade, the plane was meant to convey the LP chieftains. According to Onifade, the plane that was meant to convey the LP chieftains was grounded for regulatory reasons. He asked supporters of the LP to ignore mischievous rumors suggesting that the plane had been impounded. The obedient plane was grounded today by the powers that be for regulatory reasons only. Please ignore any mischievous rumors. Our massive rally in Ibadan is going on as planned, the statement reads. So what are you making then of the impounding of the Obi plane? And then let me also add this tweet now, because you said, of course, that Obi spent 160 million on that rally. And then, of course, it wasn't even you saying it. It is Onyi saying it. So this is what Onyi twisted. And, of course, Onyi can only come from one place. You can see his red cap and everything. I heard that Peter Obi released 160 million on Monday night for mobilization and logistics. for the Ibadan rally. Party chairman released 20 million naira only. It is now battle to finish between supporters group and Labour Party Exco in Ibadan. Collect your money or your state. So there it is right there. So to all of that. And then from that, div it to the sacking of the Bode George narrative. So, Kulata, let's hear from you.
So this plain stuff, like, I think the information is incomplete because Obi eventually still flew to Ibadan. So if it was for regulatory reasons and they did pass that regulatory, whatever, maybe they did pass whatever inspection, at least they made it. So I cannot say, I mean, because this is political season, people get paranoid. So any sort of delay, people can take it up and use the information for nefarious reasons. Because if someone was intended on not having to be fly to Ibadan, they will make sure that they can't, that plane does not leave Nnamdi Azikiwe. So I can't tell whether it's genuine regulatory reasons that now got passed because they still went to Ibadan, or it was someone malicious and trying to prevent him from going. So if someone is malicious and trying to prevent him from going, how did Obi now get there? Did he rent another private jet, or what happened? So that information is missing. So I can't treat it. I feel it's incomplete enough for me to pass a judgment.
So a bit of a nonsense then, yeah.
I think so. It's either something overblown, maybe a legitimate reason, because I don't know. Is air travel? It could be for safety. It could be protocol. It could be anything. I can't count the number of times I've gotten my flight delayed in my life for one regulatory reason or the other, and because it's political season, someone may overblow it. So I can't see it beyond that unless I have additional information.
Do you think we may have subconsciously latched onto that the obedient paranoia space? You know, because that story, when I saw it, I said they have started again. No, only because I seem to have unwittingly gone into the incessant paranoia that you get from that space. But let's abandon that. But let's go to more important matters. The sacking of Bode George, which I would thoroughly recommend. What says you?
Sorry, just to clear that very space, you know.
Bode George.
No, just to clear that space. Oseloka Obaze tweeted in the morning and said, I'm using his word. He said that the aeroplane was grounded, and when they asked, they said it is for regulatory reasons. I'm talking about the tweets Oseloka himself did. He said that when they inquired why, they said it is for regulatory reasons, and he stopped there. He didn't put any other word. But what I don't know is whether P2B later flew with that very flight. That is what I don't know. I don't know whether he later succeeded in flying with the flights.
That's exactly what I said. We don't know the plane that he eventually flew. So, yeah. Anyway,
all right. Yeah. Let's move on. Let's go on then to
Bode George. Okay.
Yes.
So Bode George, have they fired him or they're just threatening him?
No, one of the executives in the Atiku campaign organization, they are recommending that to the party, that this guy must necessarily be sacked. And they're especially miffed by that meeting that took place in Lagos, where they emerged this integrity group. So if they are forming internal groups within the greater group, and they are patently both verbally and by body language against the party, then really necessarily they have to be sacked.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're in PDP and you see what Bode George is doing, is anti-party activities. Because Bode George, first thing is Bode George in Lagos State is not endorsing Jandon, number one. Is endorsing one something Vivo, the Labour Party candidate. His name is something Vivo, something. And that's the person Bode George is backing. And Bode George recommend that Jandon pick that Vivo guy as the VP And Jandon kind of like said yes, and then Jandon now brought out Jennifer Funke Akindele. So Body George is pissed with Jandon, and so with that, Body George is not supporting his own candidates for Lagos State Governor, and again, he's not also really endorsing Atiku. I mean, he's not endorsing Atiku either. He's complaining that Atiku is not giving the South anything to campaign about, the Southwest. That what is he going to go out to campaign with? Like, is he going to tell them that, okay, this is Atiku, a Fulani guy, I want you to vote for him versus a Yoruba guy that probably, I mean, a Yoruba guy, I mean, what am I going to offer you, Yoruba people?
That owns Lagos.
And that owns Lagos. Now, what exactly can I offer you? Because PDP is not giving us number one spot, number two spot, number three spot, I mean, if the PDP becomes governor, I mean, president, we're not president, we're not vice president, we're not Senate president, we're probably not House of Rep in a PDP government. So what exactly is he going to use to go and campaign? And even in PDP itself, the party, there's no Yoruba chairman or even board of trustee chairman. There's no post. Actually, in Southwest PDP, from a standpoint, is almost dead. I think if it's not for that dancing senator and the Oyo State governor, who else do we have in Southwest PDP? It's pretty much done. So Tinubu has kind of like moved all the politicians to APC, almost Southwest politicians to APC. So Bode George is really not, he's saying he doesn't have anything to campaign with, that nobody's going to listen to him. And to an extent, he's right. What's the selling point of Atiku in the Southwest? You can't, apart from saying, okay, it's going to lift up the overall economy when he's in government, which would be more important, by the way. But you can't say, okay, I'm giving Yoruba this, I'm giving Yoruba that, I'm giving Yoruba this. So Atiku doesn't have anything, doesn't have any leg to stand on in the Southwest. There's no selling point. And you know how we can be in Nigeria, where you have to pick one of our own, give him one position. I don't know why we're like that, but we're like that. So there's nothing to sell. So based on all those factors I've mentioned, Bode George is not really committal to making PDP get either the president or the governor's office in Lagos and Nigeria. So on that basis, PDP can look at him as an anti-party person and decide to be done with him, because it's not helping them. It's just filling up space.
And it doesn't have the electoral value that will harm the party in any significant way. So it's an easy kill, but then a big enough of a name to send a signal.
It's an easy kill, but okay, you kill him off. What do you gain? I mean, Atiku is kind of like in a precarious situation, because I mean, Jafar and I talked, on another platform, we're talking about what are Atiku's chances? Why do we even think Atiku has chances? Like, if in the Southeast is dead meat, Peter Obi is going to win the Southeast. In the South is beating. I mean, he's going to win. I think he's going to win the states that they're supporting him. I mean, Akwa Ibom. He may even win Edo State. Who knows? But he's going to win Akwa Ibom. He may perform decently in Bayelsa. I don't know what Wiki is going to do, but he's going to win Akwa Ibom and perform decently in Bayelsa, and probably could pull off Cross Rivers, because Cross Rivers is a PDP state. But in the Northeast, he's already lost 3 states in the Northeast. If we project, if my projections are right, and in the Northwest, there's Kwakwanso there, there's APC there. They're going to battle Northwest out. In the North Central, he's going to win. He may win. I don't know if he'll win Benue. I don't know. He may probably win Benue. I don't know. Peter Obi too will give him a good fight in Benue. And then you have, what's that? There's some noise.
Oh, it's raining heavily where I am, so ignore it.
Okay. Then there's Plateau. So there's Plateau. So Atiku generally doesn't really have a lot of good chances nationwide. So is effed. Atiku is effed. I don't know what will help him. I just don't think he's ever going to be president of this country. So they should leave Body alone. I mean, Body George alone. It's taking him out will be symbolic, maybe to send message. But in a party that is dying, don't you want to even try to be saving the existing structures you have rather than going now to go and be using Body George to send a message? He's an elderly man. Leave him alone. I don't think they should go after him. That's my
Kulata,
opinion. Yes,
Kulata,
sir.
sorry guys. I'm just even thinking, should we really even be looking at this judge board being sacked, or not really even looking into the person Atiku is himself? Because it's almost the same thing Wike is saying. Wike wants level ground. You want somebody in the chairmanship of the. You don't want it. So that tells me there is not going to be any difference between Atiku and Buhari. Atiku will come here and put his Fulani people in the cabinet all over, because what these people are saying is just common sense. Is what could help you get vote. Is what could help you win. But you just stay there obstinate, refusing to dance to their tune, come on level ground with them, to reason with them. And now somebody is coming out to say, oh, maybe they should sack but they judge. How does that even help anyway, like you just said?
It
Look
doesn't
at the
help.
week. So I think we should even be looking now into the kind of person Atiku is himself. Because he's
Yeah,
not acting like a unifier. He's not acting like a leader, that's somebody that's going to be a good leader. His tweet that he deleted the last time too, I think is just not the right person for us, to be honest.
yeah, but Obasanjo perfectly described Atiku's character. That is a backstabbing. Like, I mean, Obasanjo did not mince word, and he's been spot on because everything we've heard about his character is someone that will go behind you, cut deals behind you, promise like 3 or 4 people the same positions, just trying to play smart. And at the end of the day, everybody, I mean, the whole thing catches up with him. So Atiku's character is very bad, and is one of the reasons why it's difficult to trust that kind of person with the office, with leadership, because how much, I mean, it's too much into dealing. It deals too much that everything is negotiable. It just has, I, I don't think he has any scruples, and he has no principle at all. So Atiku's character should be questioned for office. I mean, it's different for one to be corrupt, right? Almost all politicians are corrupt. But to just basic human decency of my word is my bond, he doesn't have it. So I don't know. For the Atiku supporters there and all, but he deserves what he's getting because he did the same thing to Jonathan.
And what you're describing, Kulata, he's demonstrating it again, even in public glare in this cycle. Just the interaction with Wiki. Okay, you've taken that thing, and you know that it was really quite, it was quite pained. But rather than him to try and make good with Wiki to bring him back on board, he then doubles down to just finish him off. And then we saw that with that Deborah Samuel, the thing. So even in this cycle of campaigning, it is coming across as somewhat of a shifty character, not to be trusted, not a man of his words. There's nothing that suggests that he's suited for the job.
Nothing. No, I mean, his morals, his uncouth behavior is just shifty, general shifty behavior. If you watch The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, you remember that movie. Atiku is the ugly in that. That's my favorite movie. Atiku is the ugly in that movie. That character always trying to be double. I mean, I think everybody kind of knows enough about Atiku's terrible character. So there's no way he deserves what he's getting because everybody is crossed. Looks like all of them are waiting for him. And honestly, I feel IU is one of his genuine loyalists. And that's why I don't think IU is going anywhere. And at this point in time, it doesn't even make any sense for IU to go anywhere again because water don't pass on that bridge. Tate I mean, the Gary is way more than the water by now. So there's no move PDP or IU can do that will help Atiku. I think it's too late. And I mean, Wiki has done too much damage. His case cannot be saved. But if I were him, I was.
Yeah, go on.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to move you to another, but land that thought because as you were talking, a thought popped into my head. But carry on.
I was going to say, if I were him, though, I'll still ignore them wiki and I'll still reach out to the local party structure in as much as I have the capacity to, and still go for it. Because at this point in time, he has to go for it. He has to what he has to do is just try and get a second round. I don't think he can win an outright victory. The only thing he needs to try and do is wrestle out a second round and try and do a deal with Peter Obi if he still has that chance to do a deal with Peter Obi. That's the only chance he has in this election. And the way things are going, Peter Obi may even beat him to number 2 if he's not careful. Because if he's only winning half of the Northeast, Northwest is going to, I mean, Northwest has a concentration of APC governors. They're not going to let him run rounds on them. It only has opportunity in some North Central states and a few South states, maybe 3 South states. And that's it. So
you were talking, Peter, a bit just now, collateral. But is the electoral space not opening up to Peter Obi? Should we not start to entertain the thought that he might well land that presidency just by default? Atiku completely gone, just internally completely destroyed, and you don't even see any energy in this campaign. And when you scour the news cycle, you don't see any Atiku thing outside of just Wike launching at him. So he's completely gone, and Tinubu is one major incident away from being cancelled for this election as well. It's just one. If it falls down some rostrum, or which is Tinubu could implode just from his debilitation. So everything just seems to be opening up for Peter Obi, and yet people they still don't want to countenance the possibility of this guy winning through. Is the space not opening up for him? I see it somewhat.
I don't see it. The way I see Peter Obi having any chance is if he wrestles for a rerun. If he wrestles for a rerun and then he comes number 2 and then he grabs Atiku's structure, then he has a fighting chance. He has a chance. Another opportunity for him, if Tinubu wins outrightly and Peter Obi comes number 2, and then they take Tinubu to court based on all sorts of criminalities that follows Tinubu, they find a way to disqualify Tinubu. Then Peter Obi becomes the president. Those are the 2 realistic chances I have for Peter Obi. Either second round where Atiku comes number 3, Peter Obi comes number 2. It's only natural for Peter Obi to shift to PDP and get the PDP structures. I don't know how Wike will play in that space, because if Peter Obi also takes PDP structures, then Wike will be screwed. Right? So Wike, if he goes to number 2, Wike may go all and out to go and support Tinubu, because Wike probably wants to be the person to run next in PDP. So I don't even know how that will play out. But there's a shot for Peter Obi if he goes to the second round and if he comes number 2. And there's a shot for Peter Obi if he becomes number 2 and they take Tinubu to court and Tinubu, they disqualify him in court. So they better either start looking for cases on Tinubu that they can use on him. I'm sure PDP is after that. And if Labour Party is not after that, they better start digging and start looking for one way to disqualify Tinubu, maybe based on maybe look for a case, or you can nail him on a case of perjury or a case of forgery or a case, some case, just look for something. I'm not a lawyer. If they can look for a case on him, then Peter Obi may become the president by disqualifying Tinubu. Those are what I see, but I don't see him having any chance.
I'm a bit cautious that all this mass crowd that seems to be pulling, there's no denying it.
No, the crowd.
You don't give anything to that.
No, the Ibadan was not a crowd. That Ibadan crowd was
but
probably.
it was a decent enough number though. It was a decent
But
enough number.
one man, I can
I
bet
I
with you. Kulata, sorry, I can bet with you. Half of that crowd is Igbo. You see that where they had the rally is close to where it's called Queen Cinema, Dugbe, Ekotedo. Ekotedo is where the Igbo sell parts. Queen Cinema is where the
Pepper.
Igbo sell clothes. Then when you look, Alesh Lawyer to is close. The Igbo sell clothes. So it is where the proximity to Igbo business is like 5 minutes away. So
do you think they
crowd,
do you think they strategically chose
yeah,
that
because
venue?
a proper rally, when you expect crowd, you would have used Liberty Stadium, which is even 25,000 people. You won't go and
I
use
mean,
Adama Sigba that is 10,000 capacity.
and again, there were Black League. Adama Singba that
It's
they
not Black
used.
League.
Oh, sorry.
It's PSG.
Sorry. The
Yeah,
Adama Singba was not filled up. They demarcated
exactly.
it. They put
Exactly.
canopy and
You
pushed
can
it
see that.
forward. You can see that they pushed it forward, but they now took the camera angle up. So it will take a longer view. That thing wasn't long. It was the distance from the podium to the end of those tents was not long. So when I saw
At
that,
all.
because I've seen other angles, I've seen other pictures. I'm just not bothered to send it to you, one man. Sorry, but I've seen other pictures that when I saw it, I was like, no, I hope I'm not dealing with like a 20,000 vote or 40,000 vote from Oyo State situation, because it wasn't a big crowd. I'm not even going to lie. So I don't see that impressive. And then I wasn't here yesterday. Maybe you guys talk about the poll. If you look at that poll, Seth, that poll, if you look at the percentage they even gave him in the Northwest and the Northeast in that poll, you know that if you get this kind of percentage, you're not going anywhere, because you have skewed numbers in the Southeast, which skews the entire thing. And you know that is not weighed by population. It's not weighed by the voting population. So if you go back and look at that poll and look at the percentage in Northwest and Northeast, if you can't get decent numbers in those two areas, you're not going anywhere. Yes, sir.
According to that poll, Yoruba land, Southwest is a battleground state.
that poll now, your poll now. You just pick. Okay. Look, it's a yeah poll now. You say you pull North Central. Like North Central is a monolithic block. You now pick Benue and you pick Plateau. The voting people in Benue and Plateau are not the voting people in Kwara and Kogi. It's total almost opposite.
You know, we went to the website of the posters to actually see. Yes.
I know.
And it was just
No, I don't like going there because I don't like going there. But it's not something to be taken seriously, especially if you say you take two states. Each state you take is not a representative of that region. So it's nothing. It's a lazy poll. Any poll that doesn't take the 36 states in the country should not be taken seriously. And I don't even know, do they even have a record? And do they have a rating? If they have a rating, is that an A rating? Because not every poll, don't read any poll and take it seriously. And the best poll is the election day, so we shouldn't bother ourselves. But as I was saying, the two chances for Obi is to get number 2 and disqualify Tinubu in the courts, or battle it so that nobody wins, and then try and get PDP structures if Wike will allow him, if Wike will not go against him. Because if he's going to grab PDP structures, Wike won't look at it lying down. Or what do you guys think? Do you guys think Wike will allow him to just grab PDP structures so he can win?
The PDP structures are, after all of the spend that Wike has spent on that, nobody's grabbing it.
So outside of those two potential shots, I don't see it. Does anybody else see any other chances? You disqualify Tinubu, or okay, if Tinubu falls down, say, if Tinubu falls, God forbid, if he falls down, I don't know. Do they go to Shetima? I can't remember whatever the scenario is.
I think it defaults to Rotimi Amechi.
Rotimi Amechi. then that's now going to go crazy. I don't even know. I can't permutate if it goes to Rotary and Benchi because I don't even know who the running mate is going to pick. But it's not. I mean, is Tinubu going to implode? Probably not, because even out of all the candidates, he's the one moving around the most. He's the one moving around the most. He's going every single day. He's going from one place to the other, and he hasn't imploded. I mean, apart from
and he has
the
been
time
doing that since the primaries. By the way, he traveled the most during that primaries.
Because see, he's already in Ebonyi tonight. He's going to do an Ebonyi rally tomorrow. It was in Delta State. It's a massive rally. That rally was massive. I didn't even believe. I mean, well, they probably paid them, but it was a massive rally. Go and check out. Okay, go and look at that Delta rally compared to this Ibadan rally. Then you'll know what I'm talking about from a difference in crowd size. Even though you can say one was paid for, the other was enthusiasm. Nobody knows. But I don't see Tinubu imploding, but that's only up to God. Because even sometimes he speaks well enough, but other times he drags and he forgets Ubalabu. I mean, himself going, I just already messed it up and says Baduba. I mean, so sometimes that becomes
again. Multiplication.
Well, it did one multiplication. It did that one again, and it did. So those things will be coming. I mean, Baba is old, so but is he going to just kind of like fall down, get exhausted on stage, and just fall down and just crash and burn? There's slim chances it's going to just crash and burn. So I don't think anybody should rely on that. They should rely more on court cases if you want any decent chance. If there's something you can pin him down and disqualify him after he wins, then you should go for that. That's what I think.
And Pade Banjo turning up at Obis rally in Ibadan, does it add or remove anything from anything? Does it have any meaning?
No, unfortunately. I mean, in due respect to Pade Banjo, it has nothing to it. Pade Banjo is not going to win his polling booths, his polling units. He's not going to win it. Pade Banjo has no electoral value in Yoruba land. He has a symbolic title as the leader or acting leader of Afenifere. But that's pretty much it. I'm even confused that why did they allow only Pade Banjo to come? Didn't he have his entourage? Because I don't know in the crowd, it was the only visible Afenifere person there. Did anybody see any other person, any other Afenifere person?
No, not that I noticed, no.
It was the only one.
What is he even doing there? They were holding him. It was what I'm thinking.
They were there.
You could, and does this guy sitting in your house?
There? I didn't even see.
I saw the secretary.
I didn't see Farotimi. I didn't even see Farotimi or you saw the secretary.
Well, we don't know. They might be there. Maybe the video did not capture them. But
maybe I mean even okay. Let's say they were in the rally, but they weren't in front with him. Like it was the only visible Afenifere guy on the podium, or was the secretary too on the podium?
The secretary was by his side. Yes.
By side. Okay.
Yes. Maybe you didn't recognize him.
I don't recognize him then. I don't know him.
The secretary was there.
Now I was looking for another big shot Afenifere guy to be there, but I don't know the secretary.
Yeah, the secretary is an Ibadan man too. So,
okay.
Yeah, so he was there, and see some of our Yoruba people are saying Obilokan, Ibo Lokan. So they are saying our Yoruba people. They are not Igbo. They are Yoruba.
No, the Yoruba people that went to the rally now. No, not everybody that went to the rally is Igbo. Obi has Yoruba supporters in Oyo State, but I just think it's going to come out very, very short. I feel it's going to fall short in Oyo State. The interlands in the Yoruba land is not going to do well in the interlands. The interlands is too indigenous, like it's too tiwantiwa. If anybody knows what I'm saying. Lagos, it will do well in Lagos, but in the interlands, like core Yoruba spaces, I don't really think it's going to do that well in those things. It's going to be that Yoruba proverb that they say, something about Ilekedi. You know what I'm saying?
It's
going to be all money. You can say the bebere. Exactly.
tílẹ̀ kẹ̀yìn ò bá ń ṣe ti tọmọ ẹ̀ ń kọ́.
Look at that.
Tílẹ̀ kẹ̀yìn ò bá ń ṣe ti ẹ̀ ń kọ́. Kí ló
Look
fẹ́
at that.
dílẹ̀kẹ̀ fún?
Ajẹmọ́ta tó ń kòwé. Ajálẹ̀ kòkò. Look at this Ajẹmọ́ta people. Ó ń kòwé.
Ó fẹ́ dílẹ̀kẹ̀ onílẹ̀kẹ̀ tún. Ó fẹ́ gbé sí èdè ọmọ ẹ̀.
It will go to Ilekedi. That's what's going to settle the matter.
Anyway. All right. Let me take you to the new Naira space. Have you seen the images, and were you especially impressed? I was.
I saw it now. It was what is expected, because I think people were expecting radical changes, but it's just a piece of paper and you print something on it. So it's not, I mean, people are saying it looked like they applied a filter on TikTok to Naira and then they changed it. So it met my own expectation. I liked it. There was nothing wrong with it. And I think December 15 is the last day to carry the old note. So I hope they've been able to mop up most of the excess liquidity that's in there. We need to know, I mean, what will happen now to dollar? Because we had a panic buying of dollar. It looks like it's cooled off. But yes, sir.
Yeah, personally, me, I don't have anything against the way it looks like, whether it's so fantastic or so glossy. That's not my issue. But I'm worried by how much they're going to put that it costs them to produce this, because they will come out now and tell you
it'll be billions, won't it?
That they will put billions of dollars.
But you know, they printed it in Nigeria, though. This is not done in China. You know, back in Jonathan days, it was China that we used to go and print money.
Was it China or Turkey or Malaysia or something? I'm not sure it was China. It was Indonesia or something.
Oh, okay. Then I know we shall choose to do it outside. So if it's not China, whatever you said. So, but now this one was printed in Nigeria. You know, we used to have a security printing mint. I don't know if they revived it or whatever.
Even if it is printed in Nigeria, they still bought some raw materials, right? They will like bloat the whole cost of production. They might tell you it costs like, don't be surprised the figure they will call. The figure they will call will be more than what they could use to have paid all these ASU people. I'm telling you.
Actually, I came across the cost one time, and I can't remember the figures. And I also came across information that it was given to.
It's 126 billion naira. That they should have paid to, ASU and some other. I mean, what's the point of recoloring that? Recoloring the currency that does not have value. What's the point?
If it's supposed to, I think they're supposed to try and use it to fight inflation. If it works to fight inflation, then there's a point. But if it doesn't work, that's the thing, is we don't know if it's going to work. If it doesn't work, then it's not worth it. If it works, we can say it's worth it, because if it knocks off like 2 points on the inflation basis, let's say inflation goes from 21% and goes to like 19 or 18, then maybe it's worth it on the long run. But I don't know. We don't know if this action is going to have any meaning or if it's going to work, because we did not increase currency supply. We didn't decrease it. We just moved it around a bit. We created inconvenience for people. How fast? I mean, are we going to revert back to cash habits? And in the next 6 months or 12 months, we have like 80% of our money back in the hands. There's nothing we do as Nigerians that looks like we're going to change the way we do cash. We're still going to be a cash society. I don't think our behavior has changed or will change that much. So I don't know. It depends on how they manage this. All bets are off. Let's just pray it works. But if we can cut down inflation, then we can say it's worth it. But if it doesn't cut down inflation, then they could have paid us. They could as well paid ASU that money and be done.
Did you know that Nigeria prints the currency for the Gambia?
We do?
We do.
Wow. I didn't know.
Yes, we print the currency for the Gambia.
You cannot detach Gambia from Nigeria now. Gambia is just Nigeria that dominate that country now. Before in the 70s,
Remember, we changed
Nigeria
their president recently, Yaya Bello. Yeah.
Nigeria was their chief judge, was their chief this thing before in the 80s. We dominated all the civil service
Yes.
position in the 80s. You know,
when they had the president, it was a Nigerian justice that would go and do the swearing-in ceremony.
Yes, that's very. So Nigeria leadership just destroyed that the capacity of that country.
I think we wrote their I think we wrote their constitution as well.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have to go and research this thing.
Yes.
Yeah,
we have soft power then.
We train them.
We just don't use it now.
The judiciary system, it was Nigeria that built it for them.
Wow.
When they're having courts, when they're having disputes at the federal space, when there's legal matters at the federal space, they always have to wait for Nigerian judges to be available, to be flown in to adjudicate at their federal level. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know this at all. Yeah. Wow. I have to go check it out.
Nigeria is a big deal. Nigeria is a big deal.
Our 36 state, 37 states. If Nigeria is a country that really got herself right, a lot of those countries in West Africa, they will have merged with Nigeria. They will have forget Nigeria, man. Our leadership just the role that China is playing, taking over all the resources of Nigeria would have been.
We should have done that. We should have done that. We should have had, at least, we should have controlled all their financial spaces with our financial might.
That's right.
You know, so we have the biggest banks in all of their regions.
Yes.
And then we control their economy. We should be doing this.
Yes.
We should have been doing this a long time ago.
A long time. We would have emerged as the strongest black power in the world, you know.
But we're still the strongest black power in spite of our wala.
No, we don't have no place. They're just laughing at us, man. Strongest power.
We still have opportunity.
Do you know that Nigeria, in comparative terms to most of those countries, we are more poorer than them?
Yes, you're right. Yes. You're right.
Per capita, be?
Yes,
per capita. Yes. Yeah. Per capita. We were better off per capita under Jonathan, but under Buhari is crashed.
Did you know we changed the president in that country, Gambia, from Yaya Jammeh to
I did not know anything on all this Gambia thing. I'm hearing it for the very first time now.
They had an election in that country, and something called Barrow, he won, but the person that was there, a strong man called Yaya Jammeh.
I know that name. Yaya Jammeh.
He considered and then decided he wasn't going to do it. And then Buhari sent fighter jets to go and start circling around the presidential villa of that country. And then
Are you kidding me?
Yes, and then he packed troops in the neighboring country, and they were telling him to step down. They were telling him to step down. And
Nigeria.
And then Buhari flew in and they escorted him off the premises.
Not lie. Seriously?
Do you recall? Buhari went to Gambia and escorted their president off the premises.
Yes.
Wow.
You know, so we have power.
do you guys? I'm starting to have a feeling that post Buhari, many people will now start. I think Buhari will be like a George Bush, whereby when he was in office, everybody hated him. But after office, people will now start to appreciate some of what he's done. I have a feeling that Buhari is going to be that kind of president this time around. That people will start looking at him like there was some transformation that happened under this guy, even though he didn't push the transformation that far. But if whoever follows him does well, people will look back at Buhari and say that this guy was the reboot of the new Nigeria. Am I crazy?
Like George Bush, Abi, our enemies are out to get us, and so are we. You know, do you remember when they said that our enemies are out to get us, and so my God, man, you've had some presidents in that your America, unbelievable.
But I think Buhari will enjoy a better post-presidency than now, because people will start looking at because Dangote refinery is going to come up. I mean, in December. I heard it's still on track in December. The Daewoo that are fixing those other refineries are there, and there's a steel company coming up in Kaduna. It's built some airports all over the country.
And the
It's not
Lagos
like
Ibadan Expressway.
The Lagos Ibadan Expressway. There's the rail that they're bringing between Kaduna, Kano, and another state up north. There's the bridge to Cameroon. There's the second Niger bridge. There's the Ibadan rail. There's the Ibadan road. There's the Lorin Jeba road. There's the Kaduna Abuja road. There's the east-west roads that is doing. There's the Calabasi ports that's now working. There's the other port that is now working. There's the dredging of Warri. There are many projects scattered all over the country right now. You know, they're now making transformers in Nigeria. There's that. There's there's also modular refineries. Even though the economy sucks, but if things start to work, if we pass through this post-COVID wahala, and also with the work they're doing in the oil bunkering stuff, because our oil is now, output is going up small. If output reverts back to what it was, and we still have high oil prices, people may look back at Buhari and say, this guy started the import substitution, because the rice import substitution, you can say he did it. So there are many things he's doing, but it's not effective right now. Now, if it becomes effective, people will look back and say, this was the beginning of the transformation of Nigeria. Because under PDP...
Unfortunately, they may not, because remember when Buhari came in and he commissioned the Abuja Kaduna train, and he was trying, and I think it was actually what's that Ilorin man, Lai Mohammed. It was Lai Mohammed was drumming it all over the place that Buhari is so effective. He built the train in 3 months, and they tried to take the credit for that. But to his credit, Buhari pushed back against it and said, look, don't be silly. I couldn't have built it in 3 months.
No, that was Jonathan.
No, that was Jonathan. But they wanted to give him the attribution. But what we will see, I think Buhari will be the final selling agent for Tinubu, because in December, it's going to be commissioning project after project after project to great fanfare. And then they will rebrand this administration. When they have this gala event at the second Niger Bridge, which a lot of people have reported has been a real edifice. It's not, they didn't just do the barest minimum, they did an epic job. So if they showcase that when it goes to, and they take over all of the media and they pump that out, then the Lagos Ibadan Expressway and all of these accoutrements, the whole of December will be commissioning projects. And then people will start to think, maybe...
People will start to think.
It's just because it's just so cold and distant. That is the real fate that it's
aside
about.
That, too,
it's so cold and distant.
The insecurity too really.
Oh yeah. Forgot about that. That just messed everything up.
Messed up everything for him. Everybody was just not, feeling it.
Because bad economy. Also, look, he messed up. There's no equivocation. But he also came when oil prices tanked. There's nothing anybody could have done about that. That oil prices was like $30 per barrel. It came around that time. Then COVID too. So those are two massive economic issues that I cannot blame on him. But the rest, I blame everything the rest on him. So
are we actually blaming the economy on Buhari, or was the Nigerian economy, or has it always been heavily subsidized? And what we are seeing now is actually the true position of that economy. Because I feel the Nigerian economy the Naira has always been somewhat supported. So we've never really known its true value, still somewhat supported now. The petroleum heavily subsidized, so we don't even know the open market phase of that. And it's a highly subsidized country. But now, did he wreck the economy, or did he unveil to us what the economy actually is?
The thing is, he wrecked the economy in his first 6 months by inaction. He wrecked the economy by inaction.
When we had about 4 exchange rates, Abi, and he said he wasn't going to kill the naira.
I said
Yes,
I
I
wasn't going to
remember.
kill the naira. That
Yes.
was that one. No, you can't forgive him for that. I mean, he
No,
wrecked
no,
down.
and I think that was the thing that bettered everything that happened
Uh,
subsequently. Yeah.
then immediately after that, oil prices have been tanking because even if Jonathan had stayed, Jonathan would have suffered, but it won't have been as bad as the first 6 months of Buhari. But immediately after that, oil prices crashed. So that inaction plus oil prices was just a compounding effect. Then it didn't now do anything to that exchange rate. So you're correct. We have two major subsidies. We have forex subsidy and we have oil subsidy, and it not addressed both of them. So that's why if you had addressed oil subsidy, maybe we'll have done one time because people will punish him at the ballot box. But should have
Yeah,
done it.
but yeah, he could have done it immediately after his second term. Well, as soon as he
Yes.
took office, because remember when he took office, when he took the second oath of office, he told us that all gloves are now off because I'm not going to be canvassing for votes again. And then you were expecting some form of movement in terms of heads rolling, heavy policies. I was actually expecting him within the first 6 months of his second term to just remove that oil subsidy,
and he didn't do that. So
and he
still
didn't do
messed.
that.
He didn't do that. Then COVID, now COVID now came. COVID
because we could have carried the pain then, but we can't carry the pain now.
We can't.
Yeah.
We've lost our source of money to back up our currency. Normally we'll have some reserves that CBN will use to stabilize the naira. So since we lost that reserve, the naira has just kind of like gone out. And there's no, at the time we lost the reserve, or the time we're losing the reserves, the two opportunities, first of all, we could not replenish the reserve low oil prices. Then during COVID, people are not driving worldwide. Nobody was buying oil worldwide. So the same thing, we could not replenish our reserves. So at this point in time, you now also had this oil theft. So he messed up that oil theft too. They could have addressed that one too. So the areas where he messed up. But if you want to look at given the little amount of money, he did well. And given how much he borrowed compared to Jonathan, he did better than Jonathan, but both of them did poorly.
We can see the results of heavily looted a lot of the money that he was borrowed, that he has been borrowing. But we can certainly, you've just listed
we can see some results now. Even I forgot the bridge. There's a new bridge over River Benue. He built that too.
So we can see that. So you are saying the petroleum heavily tanked. We all saw it. There was no money coming in. That is our main source of our at least foreign exchange earning.
Foreign exchange, yes.
And this guy is doing all these heavy lifting infrastructural projects. So where is the money coming from? So if you are saying is the country is heavily that is it now. That is it now. Are they expecting that he's pulling money out of his ass to do all these projects? It's not. The money has to come from somewhere.
There's a loan.
But then a lot of those loans were looted, or we no get. But we can see you can see with your eyes the results.
Okay, but compare with Jonathan's period. It's not like I'm not trying to bat for Buhari. He's a bad economic manager. He's a terrible economic manager. But look at it. Under Jonathan, Obasanjo left them with a surplus, massive surplus. I think 40-something billion. Between Jonathan and Yar'Adua, they burnt through all that surplus. And this was the time oil prices was over $100. So we were making, if you look at the amount of money Nigeria made from oil sales under Jonathan, because we were pumping, I don't know, maybe we were pumping 2 million barrels a day under Jonathan, and we're selling over $100. So Jonathan turned that $40-something billion. They spent it down. And all the money we made through oil, they spent it down. So there was no infrastructure to show for it under Jonathan.
There was, but it's just spares. It did the Kaduna something real now.
Okay,
so
look at all our airports. Look at Port Harcourt Airport, Lagos Airport, even Abuja Airport. All these things have now been fixed. But under Jonathan, we have billions and billions of dollars, but we have nothing to show for it. So Buhari still sucks. I'm going to say it again. But I think if one was to judge him based on the economic conditions that happened under him, he did okay, but it costs. I mean, if you still have to account the ones he cost by himself, but that foreign exchange, he cost that by himself. A lot
Kulata,
of
are you
ones he
the
cost
one
by himself.
actually saying this?
I'm saying it. I'm being honest because I've had to go and sit down and think about it.
You're not thinking straight. Go to Nigeria. Stay 1 year,
No, I mean,
then come back.
people look. You can't explain this to anybody in Nigeria because
Kulata, Thomas is in Nigeria at the moment. When he dialed in from Nigeria, it was just marveling at the improvement. And he's saying that electricity is somewhat consistent for at least half the day. All of these things now we can't.
Didn't you hear Thomas say that people are suffering?
Yeah,
didn't
people
you
are
hear Thomas
suffering.
say
Of course,
people are hungry?
See, people are suffering. Nobody's trying to discount that. But if you go to Ghana now, people are suffering. If you go to Sierra Leone, they've even rioted on the streets. So
what's the purpose of government, Kolata?
I'm not saying he's a good economic manager. What I'm saying is managed.
Why can you not say that is a good economic manager? Because you've described it.
Infrastructure is what I described. I described a lot of it.
Management is that not the economic management?
But infrastructure doesn't translate to economy immediately. It takes time.
Yeah, but that is the pain process that we must necessarily go to. They can't continue to subsidize the country. Yes. With the second Niger bridge, the value in terms of the economic activities that it opens up. What we're talking about? That's some $20 billion space right there.
What about the Lekki port? I forgot
the
about
Lekki
that.
Port.
What about the Lekki port?
You know that makes us a hub for that West African subzone. So all the heavy cargoes, because they don't have the facilities, they must necessarily berth in Nigeria first before they then take it on. What is even the dollar? I mean, what's the dollar value of that in terms of earnings? So we cannot say it's economic management just because.
I really can't believe what I'm hearing.
Buhari may not have a brain, but he has people with brains around him.
I can't believe what I'm hearing, to be honest.
But which part of it is not factual? Which part of it is not factual?
It's not going to translate to immediate. It's not going to translate to immediate economic gains now. But I think over time. But I think the problem is the infrastructure is built. Is it sufficient enough to move the needle? Some of them, like the port, will move the needle. The second Niger bridge will move the needle, but the rest, are they big enough to?
Will Lagos-Ibadan Expressway not move the needle?
It's real. That one will. It's real.
And the train service. You know they are going to extend that to the port.
Yes, but someone else is the one going to do it. It's not going to be Buhari.
Yeah, but he's pushed it halfway.
Yes. So I think that's why I said is maybe later down the line when people look back, they can say that
all those ports that you are saying that is made fit for purpose in the southeast and that region, is that not going to move the needle?
Oh, that will move the needle because already one of the biggest ships in the world came to Calabar Port, was able to lift cocoa out of Calabar Port. So Calabar Port now is used to export cocoa, and on airports is now import and export. So eventually, the more cargoes will start going there, and they're still working actively on the Warri port. But I mean, people just need to go and read some of these things. But I know it's not showing in people's lives, so don't get me wrong.
That's the main point now, Kolata. It's the main point. If you're doing all this stuff, listen, Kolata. In Buhari's government has been the worst, regardless of how you see it.
Right.
Kolata is trying to switch.
No lie in everything.
I'm not trying to switch anything.
There is no lie in everything I said. He's not supporting Buhari that the economy was good. We all know it's the worst, but in terms of what
infrastructure,
no lie.
Yeah, he's done great in infrastructure, but
what's the most important need in Nigeria?
Security and welfare.
Can I give a tip on that?
Objective of a government.
Let's hear from Patrick. Yeah.
I've said this in the past. You see, the life of a nation is different from the life of an individual. Take
I don't know how. Maybe I can use a medical for example. If you give if you initiate something to an individual, the response time might be faster. But in a nation's life, maybe 1 year is 1 day. So when bad policies, when the nation start developing bad culture, you won't see the effect immediately. All these things that these children are doing now, that everybody see, the effect will be in the future. When people start stealing countries' money now, at that point where they are stealing, the thing is sweet, everybody's enjoying it. You won't see the effect immediately. The same thing when you are now repairing what is damaged, the pain will be hard, but you won't see the effect immediately. What we are suffering under Buhari now is a consequence of past events that
Well,
people are
so
trying. Wait, let me
listen,
finish. Let me
brother.
finish. Let
I
me
don't.
finish. Let me
Let me say
No,
finish.
no,
Yeah, you can
something.
disagree with
hold
me,
on, hold
but
on,
You're
let
not
me
Patrick.
making
finish.
sense.
Hold
Now,
on,
what? Yeah, I don't have sense even.
I
No,
said
no,
you're
no,
not
no,
making
no.
sense
It's okay.
because
It's okay. It's okay to
because
Hold
say
on,
that.
hold
Def,
on,
allow him
gentlemen.
to finish
No,
now.
no, 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 no. Hold on, gentlemen. Patrick, pause for a moment. I want to hear how Des disagrees because I agree with what you're saying, but I want to hear how Des disagrees. So put it in factual terms, not in sentimental terms. In because
okay.
what Patrick is fleshing out are facts, cold facts
This
devoid of sentiment.
all right. These are the facts. Woman, you know I always tell you facts, right? Now,
All right.
the fact is when someone comes in and say the what's it called? If you're not stealing or whatever, there's not been stealing in Buhari's government,
He didn't
and
say that. When did he
he,
say that?
he basically mentioned something like that. You can wind it back, and I'm
Who said,
trying to say
let's
I
listen
didn't
without
say that.
prejudice.
Listen
no.
I
with them.
didn't say
That's what
that.
you said.
I
We
didn't say
all
that.
don't like. I'm not sure. I don't like Buhari myself. I can't speak for all of us,
I
but I
didn't say
think most
that.
people don't. But carry
You're
on, Patrick.
saying
Hold
you're
on.
saying that the looting they did the past whatever, that's what we're suffering, right?
No,
As
no,
if
that wasn't what he was saying. No.
that is okay. What was he saying?
No, no. What is said is that what has landed Nigeria where it is the actions and inactions of previous administrations. So you know
What I
hold on. Let me say this, and I'm quoting Buhari in this instance. Buhari was saying that when he came in, that for all of the money that Nigeria should have that have had, especially in this fourth republic, that we should have had a stream of rail services crisscrossing the country. But all of that money was stolen. So the actions and inactions of our past administrations have debilitated the country to the point that Buhari came in. And we're now saying he's doing all this. If those infrastructure would have been in place, then we probably would not have had him anyway because he only came in because of all of the debilitations. But then whoever came in would have then propelled us into the next layer. But because they did not do, am I wrong in what I'm saying, Patrick? Please, it's your space. Let Patrick carry on.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
but it
Exactly.
falls down to money, right? The money.
No,
You're not
yeah.
mentioned money, right? So
No,
I'm
what I'm
saying
saying
that
is that what I was laying is that the
Yeah.
consequences of that
Hmm.
takes time. For example, in 2000 and in 1999, there was so much money in the system that even when people are mismanaging it, we still had things were moving. So when the money dropped, because we mismanaged that and people didn't put those infrastructures where they are supposed to be and monitor them. For example, the money put in power, if it was properly managed, we won't have the problem with power, and the consequences of not having power has a tremendous effect on the economy. That would have been sorted by now. Now, but if we have to do that now, we have to bear the pain, especially
So
now that we
sorry,
are
sir.
doing it.
Sorry, Patrick. You said the consequences of not having power has a tremendous effect on the economy, but then
Yeah.
the consequences of having power also has a tremendous effect on the economy.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is where we are in terms of what Buhari is doing. But carry on, Patrick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, now we have to now do it at a time when we don't even have the resources. So it becomes more painful. Because if we had done it when we had results, it would have been a little bit of pain, but would have had the shock absorber to be able to take the pain. Now, what I'm saying is that because the effect of mismanagement takes time in the life of a nation, in the life of a family, maybe a small size family, if within a month you're out of job, 3 months, 4 months, you're on the street. But in the life of a nation, the effect of mismanagement might take some years. So is the effect of proper management. It doesn't really, if for example you invest in education, your children does not suddenly become educated. Your citizen does not suddenly become educated the following day. You understand? If you are trying to fight insecurity, you are investing in infrastructure, in equipment and everything, and your soldiers have lacked skill in the past, they don't suddenly acquire the skill and the discipline in the following day or the following week. So those are the things that we need to. So the response time in the life of a nation, or the transition time, that's action result transition time, it takes effect. But I know the sense of immediacy Nigerians have, but we should, at this level, we should try to educate ourselves and see. We've taken actions in our own life and we don't see results immediately now. You spend 5 years going to school and hopefully when you finish, you'll be able to get a good job and it will start making changes in your family and everything. So those things don't happen immediately in our own life, even in choices we make in our homes. So why do you think it will happen immediately and then somebody start judging you with that immediacy? So that's
Okay, now
the point for
Patrick.
me.
All right, now Patrick, you're suggesting that 8 years is not enough time to effect change, right?
No,
The
that
Okay.
wasn't
changes
what.
have been
Are
effected.
you even listening? That's not
That
what he
is
said now.
that's what he's
No.
saying
Do
now.
you
I mean,
think, are you
Buhari
telling me
has been.
nothing has changed
Can I
now in
talk?
Nigeria?
Oh, hold on, Patrick.
Can I
Go on.
talk?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Now, what has changed in Nigeria is that people, the time of what's it called, Goodluck Jonathan has been way off better, both insecurity, both people having food in their tummy, both unemployment. There is nothing that you would say that this government in the past 8 years, apart from infrastructure, that people has actually
What do you mean apart from infrastructure is a big thing?
Apart from infrastructure that doesn't help anybody. I mean, is it the train that insecurity doesn't allow anybody to travel through? I mean, what would people say they gained from Buhari's government? The whatever stole how many billions of naira? Is Buhari government that you started hearing that this snake stole money, this one swallow money? What are you guys talking about? There's so many corruption in Buhari's government that I can't even count them off my head. I have to bring out a list of books to start writing it down. The only thing you hear in what's it called, Goodluck Jonathan, is that they stole money. Yeah, it's not even that much. It becomes like what is happening. I mean, you guys are
Because
making some
nobody
sort of
was
argument.
exposing them. Because nobody was exposing them.
One man.
Buhari government is in Buhari government
You
that
guys,
people are
One
exposing
man.
them.
One man.
Yes.
Yeah, is it possible to put it backstage and bring the Gary Smith in if it's his first time, so we can have somebody at least?
All right, but make sure you come back though. All
I'm
right,
here.
thanks.
I'm here. Yeah,
All
definitely.
right,
Yeah.
but if I put you backstage, I have to remove you completely because
No,
otherwise
no,
you won't
no
let me.
problem. I just at least if you have somebody near, let's give them the chance.
All
Yeah.
right. All right. Thank you for doing that.
I can
now
leave. I can leave for the person to come in. I'll come back.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
now
I'm trying to say something. Even
now
if
All right.
these
now
Let's hear
areas,
from Ajane Coco. Yeah.
even
we're
if
not even
this,
talking about the flood. I mean, the millions of people dying, and you're saying that Buhari's government have trying to paint it white a little bit because of infrastructure. People has to suffer to be able, or 8 years. Come on,
Let me talk about flood. Let
I
me talk
don't
about
know.
eight
I
flood.
don't
years.
know how
State
many
government get
infrastructure.
ecological funds. Anybody that worked in banking in Nigeria in public sector knows that. Federal government releases billions of naira in ecological fund to states, and a lot much more are released to states like Kogi, Delta, Bayelsa, those states that are prone to floods, especially in the east, those ones that have erosions. What are the states doing with their ecological fund? Do you know what they do?
Listen, anything
They just
about
do,
flood
they
is
do road, they
federal,
do
is federal business. That
flood.
thing is
Have you
federal
heard of
business.
ecological funds?
Listen up.
Hold on. I don't think it's ecological funds that they should be sending to the. I think the government
They
should
give them ecological funds for
no.
states to address
Hold on, Patrick.
funds issues.
No. It's not for the states. It's for the federal space because it's a heavy lift project, and it's something that they should have tackled, but they've not tackled. But then they cannot tackle everything. But it's just that's a band-aid ecological fund. But the government, because when they were interviewing Shore on the candidates, he was telling us that he was going to spend a lot of money to repoint those waters there so that they can be used for agriculture and irrigation and electricity. So those are the sort of spaces that is really federal. But ecological fund really is more like putting a band-aid on a gaping wound.
I think Ajali Koko wanted to say something earlier, but they won't allow him talk.
Yeah, Ajali Koko come in, yeah.
Look, I don't know why the praises for Buhari infrastructure. The greatest infrastructure that Buhari should have built for that country is electricity. But it failed in entirety. The generation capacity is lower than that of Jonathan. Jonathan generates more electricity than them for the whole of 8 years. The transmission line, they did improve.
No, that's not true because the highest we've reached now, which is I think about 5,000 megawatts or something, was just a few months ago.
Jonathan was producing 7,000 watts.
Well, higher than that then. Because Kadira was telling us just at that interaction, yeah.
Yeah. So they will have improved on the capacity of the transmission line. Do you know how many times the transmission line has failed, has blew up, and put the whole country in total darkness for 8 years, for over 200 times? We can't be praising these people. They have not done anything, for God's sake. Even the little one that you see about infrastructure, that, okay, yes, they have done, what is
I've just contradicted
Lagos.
yourself now. You said they've done nothing, then you say little one.
No, hold on.
They've done nothing is what I am give. I'm not saying they have done well.
The way that, look, the greatest infrastructure that can, contribute meaningfully to the economic growth of that country is electricity. If that government failed for the whole of years to give us electricity, forget about it. Even if you build road, you have train working, and you don't have how would you be able to improve on your industrial capacity? So the government failed totally, as it cannot give us electricity for if the whole of that money they bankrupt.
Are you aware of the legal limitations, the contract that Jonathan just signed with Disco, the constraints on the government as a result of those contracts? Are you aware of that? Please, if you're aware of it, factor it into your argument.
No, let me tell you, a responsible government, when they come in power, they have the right to review every contract that is not meant well for the country. If it's meant for some people to enrich themselves, the contract, every administration that comes in and sees that have that right to review that contract. That is the way it works. You
with
can't
high
just
penalty,
say, because they have signed a contract or they have
with
signed
high penalty.
Sorry,
Can I interject there, please? If you
let's hear from Ola. Let's hear from Ola. Come in.
See, Oga Patrick, contract that the Jonathan signed has nothing to do with the transmission line capacity, because basically the federal government is still in control of the generation capacity. I think they signed this contract with Siemens, to expand on that capacity. But right from Jonathan period, the federal government failed to guarantee this its own contribution, and that is delay a little bit. Then one thing, Ajale Koko, is that the installed capacity under Buhari is far higher than what was obtainable under Jonathan. Because the way we confuse this thing is this: we confuse the installed capacity with generation. If we get the transmission line okay today and they fire up the entire installed capacity in Nigeria today, is going to be almost 3 times what we had under Jonathan. So those are the things we need to put in perspective. So yeah, personally, I will not praise Buhari because I've seen that even some of those things that started under Jonathan and completed under Buhari, I can see some kind of thing there that nobody is even mentioning it, that oh, this thing started under Jonathan and Buhari only completed a lot. Like refinery, for example, now someone was giving a credit to Buhari. How was that supposed to be Buhari's credit when it's because Ondo State delayed? That thing would have started even before Jonathan left the office. This thing started 2016, and the concession of this thing was even before 2013. So a lot of these things. So to me, it's not because the law that is not allowing our transmissions to be upgraded. It's just because of the bureaucracy of this federal government that, at the end of the day, we still come back to all this exclusive list jargon or whatever. So to me, don't praise Buhari fully without knowing those projects that Buhari initiated and what Buhari completed. Even you will find out that even the road that Dangote is completing, it was under Jonathan that thing was suggested that okay, we should be using concrete to build a road. When Dangote proposed
is it the one in the Apapa area?
Yeah, it was Dangote. As a matter of fact, he was even proposing it along those Kogi side, all those things, that we should be using concrete so that you can put concrete and then resurface. So we can say, okay, kudos to Buhari for completing some of the projects, but you'll be shocked that over 50% of those projects were not actually initiated under Buhari.
So, does it really matter? Because I'm sure there's an action plan, a master plan for the country, and at whatever phase that plan is, whoever takes over an administration, they just follow through with what is already ongoing.
Yeah, it should not really matter if the right information is out for people to know. But okay, for example, the one like Mohammed was trying to credit to Buhari, for example, or to Buhari now, okay, that just oppose that. Oh, come on, I didn't do this. Jonathan actually did that. See, because I've seen that, oh, Jonathan Buhari built with less. See, debt is resources. Debt too, you can classify as resources. The only difference is maybe Jonathan has the kind of resources that were not classified as debt. But this guy, they have debt. So as the one that Jonathan left, we can have the consequences of spending our reserve or whatever came in under Jonathan. But now the one that is coming under Buhari too, don't forget that has multiplication effect. So we are saying, oh, he's been with little today. Not little. He borrowed. And those that borrow ask some kind of interest rate. And if the risk of failing to fulfill the obligation too, we have to consider that too. Until we pass that stage, that is only the time we can start giving credit. Oh, you've done well. But tomorrow, for example, God forbid bad thing. If the Chinese company, for example, take over Lekki Port, whatever, are we still going to be giving a credit to Buhari for whatever? No, we are not going to do that. So we shouldn't reduce governance to building road, what normal state government or local government should be doing. We can't. Like airport, we are saying, Jonathan started
No. But are we not still at that phase in our evolution as a country? We're a third world country, and that is where we are at the moment. That governments are the one building the roads and whatnot. And by the way, local governments anybody can build roads. There are certain trunks of roads that are constitutionally federal.
I agree. I agree that
especially the interstate ones.
I agree that the federal can build roads, but I'm saying that we should not reduce. Okay, let's look at this one now. What's the difference between the roadmap that Obasanjo built and the one that this guy built? For example, Obasanjo made provision that, okay, the local content within, I can't remember whether he classified the local content should be like 65 or 75%. I can't remember. You see what this administration is doing precisely is that most of the benefit of the loan we took is actually going back. They're actually going back to the foreign, to the lenders. So, for example, the design that should be finished in Nigeria, for example, we're taking to China. Who are those people that will benefit from those designs? So those are the things, because haven't we thought about it that how come that we have huge massive infrastructure and yet unemployment rate keep increasing even than those people we want to believe that never built infrastructure. So those are the critical things we need to factor in. Okay, look at some of the equipment that are being used to complete this power project now. How many of people are saying that some of this equipment came as far back as 2004, but the customers were holding on to those things? On the Fashola, I think how many trailers? I can't remember.
Sorry, what's the wider point that's been made?
So the wider point is, okay, let me go back to that the praises we are giving to Buhari. See, it is good to give praises, but please appraise Buhari according to the manifesto or what they bring on ground, and the idea of that power, that maybe power was better under Jonathan. I don't necessarily agree, in as much as I don't even like Buhari, whatever. But the installed capacity improved under Buhari. But most equipment that used to improve that installed capacity came from the previous administration too. So it's a continuum thing. Not as
yes, no, that was never in contention. Nobody was contending that government is not a continuum. But we're saying within the slot that that he has occupied, whether he initiated 50% or not, the second Niger bridge, for instance, I think the totality of it was built under his administration. The Lagos Ibadan rail line, the totality of it was built under his administration. So whether it was Goodluck Jonathan's initiative or Obasanjo's initiative or even Babangida's initiative, the fact remains, and you've already considered that government is a continuum, but under his phase, these things were built.
No, I agree with you, but that's why I'm saying that whatever information we present, we should not forget that other administrations too, they add input instead of trying to give the credit.
Yes, but did other administrations are sufficiently complete? Because Buhari is doing a lot of marquee projects that will move the country up. It will parachute the country up, like the second Niger bridge, the Lagos Ibadan rail service that I've just said. Kolata gave us a list, but I don't have those lists to hand. But how many other administrations did that? Obasanjo came in under debt and he was only able to stabilize the space. Jonathan did quite a few things, but he had resources. Buhari had Spartan resources, but seems to have done an awful lot.
You see, if you want to expand this, which I don't think is necessary for today, you see, ACN then was part the governor under ACN. Then they frustrated that Lagos Abuja. You know, it was a concession to this Babalaki, and I think they were supposed to save the resources somewhere around Ogun State. Then that they were going to use that resources, and they even estimated the job that we create. All those ambulance point along those
but Babalaki could not source funding.
And because not because he could not source funding alone.
No. That was what killed
fighting.
this, because I remember that space. It could not. Yes, it could not get asphalt or something that I think it was in Ogun State. So that was that was that. But ultimately, it could not get the international funding because it was a PPP project, if you remember, and he could not get his own funding to come in.
Yes, the federal government was supposed to guarantee it before. It was supposed to guarantee. But what was the federal government doing there? It just like some of these rail projects too. When that started under Jonathan, for example, no under Obasanjo before Yadua reversed everything. So there was some part of equity that even the federal government were even supposed to drop, that the thing now almost doubled after.
But that was under which administration?
Under PDP. But I'm sure that but this of Ibadan, Lagos, ACN government frustrated. They busy lobbying that no, they should leave those things for states to handle. Those were the fight they were.
Well, Buhari managed to clear all the frustrations to do the projects.
Yeah, because they belong to the same party, right?
Well, there it is. One way, PDP had the largest in the Senate. It was the largest party in Africa, still is. So I'm not quite sure. But Buhari, by whatever means, he has found a way to remove whatever frustrations and do this project. So. I'm not a Buhari fan, by the way, so I must keep saying that. But
I won't give him 0, but at the same time, I won't necessarily overrate him. So if I want to rate Buhari now, maybe I will just give him like 14 or 15%, not more than that, because tomorrow, by this time, we should not forget that this is how we praise Buhari into power, and this type of 2015 mistake is what Nigeria should avoid going forward. Yes, Buhari tried something, but should that even be what Buhari did? Is he even up to the minimum we expected? Not even near minimum. Yes, he has done good, but even though his infrastructure is not, we can't see the impact in the economy.
What do you mean you can't see the impact? What do you mean you can't see the impact?
How can you? Okay.
Hold on. How can you not see the impact on the economy of the second Niger Bridge, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, all these ports that Kulata was saying are all over the country? How would that not impact the economy?
Okay, Walmart, do you believe that there's a positive correlation between job creation, infrastructure that creates job and economy? So
right, yes.
So if you are doing projects, you are supposed to be getting job, right? Because during the type of recession, some government they will spend to reduce unemployment. But in this situation,
my God, look at that. Did we have to say that there's is exfoliating? Are men exfoliating now? My God, what's going on? What's going on,
there's
man?
The fine boy.
Look at that. We see that the fineness comes from the bottle. Are you exfoliating?
I was trying to press my
Nigeria.
I was trying to
unmute. Yes, he's preparing. We know he's preparing.
Calm down.
I hope it's not Carol White, though. I hope it's not Carol White.
No. I'm just applying a face mod, something like that.
You apply face mod.
Yeah.
What is a face mod? What does it do?
Basically, like I say, opens the spore in the face and
more like a face mask.
Yeah, more like a face mask.
Good luck to you.
Is that what Bobrisky used to change his skin? That sort of something.
Very funny.
My God!
I beg, let's get out from my space.
Ola, back to you, rescue us. Look at this guy.
Okay, so now because it is difficult for us to talk of how you create so much job, right? You create so much infrastructure, but people are losing more jobs. So how do you reconcile? Because it's supposed to have positive impact. When you look at the billions spent.
Local contents are embedded in the contract. There was an interaction that Rotimi Amechi had with the Senate where they interrogated him on that, and he brought out the books. The local contents are embedded in the contract, and they are carried out by the contractors.
Okay, like what I said the other time now when we said local content. Okay,
yes,
you want to do your design. you put the money, you send it to China. Now you want to give the real professional expertise. For example, the thing we go to China. But when it comes to the liberal one, the one that's very, very well, it's not. I'm not saying it's not. It doesn't
It's
matter.
not. It's not just the liberal work, though. It's not just the. Is at all levels where the skills could be sourced locally to meet that quota. You know when they say local content, there is not just a blanket local content. They strata it to say that at whatever level, this is the expectation to have X amount of people based on what they know of the labor force in the country. They are not just asking you to go and hire people to carry pong now.
Yeah, see,
because but do you know that what I just said? When you are talking about local content,
I got your point. Local content.
Yeah, no, but do you know that? Yes,
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So then why are you saying they're just hiring laborers?
No, I'm just telling you
engineers, artisans of expertise, all of these were all embedded in that local content.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they deviated from that local content. You know, there was a time it was popular on the TV that they hire some people after 6 months or thereabout, they lay them off, they rehire some people. Now, someone was trying to explain it. What is it that they were trying to do that time is this. Now, when you hire someone, when that people attain some certain level of knowledge, when you discard them, you give an excuse again to retain some kind of foreign technical expertise again to stay within that region. Now, see how Nigeria lost the local content to this thing, because I won't blame the Chinese for everything. I will blame the federal government. For example, Ajaokuta was supposed to, based on Obasanjo plan, is supposed to be providing that steel that they will use to construct our rail. Now, do you know, although don't hold me this to this one, it's just like Mugoboya or this thing, that some of our iron ore and some of our this thing, they find a way to escape from Nigeria to China, for example, to reproduce and sell back to us again to use for that rail, instead of finding a way for the foundry and everything to use to stay in Nigeria. No, that is to find a way. Even some wood.
But is Ajaokuta functional?
See, Ajaokuta is not functioning. That's what I'm saying. That
to any capacity. Is it functional to any capacity? Answer now.
I think they're doing iron rod. I think iron rod or some other things, yeah. But not the kind of.
So are you then saying that they should pause all infrastructure
exactly.
and then go and build that Ajaokuta first?
No, I'm not saying we should pause. That's not what I'm even saying. I'm talking about praising. When we are praising, we have to put it in context.
Yeah, but what context are you putting it into is what I'm trying to find out.
The context is that don't let us overpraise Buhari. Let us praise him according to what he has done. But when we are now seeing this, I say it's too massive.
But you've not countered anything that Kolata or Patrick has listed. You've not countered anything substantially, but you try to counter it sentimentally. Yes.
At least I counter that area of that the law is the reason we are not able to widen our transmission capacity. When I said no, that transmission capacity is basically the federal government problem.
Yeah, but that's a positive for Buhari though.
No. The transmission is not positive for Buhari because
right.
You see, Genco, before we can blame Genco and Disco for not doing this, you have to transmit enough for them to sell, right? But you have Genco that we have in stock capacity. The other time I think I said is that data I provided the other time I think is about 14,000 in stock capacity or there, but I can't remember. Now when you see that 14,000 in stock capacity, but we can't even evacuate 7,000, and it's the duty of the federal government to expand that. And there's no law that government signed with Genco or Disco that is causing that. It's just because of the failure of the government. That's why they are not doing that.
Well, what do you mean the failure of the government? What do you think Siemens is doing in Nigeria as we speak?
Because
you think they just do it? Is it a snap of a hand to get it done?
Okay. One man, I can make reference to all those turbines that Obasanjo bought in 2007 too. that Obasanjo bought enough turbine before we realized that they didn't do their feasibility study very well, and that is why we are not moving forward. The same way too, I can talk of cement too. That cement is not standing. You see, I can say Obasanjo was not standing too, but whether we like it or not, the result is not there.
Yeah, the result is not going to be immediately there. Patrick, this is your conversation. Maybe you should take over because you know the space more than me. But I don't see what Ola is saying. Maybe I just don't have the brains to understand it. But you with the bigger
maybe one man, I can help Ola out.
No, hold on. Before you help him out, let's have Patrick. Yeah.
We are saying nobody is saying. You say they should not overpraise Buhari. Yeah, that's what we are saying. But don't also come here and say he has done nothing. The way Ajande Koko says that, it just seems like we are not discussing. Can you say he has done? Can you say any president in Nigeria has done nothing from inception? If you are saying what Jonathan was, can you say Jonathan has done nothing?
No, Bibi go say that now. Like I can't say, but I'm just saying put it in context.
That's what people like Ajane Koko and is this Zaki father or the other my other
listen,
brother?
I didn't say
you
listen,
don't see
Patrick,
anything in what the man has done.
Patrick, I told
what
you.
What the support said was, are you people really saying this? When this my data brother was talking, you were saying, are you people really saying this? Now what? Is this something you should even be saying at all? The man has done well compared to other league presidents we have had in the past.
I won't go as far as well, though.
Patrick.
He has done well is a pro statement. He has done well relative to what?
Relative to preceding administrations.
In time of what? Is it a time of economy that people are losing their job? Or
that's
is it
the problem.
So
is it the time? Is it security?
Is it how many people lost their job during Jonathan?
You can't compare. You can't compare, Patrick. You cannot compare.
More than 80% of the people in banking sector lost their jobs.
Patrick, they just came out and told you.
Guys,
one at a time, gentlemen.
Why this argument? When Kulata said what he said, he mentioned several infrastructural developments.
So many.
He didn't say economy. He didn't say people didn't lose their job. He didn't even talk in that direction. You guys are just trying to. Can we move on to other people and let's forget about this argument, please?
No, DOG, let me beg one man to come in.
Hold on, please. Sorry.
Like I said, by Jonathan removed some airport, for example, installed some kind, he upgraded it to international standard. There was a time Nigeria was experiencing some crash that even Obasanjo started that and Jonathan improved on those things. He completed 5, but Kulata was telling me that he completed 1. I don't know where he got his own data. We can compare data later. You understand? Obasanjo completed 5 and Buhari took over from that place. How many universities did Jonathan build? Are universities not infrastructure? It's the time, so we put it in perspective. Road is a type of infrastructure, a social infrastructure. School, too, they are type of social infrastructure for human capital development.
No, so Jonathan built university or Jonathan gave approval for university. What do you want to say? The approval he gave towards the end of his tenure to get votes. All those University of Ado Ekiti, did you build anything there? He just get approval, University of Lokoja, and those things are creating problem now. A lot of money has to go into funding them. You use politics, now, you use university to play politics.
Federal University of Oye has produced the first set of graduates. Yes or no?
Yeah, I know. Now, what I'm saying that did you build anything there?
Wait now. When you bring something and you started it, for example, you didn't build anything at the same school managed to produce the first set of graduates.
Towards the end of your term.
Now,
towards the end of your term, I will remind you now, towards the end of his term, during election, he quickly approved those universities. He was just approving things to get things done.
Projects. And those universities were with projects. They're the same thing he did for Manjeri schools. Why are we not mentioning all these things? So this guy too did a lot, but the problem here is this: the way we market this thing, the way we put this thing in perspective. So when we want to talk of road infrastructure and rail infrastructure, that of body we can say very visible. But when you want to talk of airport infrastructure, for example, because maybe those people are for the elites, those people that can afford to get to the airport. And when you want to talk of maybe a margarine school, because they are not talking so much about it, that we feel a margarine school means nothing. Do you know the social impact the margarine school can even have on the country like 10, 15, 20 years time if we actually do something about it? We are talking of human resources development, for goodness sake. We should be the foremost thing in any economy of a country.
No. So sorry, Goodluck Jonathan did do well in that margarine space, especially because it included even school feeding in that process. So nobody is going to say Goodluck Jonathan did not do anything. But for the resources that he had, did he do sufficiently to justify those resources? And then for the Spartan resources that Buhari had, well, did he? How has it performed? So if you want to compare and contrast in terms of what actually moves the country forward, and what will only ever move the country forward will be infrastructure. You know, in terms of achievement, Goodluck Jonathan with vast fortunes, Buhari empty coffers. We've seen all the results. We've listed them already. We cannot discount that. Don't make me sound like you are making us sound like we like Buhari and we don't like him.
Do you know what I will do? Anybody that want to take on Buhari for the purpose of the next time, pick up what Buhari done and attach cost to it, and let us attach cost to what Jonathan did. Now analyze the implication of what Jonathan did for the future obligation, and do that of Buhari. I'm saying that we say Buhari has no access to resources. To me, I see that as fallacy.
Right.
No, you took from somewhere. There are resources. And what are the obligations? And what is going to be the cost of repaying those things back in the future? You aggregate. Then you will be able to put side by side. But if you say this thing that, this guy doesn't have...
okay, let's aggregate. Let's aggregate. What will be the cost of repaying Buhari's loans?
Because I don't know, because the cost now, for example, you have the percentage you will be paying every month until the tenure.
Let's even say cost of capital is 100%. Let's even say that loan of 38 billion he took, he pays 76 billion back. Let's even say that.
Let's say that.
Let's 76 billion towards something that I've seen. Now, somebody borrowed 45 billion. Let's even say the cost of capital is also 100%, 90 billion. I'm paying 90 billion and I can't see anything. I lost I gave that 90 billion to my son and he used it to play. They just stole it from him and I'm paying the basic. But the 76 billion, I bought a house with, I'm living in the house and I'm paying it. So that's one thing that you should look at. Mind you, this man who has so much money and everything, and they stole it from him. As at the end of his tenure, the state could not even afford to pay salaries. And I need somebody to disprove that. The state could not.
So much money. I'm not the one. I'm not
the state could not afford to pay salaries.
You see,
federal government has to give them money to pay salaries.
I try to avoid argument whereby we won't be able to attach data to this thing. See, there's a difference between public, the public statement that, these are political statements, and when you have data to put this in. I'm saying for the purpose of next time, let someone pick this Buhari and let someone pick Jonathan. And let's compare the implication.
You might well be, it might well still be the two of you if you want to take that on.
I would love to do that.
But for the purposes of this, does infrastructure expand an economy? Ola, does it expand an economy?
Yeah, it's going to expand the economy, no argument. You know what I'm saying now is that Jonathan built infrastructure the same way Buhari built infrastructure. But my own problem is by saying he has access to little.
Which infrastructure did Jonathan build?
Schools.
Which school?
Yeah.
Margarine schools.
Which school?
And all those federal universities of technology.
Did he build? When you say build, or somebody gave approval?
Abuja Kaduna rail line. Abuja
You
Kaduna
say somebody,
Yes.
somebody built
Abuja Kaduna Road. Abuja Kaduna Road. Then this monorail in Abuja, he built it.
Yes, it did.
So,
It did do that. It did do that.
You want to the airport, yeah.
He
Even
commissioned.
Fashola said,
He flagged up
Jonathan
the second Niger bridge.
So even Fashola said Jonathan was the person that constructed the highest number of roads in the history of the country. So
yes, I recall that.
So this thing is not what we just say and say. This what I'm concerned about is that Buhari has done with little money. No, let us put that money in type of loan and the obligation and put that on back. So that idea of little money to me is a fraudulent statement. That
No, it is. Oh, hold on. So sorry. I beg your pardon. Just give me 1 microsecond, Patrick. You cannot say that that money. Yes, you can say that that money is a resource, but that money as a resource, it is available even when you have abundance. So if you had abundance and you had access to that money, then you can do even infinitely more. But he did not have abundance. But Jonathan had abundance and he had access to loans. But Buhari did not have abundance, but he facilitated with loans.
Okay. Now, one thing we are not
do you see where I'm going, or I'm not sure if it makes sense?
Yeah, I agree with you. But one thing that when we say has access to money, that we have to be very careful too. Whatever money that is accrued to the federation account is shared among the states. We should know that. And now, the money that is for federal projects entirely is totally different from the money shared between. Now, the money that was available to Jonathan, how much of it was even available to the federal government? How much was shared with the states?
No, it doesn't matter. So hold on. No.
I think they still share money now too.
Yeah, they still share money now. So the same principles still apply.
The argument is not
invalid.
The argument is valid because this way, the federal project that Buhari is doing now is attached to particular law.
Yes.
Right? We should get that right. Now, if the money accrued to the federal government that time, that is shared between the states and the federation and the federal government, we want to know how much of that money that was surplus during Jonathan that was actually available for the federal project then, compared to the money borrowed by this federal government for projects. So two different things entirely.
Okay.
I think you are missing it, Ola.
No, I think I get what you are saying.
No, wait now. Let me make an example. Let's assume under Jonathan. Let's assume that.
All right, make that example, and let's hear from John next, who is joining us for the first time. But
let's assume under Jonathan we have 20 billion. Now, let's assume out of that 20 billion, the federal government took possession of let's say 10 billion of it and shared the remaining 10 billion to the state. And if Jonathan was able to use this 10 billion to implement projects, that's a fact. But people are seeing as 20 billion. They are not even seeing as, okay, it's 10 billion available to me to execute a project. Now, if Jonathan, if Buhari on his own now went ahead, for example, and borrow, like say 15 billion and use that for a project, and someone is saying, oh, this guy have access to 15 billion for projects, and yet Jonathan has access to 20 billion. Totally two different things entirely.
But Jonathan still borrow too now.
I know that's not even the. I know
that your argument is clumsy.
Let me boil it down to pedestrian level. Let's say Jonathan, he has at that time he was earning $100, and Buhari under his administration he was earning $10. So Jonathan, because of the size of the economy and Nigeria's capacity for borrowing, he can borrow an additional $100. So then he has $200 to play with. Buhari, he was earning $10, but he can still access through the nation's capacity $100. So he has $110 to play with. So that's how I'm looking at it. I'm not sure if that makes sense.
So the way you are looking at it is very logical and correct. I'm not arguing that. You know what I'm saying is this: if we don't document something, I will just do it based on what we can say offhand, then we may be misrepresenting the entire thing. That's that's why I say, okay, for future purpose, let someone pick Buhari and let someone put Jonathan.
All right, we
Save
do
the
that.
resources available and let us compare.
Sorry, let me just chip in this. You see that money, the money they share, as when we say Jonathan had more, we know he shared to the state. Buhari has less. It's also shared to the state. He might not have as much of everything, but he has more in proportion to what Buhari has. Because the sharing formula is still the same across both regimes.
Anyway, let me make final statement.
And the other guy still borrowed money on top of that, and nothing to show.
Let me make final statement.
Well, not nothing to show, but not
sufficient. I don't sound like a
was Jonathan using much of loan to build infrastructure or the money available compared to Buhari? Was Buhari using borrow funds to build infrastructure and share whatever accrue?
Jonathan was using the loan to pay salary.
All right, gentlemen. Let's hear from John. Let's hear from John, who joins us. John, I hope you are Gary, because people made space for you. Are you Gary?
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So you were quite keen to come into this conversation. So let's hear from you.
Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, everywhere you are. I just want to quickly make a contribution regarding Buhari's achievement regarding projects. Buhari has done a lot of projects, and people don't even care about it because of the economy. Many people are suffering, and one thing we don't know: Nigeria economy was the floated Nigerian economy before, because we import most of everything we consume in Nigeria, and we can't be doing that forever. We have to start producing things in Nigeria, and it boils down to infrastructure. There is no country that can develop without infrastructure. Okay, let's just imagine in London, they start having power failure, the trains start stopping on the road. What will happen to the economy? Everything will shrink down. So for Nigeria to start producing, we have to have some foundational project infrastructure set up. Buhari, in the issue of electricity, he started this cement power project, and COVID affected the project and local content issue. The German, they were the one to sponsor the project, they were the one to pay for the project, and all of a sudden COVID started, and they have to pause on the project, like, okay, we can't finance it for now, and it took some time before they can revive the project. After then, because Nigeria want 50% local content, and the German cement, they said they can't afford that, because Nigeria doesn't have the capacity, we don't have the professionals. So they dragged that for some time again, until now they get it right. And most of the equipment and in Nigeria now, I believe with some, maybe in 2 years or a year plus, the electricity will improve. And one thing about production, if you don't have infrastructure, you can't produce anything. Just imagine, I want to establish a company in Nigeria now, in the situation whereby I have to get the land myself, I have to create road myself, I have to power my factory myself. All these things consume money, and it will hike the price of things in the country. Not until we get the infrastructure right, Nigeria is not going anywhere. I think Mr. Patrick was he was listing Kolata. He was listing Buhari's project. Do you know Buhari has just was it last year started project about Nigerian gas, LNG train 7, because we used to flare most of our gas away before. Now he wants to make sure we have enough gas to export. That's a project in Abeokuta. There this train yard for us to be assembling train, the coaches. The project is 80% now. And one thing about Ajaokuta, where we were meant to be getting steel for development, all Ajakuta, there has been litigation on Ajakuta for so many years. Buhari met delegation there. Thank God, about 2 months ago, he won the case in court. So Nigeria has the full access to Ajakuta now. Mambila Power, the same thing. There's litigation on Mambila Power as well. So we can't develop it until we settle out of court, which Buhari just did.
Oh, all right, brilliant.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
One
Thank you, brother.
train. Let me, please. Oh, this what's it called? Itakpe rail that has been abandoned since 1983. Buhari has finished it. From now,
yeah, the one that runs through Goodluck Jonathan's home.
No. This one is from.
Is it not the one that is it not from it?
Yeah. Worry from Worry now. You can by train and bus. You can get to Abuja from Worry. Not until we link Nigeria with this train, make sure our electricity is stable, all this infrastructure. Nigeria is not going anywhere. No magician can turn Nigeria around. Firstly, we have to
no, they think subsidizing rice from abroad so that you can eat cheap rice.
All those things.
This is, this is what we're spending our money on for decades and decades.
And our parents were eating our future.
Yes. Yeah, that is it.
Now we are paying.
People may like to blame Buhari. This thing they are suffering now. If they don't suffer it now, they'll be pushing it to next generation, and one day it will explode. It's either we just make up our mind, suffer for some time, then we start enjoying. Anybody can abuse Buhari, it doesn't answer anybody. But one thing I agree about is
But do you not think? Sorry, John. Do you not think that is the problem, though? That they have not marketed their achievements sufficiently enough for people to actually make an informed judgment on the administration. Because here you are now listing all they have done. Patrick, we know him a real lover of Buhari, but Kulata, he's not a lover of anything. He's just a lover of what is factual or not. But we don't hear. They've not marketed enough. I don't think what they have.
One man.
That's the problem.
One man.
Let me. Sorry. That's the main problem.
Let John land. Yeah, sorry. Carry on, John.
That's the main problem facing Buhari. I think there was a time he went to the southeast. He made that statement that my achievement has not been propagated to the public enough. Me, I live in London. I have to, because I don't listen to people. I investigate things myself. Like if you go and check Nigerian military now, if you see how Buhari has equipped Nigerian military, you won't believe at all. Before we start having this insurgency, with Nigerian military, they have nothing, because this is different battle to them. They can only fight conventional warfare. We're not trained. They don't have ammunition to fight all this guerrilla warfare. Now, before our military used to use all this pickup to chase the terrorists, and they get killed. But now,
don't praise him on security. This guy promised us 6 months.
But do you know?
Let me say something.
Don't praise him, man.
Let me say something.
This guy promised us before the election.
Good news I just heard?
Before the election,
Nigeria just won an African award.
Can we talk? Yeah. Like Buhari came and told us that the first priority that Buhari came that we voted for him was security, right? And the security wasn't there. He wasn't even emphasizing on infrastructure. All this stuff you guys are saying. As for me, Buhari's government has failed woefully. All this infrastructure you guys are naming, Kolata is naming, doesn't make any sense, because if there's no security to actually, keep people safe, for them to use that infrastructure, it doesn't even make it's not worth it.
Okay, let me finish.
Let me finish.
Sorry, let him finish. Yeah, John. Yeah, go on.
Now, what is the main purpose of a government? Is the security and welfare of the people. That is the number one priority, and you have failed in that priority. So I don't know what you guys are trying to run around the bush that Buhari hasn't failed. He has failed woefully. Let me tell you, if you have a conducive environment for people to thrive and do their business, economy will definitely grow, regardless of if you build whatever you want to build. The people will grow will grow the economy as long as they have the security and they know that their welfare is in control of the government. So all this infrastructure you guys are naming, it doesn't even add anything to Nigerian system.
Let me ask you a question, Desmond. How do you tackle all these problems that you've just listed?
How do you tackle it?
Yes.
I mean, Buhari is the number one man. He's the what's it called again? Is the chief whatever, commander in chief. So if he's the commander in chief, he has the authority to tackle insecurity 100%. Yes, he has the authority.
You tackle insecurity with authority.
Yes, of course.
What are you talking about?
For him to be a former general, whatever he was, he has the capacity to deal with it.
In practical terms, how does he deal with it?
In practical terms, if he came in his campaign and told us he is gonna defeat all this insecurity,
How is he going to do it?
One man, I'm not campaigning. I'm not gonna be a president. If Buhari came, we're talking about Buhari, not me. If Buhari came and told us that he's gonna attack insecurity, that means he knew what he was gonna do. He has already mapped out what he was gonna do, and he did not deliver to that mandate that he was campaigning on. So don't turn it on me. I'm not the one.
He put a timeline too. He said within 6 months.
What are you saying?
Defeat them. But insecurity got off under him.
But
I mean, what's off rather under.
There's one good news I want to share.
Yeah.
Do you know Nigeria just got an award as the best land force? Nigeria Army just got an award as the best land force in Africa.
Africa, we know that now. Nigeria has been the number one. Listen, this is not a new.
Okay, are you giving them credit for that?
This thing has been a news for like how many years? It's not even
they cannot defeat insurgency in the country.
It's not even a news. Nigeria has
the highest. Do you know the number of cases they have at what do you call is it transparent? What do they call this organization? This
Amnesty International.
Amnesty International. Do you know amount of cases that Nigeria Army
leave those ones.
This is not a news because Nigeria has had the highest land military for like 10 years.
They cannot defeat insurgency for us.
For like 10 years, Nigeria has always had the highest land military in Africa. So that's not a news.
Yes, where I was trying to take you to is just off the back of what John was just telling us right there. So you see how it suddenly come down when we're not speaking all at once. Where I was trying to take you to, it was where John was just there. It was telling us then that when Buhari came in, the Nigerian armed forces, they had so little in terms of combative equipment that they were literally chasing Boko Haram on downfall buses. And he's telling us now how they are being heavily equipped, how they've been heavily retrained. So that's where I was taking you to. So, and that right there is the tackling of insecurity. So when he's telling you that he was, hold on, when he said he was, when he tells you that he will solve insecurity within 6 months for fact of being a general, I'm sure you are sophisticated enough to know that that was political speak. You know, but then this is governmental practical. Yeah.
Oh man, it's idiocy for someone to be in a government for 7 years and start tackling insecurity in the space of 6 months that he's gonna leave. And he know there's no government that can't tackle insecurity. That's just the fact. With the military we have the capacity to tackle it. It's just the willingness. Is it not him that bought the fighter jet or whatever? What did he use it for?
Is that not tackling it?
What did he use it for?
Have you not
how many years now? How many years now? Couldn't he use it then? What he used it for?
That
One
means
man, let
you
me
don't
finish.
follow the space.
No,
They are
what he
bombing
used
gave
it
us approval to use the fighter
recently.
jets in Northwest now.
What are you
The
saying?
condition for selling that was that it will only be used
Come
in the
on,
Northwest.
let me tell you a story.
Do you know that?
Let me tell you something.
It doesn't.
When he bought that stuff, within 1 month, when Biafra was doing, he started flying out the fighter jet around Biafra land to show that the night.
that means you
It's
don't
not.
know.
No,
All
It's
right.
not now. It's the fact.
It
I'm telling you the
it
fact.
wasn't the
First of
it
all,
wasn't the Tucano. It wasn't the
there's
Tucano.
point of correct.
It wasn't the Tucano.
There's point of correction. Point of
When
correction.
Buhari ordered,
Hold on. Point of correction. Biafra does
Can I
not have a land.
contribute?
Yes. Let World Peace end that. But
Yeah.
gentlemen, let's break the octave down because I'm listening and it's quite heavy.
Okay,
but carry on.
That's a point of correction. Biafra does not have a land. So you have to rephrase that your comment that Buhari is flying.
No, let's not go there now.
No. You have to rephrase the comment and say flying around southeast. That would make sense. When you say Biafra, that means you become biased on this your argument. You sound apology. So please reframe your statement. Thanks.
I'm not reframing.
No, you don't. Hold on. Let's hear from Saki Fada. Saki, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I don't really know why we are overlabeling this topic. It's very obvious. I've always said it. When you rate Buhari's administration.
Sorry, please. I want to join a class now. Maybe I will exit and come later.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you for that meaningful contribution. Yes, Saki.
Yeah.
So I don't know why we are overlabeling this very topic. It's quite obvious, visible to the blind and audible to the deaf. When you try to assess Buhari's administration, he did well when it comes to physical infrastructure. He did very well. He did well, I would say. Even judging from the Southeast, I've been able to list certain things he did in the Southeast in terms of physical infrastructure. He did quite well. Then when you assess him in the context of intangible assets, intangible infrastructure, that are also very, very important, he failed in most of them. Number one, under his administration, we have visible evidence of human rights abuses. This is an intangible asset that could affect the nation very well, badly. Then again, when you look at justice system, he performed woefully in the justice system. There is visible evidence of selective justice during his administration. And since there is visible evidence of selective justice, it will deter a lot of investors from coming to Nigeria to invest, and invariably will affect the economy negatively. So there is evidence of capital flights in his administration. Then you talk about intangible asset like communication. He doesn't communicate very well. He doesn't communicate to the people. It appears it doesn't show empathy. So these are the things you might use to gauge him. But in terms of physical infrastructure, I think he did well. The only thing we might argue in the physical infrastructure space is that some of the infrastructure were not properly prioritized. For instance, I would expect Buhari to spend money building railway from the southeast south-south zone to Lagos, because that will be more productive investment than building the same railway from Lagos to Kaduna. So I think it will be faster to pay off, faster if it is like connecting from maybe southeast south-south to Lagos, because this is where you see this faster economic activity. So I don't think building it from Lagos to Kaduna, I don't think we can recover it in the fastest possible period. So those are the things we could argue. But in terms of infrastructure generally, I think we should give some kudos to the young man. He tried. I will not. There is no gainsaying in that.
Is he a young man?
It's just that
Imagine,
it's just
young
that
man.
no metaphorical young man anyway.
I know. Carry on.
It's just that he performed woefully in intangible assets that are very necessary to spur up economic activities. A lot of companies left Nigeria because if they have problem, they cannot. It's not obvious that they might get proper justice in the law courts. So those are those kind of areas he performed quite woefully. Then in insecurity,
Saki father,
yeah.
from the intangible ones, he performed woefully. He doesn't have the personality, nor the style, nor the emotional intelligence to be able to be able to perform in that space. Now, let's judge him fairly. The part that he could have controlled that he messed up from the economy, and the part that he could not control, like prices of crude and COVID. Let's take the one that he messed up by himself, all by himself. Can you rate him on the things that he had the ability to control?
And Russia war,
Things
Ukraine war.
Russia war is an opportunity, so he messed up in that place. But things like his own personal management, opportunities he could have taken that he did not take to maybe fix Al Majiri problem, fix security problem, fix foreign exchange problem, subsidy, stuff like that.
Yes, but another thing I also want to also chip in is that.
Hold on.
No, it's not about this topic.
Just hold on. No, oh, sorry. Goodness me. Sorry. Carry on now, Saki.
Another thing I wanted to chip in is that generally, our economic managers, whether it is Buhari administration or Jonathan administration or even Obasanjo, if you look at our economic managers over these years, we have a very fundamental problem. And that problem is that, those managers, they manage the economy as if they don't manage recessions and boom very well. They usually tend to treat recession, every recession that comes to Nigeria, they treat it as if it is a temporary phenomenon that will just come and go after some time. Any boom that comes to Nigeria, they will treat it as a permanent phenomenon and then begin to lavish money and throw money and spend money anyhow, not thinking about rainy days. But when it is recession, they will treat it as if it is temporary. Let's spend our way through. It's going to end. And when there is boom, they will look at boom and think that boom is going to last, ad infinitum est. And they want to gulp enough resources. And so that is the way most of these administration have quite managed these two economic conditions. So I wouldn't attribute it only to Buhari. I wouldn't blame Buhari only on that. Jonathan did the same way. Even Obasanjo also did the same way. So, but generally, all in all, while we accuse Buhari of all the fundamental problems, let's thank him, for doing a lot in infrastructure. He did a lot in infrastructure. We cannot deny that.
Does what he did in infrastructure, does that override his shortcomings?
It doesn't override his shortcomings because a lot of people died, A lot of people died in this administration. Life first before anything. Latin we say primo vivere, diendi filosofare. So life first before any other thing. So even if you build mansions and your people are dying, that pains will outweigh the gains you have achieved. So people are no longer even talking about you did road. Let people be alive first to work on those roads. So if you have not done quite too visibly well in security, and this security we are talking about, recently he started doing a lot of things, buying Tucana jets and many of them. Those are kind of improvements, but he didn't quite manage it so well because I think he didn't manage it head on when it was lesser than this level it is. Because at the beginning time of his administration, people expected that he could have, if he had tackled it the way he's tackling it now, it could have been like an old story. But he waited for it, and it permeated the whole nooks and cranny of Nigeria before he started being.
Please, can I interject, please?
Oh, all right,
Can I interject, please?
Is that you, John?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you said something that you waited too late. And one thing I like us to know is that weapons, they are not off-shelf products. You can't get them like, oh, come, I want this one, give it to me. All the countries that sells all these weapons, you can't just go to them that I want this thing. They won't even listen to you. You have to
you know why
you have to create a rapport. You have to create a rapport. Sometimes they always say, Buhari travel out, they travel out. Those are the meetings he goes. Like the last one he had with the what's it called, Turkish president. They have to negotiate. After the negotiation, then they will open up the book that, okay, this is what we can sell to you. And it's not as if they will sell to you, and they will give you timeline. Oh, it will be ready in 2 years, because they have to assemble, they have to produce it for you. Not you just go there and pick this one. No, it takes time.
I understand. I understand. But do you know why you are wrong now?
Yeah.
I understand that it takes time to have all those technologies. But the reason you are wrong is that, remember that Jonathan, during his ending days, he was already winning this war. He was already winning this war.
Okay, can I come in? Can I
when
come
he
in
came
there?
in, when Buhari
Can I
came
come in there,
he
please?
could have accelerated. No.
No, let him
Buhari
land.
came in, he could have.
Sorry, let him
When
land.
Buhari came in, Buhari came in, he could have, used that very tempo to fight it. But what I will tell you in that very space is that, you know that how is it said in the law court? Nemo you des in cause and so. It is not always easy to be judged in your own case. So one thing is just like a president of Nigeria becomes an Igbo man today, and the Biafran people
Rational mind is asking if you are speaking patois. Are you speaking patois?
no. So you know
Please,
that.
Can you let him land, please? Sorry, carry on.
Like what I'm saying, what I understand from the Buhari space is that when he came in, he didn't use that force, because this Boko Haram thing is in the north, and it is more of his people. So he still have that emotional attachment. How will I be decimating my people? Like,
But that is your interpretation, though. That's your interpretation.
That's my interpretation. So Jonathan, who is a Southerner, it was quite easier for him to to tackle them head on without even considering how many of them are going to die or not. Do you understand what I mean? So I feel that that emotional attachment is somehow.
Let me come in there. What really happened was, at the end of Jonathan's tenure, he brought in some machineries that did those jobs that you're talking about. And when Buhari came in, and Buhari said, for how long will we be hiring machineries? Let the machinery go. Let's face it once and for all. Let's equip our military. Let's retrain our military and let them fight it, so that should in case of any other time, we won't be going and be hiring machinery. That's why those machineries left, and Buhari started shoving for weapons for our military, and they are making real improvement now. Real improvement. And in apart from South Africa now, Nigeria is almost equipped military now. If you go and check our arsenal now,
do you know that as of today, some people were kidnapped?
Sorry, Saki. Where are you getting that from? That Nigeria, apart from South Africa, is the most equipped military in Africa?
Yeah, I'm following them bumper to bumper. If you want me to send them the list of what Nigeria has acquired of recent to you.
No, not the list, the source. Where is the source of your information?
On Twitter, I get most of it on Twitter. Defense news, and they are fact, they are real.
Okay. Is it sub-Saharan Africa? Because I don't think we can be better than Egypt, for example.
that one can be debatable, but I'm very, very sure Nigeria has moved ahead. Serious improvement now. If I can get your ID, I can send a lot of things to you. And now we getting what's it called? Some helicopter fighter from America, 12 very soon, and another 12 from Turkey very soon with 6 drones. He has really equipped Nigerian military seriously now, and it must start one day, and we are getting there. We are getting there. We can't rely on machinery on all days of our life, like we are depending on foreign food and stuff. We have to stand on our feet one day. I know it won't be easy. We suffer here for some period, but at the end of the day, we get it right. And people are facing the pain now. But I believe if another administration comes in, tackle the economy, and utilize the weapon brought for Nigeria, things will change gradually. And our refinery, they are facing serious rehabilitation now. Nigerian refinery. So many things are going on. I know you may not get it right at this period, but the next president, after two or
at
three
11
tenure.
hours, that is when we will get the refinery right. For the past 8 years,
No,
nothing could be done.
Yeah.
At 11 hours.
It's better.
At 11 hours, you want to get the military right.
It's better to be late. It's better to be late. It's better to be late and nothing at all.
What of those military guys that we have seen their pictures, their video complaining of poor welfare and all the rest, and their ladies.
When was that?
Recently,
that's long.
We still saw some.
No. There's no recent.
You can't speak for the government now. We all saw all this.
I'm not speaking for the government. I know
you work for them. You work for them. Why are you speaking categorically defending them?
I'm not working for them. I'm just a citizen like you. But I don't like to listen to people. I monitor things. I read so many spaces to know what's going on there.
I've seen recent videos of military officers complaining of poor welfare and what are you talking about? Some of them, their wife are complaining that their wife died. Their husband died in the war. They've not been paid. Some have been driven out of the barrack, and yet they haven't paid them. All these things are there, and you are praising them that they are doing everything.
No. I'm not praising.
Even state,
I'm
just
pointing out
about 8 or 9 local governments in the state. In several states like that, they are controlling several local governments.
I'm just pointing out what Buhari has been able to achieve. He can't finish everything.
All right, gentlemen, can we pause a moment for Thomas, who insisted that he must come in because he has some information. So, Thomas, you were quite keen to share something with us, Thomas. Thomas. On mute now, Thomas. You're not a stranger here. You know the process. Thomas, I like Babo.
Watching for what? But Thomas.
Doubting
Thomas. Look at that. After you made me ask engineer to make way for you, Thomas.
Don't forget, it's in Nigeria. The network takes time to react.
Yeah, but
no, it did not
on mute now, and I've not muted him. Thomas. Look at that, it's gone. Maybe you are right. It's the network. So Thomas, come back and tell us what it is that is so urgent that you had to make engineer leave. But okay, he's back. So Thomas, yes, to you.
Oh, good evening, one man. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I just want to give us the updates on the Lagos Expressway. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go on there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So carry on. If you can hear me, then yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. So if you can hear me, then the conversation is taken. Yeah,
we can hear you.
You can hear us? Can you hear me?
Can you say yes? Thumbs up. Yeah, thumbs up.
Oh, the first of one way everything. Lord, that Nigeria will like boy. Eh?
You see, you've defeated your argument.
If the hotel is saying has a POP, heavy POP, that will disrupt the network too. the wave. So we should try again.
Ajalo Kuka, are you going in December?
I'm here, Mama. Can you
I'm
hear
not
me?
going. I'm not going yet. Maybe sometimes next year.
Yes, Ajale Coco wants to be already out of the way first. But Thomas, yes, we're waiting. You wanted to give us an update. I think he's driven that Lagos Ibadan Expressway and he wants to tell us what he found. Thomas. All right. All right. We cannot hold the space, so we must progress with the conversation, and let's progress it really with Saki Fada, and let's deviate it from Buhari and go back to where Saki Fada's area of specialism is. The rally in Ibadan.
Yes.
We started off with excitement, but then of course when we found out we are from our data analyst what actually went down, it looks like we were hoping to have a positive Obi day today. Just so to show that, but look at that. Another Sakama J from the obedience.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know where Kulata is getting his data from. I have the drone copy of the video because he was looking for drone. So I have the drone copy of the video. And if he wants, I can send the drone copy to him for him to watch the whole space, of the drone. The battle outing was okay in my own estimation. The battle outing was okay, and in any case, all the places P2B has gone for, apart from Nasarawa, all other places he has gone for rallies. He normally tell them the Labour Party people to bring canopies for people that might want to sit down because of sun. He normally does that. So even in the one he did in Abia, the one he did in Benue, they normally rent like canopies because of the excruciating heat of the sun. So he normally tells them to do that. So the outing today was okay, in my own estimation. Then I don't know why people will come here and begin to say all those people that came there, maybe 70% of them were Igbos. And the analysis they are giving is that the stadium was quite close to market areas, P2B doesn't have control over the stadium, over the location of the stadium in Ibadan. He couldn't change where the stadium is located.
But he has control. He has control over the venue that he hires.
No. It's possible he requested venue. Wait, I'm coming. It's possible he requested venue from Sheyi Makinde. And maybe Sheyi Makinde decided, okay, we have two stadiums, but I think we can give out this. But in any case, let me thank Sheyi Makinde for that civility. Today, Sheyi Makinde has won the hearts of a lot of obedience. Obedience on Twitter are praising him, and obedience on Twitter are telling him that we will do everything possible to make sure that you are re-elected as the governor. I have demonstrated what other governors in Nigeria have not been able to demonstrate. So I think Sheyi Makinde is quite a very civilized man.
Zaki Fada, how is that possible when Labour Party have their governorship candidate?
Of course, let me tell you. Let me tell you. No. I want to
Labour candidate will surrender, right?
Yes. I want to. No, I'm not talking about Labour Party, and I want to educate you. Labour Party in itself, doesn't mean anything in this obese presidency. What is pouring obese presidency? 90% of that, or rather 95% of the power Obi is getting is the obedience movement. It is being powered by obedience. And obedience themselves on Twitter they have been saying it, not today. They have been saying, we obedience are only interested in this candidate, P2B. We are not interested in the state level. What we are focused on is to make sure we deliver Obi at the presidential level. They are doing everything independent of whatever level is doing. So, and they have always said it that at the state level, they will make sure they will make sure they populate the Twitter space to work for Sheyi Makinde. You know, that they
Is
will
that
work
not
for Sheyi
an
Makinde.
expression of naivety? You say only
That's
the
No,
even
no,
an
no, no, no,
assassination.
no.
Eh?
No.
Honestly,
It's
it's an
not. It's not
assassination. I
about
remember
no.
the
No.
last time, is it
Wait.
AD, when they don't have, is it
Yeah.
presidential candidate, that they say, okay, on state level, they now agreed. I think it happened back in the days. I'm sure Jaleko will know. Is it
No.
NNPP or something? When they now say, oh, we will
Yeah.
vote for you, we will vote for our governor, but we will vote for you in the presidency. Then that transferred into
Yeah.
all election. Everybody was voting for somebody else. How can you say
No.
you won't vote for
You
Labour
can't say
Party governor,
no.
but you will vote for
Wait.
Peter Obi? How does that even make
No.
sense?
Wait. You can't say an assassination. Remember, the immediate movement is organic on itself. These
Let me
people are
ask you a
people that
question.
are
Let me ask
independent
you a
of the
question,
party.
Saki, which may clarify that space. Are obedient, are Peter Obi supporters, are they Labour Party members or they are outside of Labour but for Peter Obi?
90% of P2B supporters are just individuals that is not partisan, that they are independent of party.
All right, so
They are
they
not
just
partisan.
is
So if you remove that,
more demand at the party.
so what they are even telling you is that if you remove P2B today from Labour Party, they are telling you that Labour Party will go to zero because it is them that is powering the. Like this is just a decentralized system. I would say the support he's getting is quite decentralized. It's quite amorphous. You know, people are doing things on their own. Like I told you here yesterday, a group themselves raised 12 million naira yesterday on their own just to sponsor these rallies that will take place today and some other rallies, you know. So it is outside the control of Labour Party. So the obedient movement is quite different. That's what I'm trying to say in effect, you know.
No, yeah,
So
I
in
understand that.
general,
Yeah.
I think Sheyi Makinde, yeah. But again, if you watch that very outing today, I heard somebody was saying that they are largely Igbos, that there is song that is being sung there and it is Igbo song. I think I saw music, I saw different festives. I even saw these Yoruba cultural music, the way the way Yorubas dress and dance and
Fuji
use their
music. You are playing Fuji music.
I saw those things. I saw those things. They organized themselves. They were beating the Yoruba things, and they were. If you see those people, you know that those people that were doing that are Yorubas. You know. So I also saw some other different kind of cultural festivity. You know, being displayed in that very ceremony. So I think it was quite a good outing in my own estimation. You know, is it going to be
Saki,
greater than what? Is it going to be higher than what APC will pull? You know, and that reminds me, Kulata, you gave example of what happened in the APC rally in Delta
Worry,
State.
yeah.
Yeah, in Warrior. If I dissect what happened in Warrior, you will see that it is quite different. It is quite different because anywhere Tinubu goes today, you know, a large chunk of party members from all over the 36 states of the federation, you know, they have the resources to even fly in to support that, to come to fly in from the different parts of the country to come and stand with him on the rally point. Just like Ebonyi State that is going to happen tomorrow, you are going to see people that are going to come from. You are even going to see the governor of Imo State. You are going to see some other people from even maybe Nasarawa State or Kanu State. You know, they have pool of members
But
that have the
isn't that
resources
normal
to
for
travel and come.
it? Isn't that normal for all rallies? I mean, the people that came to Ibadan
No,
today, I'm
it
sure
is,
Peter Obi had
yeah,
other people that came through, right?
of course, yeah.
Aside that,
P2B has,
Kulata,
you know,
aside that, a rally, when you do a rally, when you go to Oyo State and you use Ibadan, for a party like APC and PDP that has structure, people from Ogbomosho, because they won't go to Ogbomosho, they won't go to all the areas in Oyo State. All those people will come to that rally. And that is what we are
No,
saying.
I'm not talking about.
But
I'm not talking about people that are coming from different places within the states, or maybe somebody coming from Shagamu to Lagos, for instance. I'm not talking about those kind of thing. I'm
Shagamu
talking
is
about
Ogun
people
State.
that
It's not even Lagos. So if you are doing a rally
okay, yes,
in
that's what
Ogun
I'm
State,
saying.
in Abeokuta, people from Shagamu, all those environs will come to that rally
right?
because they support the party.
That is not what. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that a state like Delta State is quite far away from state like Kaduna State, but you're still going to see a lot of people from APC coming from Kaduna State to come to this rally in Delta State because they
And
have the
because they have
resources to
structures.
travel.
They have structures. That's
Not
what they
just
call
structure. They
structure.
have the
That's the
resources to
structure.
travel. Not just that is what I'm. So if you say they have structure, let's assume that 50% of them go to Delta today, and tomorrow the same people go to somewhere like Ebonyi State. You are just cycling the same set of people in different places.
Are you saying?
Sagi,
Are you?
how do you know?
Is Obi not doing that? Is that not a known political tactic?
No. The obedience
They
that
they are not
came
buzzing
around.
people
I'm not
in.
talking
They are
about
not.
people. No, I'm not talking about people that followed Obi
How
in
far
his
is
private
Ibadan
jet.
from Lagos? How far is Ibadan from Lagos?
Ibadan is
normally
not
it's
too far
an
from
hour
Lagos.
drive.
Less than no more than 2 hours at the most.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's
What
not.
is the
It's not
Igbo
too far from.
population in Lagos?
You say what?
What is the Igbo
40%.
population? Yes.
Of course,
Yes.
there are many. There are many Igbos in Lagos. No. There are
So
many Igbos in Lagos,
is
but
it
there is something.
yes.
But there are things Igbos will not do.
Oh, come
There are things
on.
Igbos
Come
will not
on.
do. Average Igbo man. Listen, let me tell you now.
Oh, God.
Average Igbo
Politics.
man that is doing business. I'm talking. Average Igbo
Yeah,
man that
go.
is doing business in Lagos, for instance, cannot sacrifice for P2B to the extent of closing down his shop just to leave Lagos and go to Ibadan for rally. The same average Igbo man, if P2B comes to Lagos, he can close his shop because P2B is in Lagos and go to the rally point and finish the rally and go back to his business. But he cannot close his shop just to travel from Lagos to another state because of rally. I
Yeah,
don't think that.
that's true. One man, even my friend, when in Port Harcourt, when I called him 2 days ago, when I asked him, "Did you go to CP2?" He's like, leave my shop. That place he's doing it is like about 30, 40 minutes away. Just 40 minutes, he couldn't go. So it's like an Igbo mentality. If it's not close or very close, they're not gonna go.
So why are you disputing what I said earlier when I was giving you where they had the rally? You see where they have.
Sorry, D. Are you there? All right. I hope people can still hear me.
Yeah, I
Yes.
can hear you.
Can
Can
I
you hear
come
me?
in, one man?
Yes, let's hear from Thomas. And by the way, Thomas has been sending pictures via Instagram, but unfortunately, I don't have the Instagram on this particular laptop. Some of you may recall that I had to change my laptop because one packed up. But Thomas, give us a progress report.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry for the other time. I was far from my Wi-Fi, so I went to pick it up. Just quick 5 minutes update, one man. There was the rally of Peter Obi in Ibadan today, and it's quite impressive. I just sent you their house, what they call it, their secretariat in Okeado. Those are the pictures. There were so many with buses, with the placard, with yes, they are at least I can count like 1,000 of people in Okeado coming from the venue to their secretariat in Okeado. I sent some picture to you. So at least and the posters everywhere in Ibadan compared to Lagos State that they don't let them. Let's give respect to Sheyi Makinde for giving them the level playground. It's not like the Jagaban of Lagos that they can't even put their posters everywhere. And I saw some Labour Party going to the Senate, House of Rep posters everywhere in Molete, Challenge, everywhere across. At least I've been to only Okeado, Ogunpa, Challenge, Orita. That is where I've been traveled today, but going forward, I will check all around Ibadan. So it's they are on the ground, one man. Don't let us deceive ourselves.
Is that an
Yeah.
impressive?
What of your
Hold on.
local government? What of your own local
Kajola, yes,
government?
Kajola.
Are they there?
No, I haven't traveled down home. My parents is in Ibadan.
But
And you have to find out though, because every time you come here to tell us that nobody knows Peter will be in Kajola local government area, so you have to do a video to tell us, interview people.
sorry
They know.
guys, one man.
Yes.
Posters doesn't mean anything. Anybody, people can 1,000 people, 5,000 will be supporter in Oyo State can start pasting posters. We
You
are
don't
talking
don't
about
they
the
turn
rally.
am? Don't they turn am?
No,
You
it's
don't
not
dey
about
turn am. You don't
turning
dey
it.
turn am.
It's now it's telling
Anyway,
us that
anyway,
is poster, that is
thank you,
poster, that is
Thomas. At
poster.
least for
If they've
thank
allowed
you,
them to
Thomas.
put
At
poster,
least for
there'll be
once.
One at a
posters in
time.
Lagos.
One at a time now,
If
please,
they've
guys.
allowed them to put posters in Lagos, there would have been posters everywhere too of Obi now. But they are not aligned. But you are telling us that it's poster, that is poster. Poster has nothing to do. People can wake up and start posting posters. If Obi has 1,000 supporters in Ibadan, they can post poster everywhere in Ibadan if they want to. So is the poster? I'm expecting you to tell us about the rally.
No. It was telling us that he saw them also in sizable numbers. So, Thomas, you are there. What did you say in terms of the people on the streets that were campaigning for this guy and singing praises of him?
I didn't see that. I got to Ibadan when they are almost finishing, so I didn't witness the rally. You know me, I will not lie to you.
Yeah, but
when
what about people on the streets? Surely, if they are coming from an event, you will see that they are coming from an event. So, did you see a mass that impressed you?
No. I didn't see a mass coming from the event. But when I got to the secretariat, that is why I snapped that picture. Maybe they are maybe in their hundreds, and I saw the buses coming. I saw only 2 buses. To be candid, there could be more than that. I didn't go to the venue of the campaign, so I don't know how large they are. But the pictures that I send you, maybe they are in hundreds, getting that from the
There's nobody on
buses.
the picture you sent me. Nobody, just the secretariat.
There is. If you
Okay.
zoom it in, yes.
No, they are barely. Oh, this is barely anybody now.
Yes.
This is not hundreds. This is about.
Can
There's not
Saki
20
send the
people.
drone? What about the drone shot? Can Saki send the drone shots?
Yeah, send the drone shots to me, Saki. But Thomas, still with you.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, go. Okay, thank you, Saki. But Thomas, still with you. Did you go from Lagos to Ibadan today?
That is my main update. One man.
Not the road first. I want to hear the road. But when you traveled, did you notice any mass movement in terms of Obi supporters from Lagos to Ibadan?
No, never. No,
okay.
None.
Traffic?
None. Yes,
all
that's
right.
what.
Yeah, give us the road. Yeah,
I'm really keen on the Lagos Ibadan, the infrastructure, the security, and the traffic. Let's start from the security. At least I think when the kidnapper have started, Lagos, Oyo, and Ogun, they came together to form this security. So every 5 minutes that you drive, there's a soldier, there's a police van on the left side, Amotekun on the right side, police on the left side, Amotekun on the right side. There are some porous places on express. If everybody know very well that they are very bushy, so they were junk part all that. If your car spoiled on the road, they will come to you. They will stay with you until you fix your car, so that you can embark on your journey. I spent 1 hour to Ibadan, no traffic. From Lagos to Long Bridge. Mama, do you know Long Bridge?
Yeah,
After
carry on.
Baga.
If I don't, the listeners do. Carry on.
They do, yes, yeah. From Lagos to Long Bridge, the road was perfect. So they were doing from Long Bridge and Kara. If anybody hearing me, people know Kara very well. After Long Bridge, that one is still is still ongoing. They were still repairing that because they said they want to extend. There are some cables under the floor. They want to do or some things they want to remove before doing that. But after Kara, like 10 kilometer after Kara to Ibadan, it's 4 lane to Ibadan. 4 lane smoothly, no gallop, no pothole, nothing whatsoever. I capture everything on dash cam, but I was so very busy. So when I finished, if I woke up this morning, we got some cam from the dash cam. I will send it to you on Instagram. So the security, everything was so perfect. The soldier was there, Amotekun was there, police was there, Mopo was there, everybody was there on the road. So those kidnappers, maybe to scare them away. And that is the update, one man. It's very impressive. Let's give it to let's give it to Buhari. Yeah?
In terms of the quality of the road, was there road marking? Because the last time I went on that road, there was no road marking, and that would have been 2 years ago.
Yes, the quality was very good, one man. Very good. No pothole whatsoever. Those ones they are still repairing, they divert them to the other side we those ones that are going to Ibadan. We face each other maybe for 5 kilometers. After that, you go back to your normal road. That's what I've said. After Kara, after Long Bridge, that is where the construction is still. But after that to Ibadan, it's just express down to Ibadan too. It was very amazing. I didn't press brake throughout my traveling to Ibadan. Just match brake, maybe in toll gate or I want to overtake, but stopping, I didn't stop throughout to Ibadan. It was very amazing, woman. Let's give it to Buhari. Yeah.
And how long do you estimate that they will complete that patch that you are saying they're still working on?
I don't know. For now, I don't know. But it's just like 10 kilometers. It's nothing, woman. It can be complete maybe in 2 weeks, in 2 months, 4 months. I don't know what is stopping them really, but it's very commendable. It's very commendable. Very commendable. I thought people that are saying it's not. I was let me rate it. I said 90% completion. Maybe remain 10%.
The
It was
whole
very
road.
yes, the whole road from Lagos to Ibadan. The whole road, woman. The whole road.
And you took on the driving yourself. You were behind
Yes,
the wheels.
I was behind the wheel with my family. Yes, yes. It
It's
was
very.
yes. And we were advised to leave like 10 a.m. in the morning so that at least you would drive in the daylight. So and I spent only an hour to Ibadan, woman. Unbelievable. 1 hour to Ibadan on 120 kilometer per hour. 1 hour. Yes.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So there it is. It looks as though Buhari may be working. Nigeria is not working, but Buhari may be working. So credit to Fashola, would you say?
yes. It's credit to Fashola and even the train too. The train too was very. You can get out from Bega or so, catch a train 4,000 to Ibadan. It was very good. I was even advised not to go on road, go and catch train, but the stress will be too much. So it's better you drive yourself.
Where is the station? Is it not in Ebutemeta or something?
Ebutemeta, yes, to Ibadan, yes.
Yeah, but that's not. And there are no. Is it just the one station that you have to use?
Yes, there's one station in Ebutemeta, and it will stop at Monia. Have you heard of Monia in Ibadan?
Yeah, no,
Yes.
but I'm saying in Lagos you have to travel to so if I'm coming from Oregon, for instance, is it worth my effort to go all the way to Ebutemeta to come and catch a train when I can just drive down?
That is what I said. Driving is much better, but for people that are scared of the road, of kidnapping or so, train is much better because train will just go, no stopping. They don't stop. They didn't stop on the road at all. It's just Lagos, Ibadan straight. So it was very commendable.
And how long do you estimate that train journey? Because they are saying it's about 2 hours or something.
They said 2 hours, but they said people that have drove on, they said 2.5 hours, 3 hours, thereabouts. So because they said they have a terminal in between Lagos and Ibadan, so the train will stop there for people to refresh. And they have 4 coaches. One with full air condition. That one is much expensive, 6,005. They have the one for depends on your on your affordability, but the cheapest one is 2,500 naira. The expensive one is 6,005. And the more you pay, the more you enjoy the trip. And you can buy things like biscuits, like just for
like
your
food
journey.
stuff.
Food
Okay.
stuff, yes, in the train. Yeah.
All right. And when you were driving that Lagos Ibadan Expressway, what sense of safety did you feel?
When we embark, I will not deceive you, I was scared because of what we have been hearing. But when I saw all those security agents, I was just calm. My family was calm, everybody was calm. I said, just calm, no problem. If you see the presence of the security agent, it will give you some confidence that nothing can happen. So I was so scared when we were going. I will not deceive you, but when I saw the presence of the police and the Amatekun and Lagos, Oyo and Ogun, they joined together like a joint task force to do that. Yes, it was very good, woman. I was so safe. I was calm. I was calm.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to report to us, or does anybody have a question for Thomas?
There's nothing, woman. I just woke up to give you that update.
I think D has a question for you.
Let me ask you. What of in Ibadan, the development in Ibadan compared to when you used to know Ibadan? What are the things that has changed?
Things that's changed. With where I was today, I haven't drove everywhere in Ibadan. Because I just came today. Challenge now. Challenge. The roundabout in Challenge has gone. The roundabout in Felele Junction, one man know Felele very well.
Yes.
The roundabout is gone. There was traffic light there to pass the cars. I was very impressed. I don't know that Ibadan can be fine like that. And you can, when we are coming to Lagos, we normally stay at the roadside in Ibadan, in Challenge, to catch bus. There's nothing like that anymore. They've built Solid, yes, yeah. They've built a big terminal that everybody will go. People going to Oyo, people going to Lagos, people going anywhere. So, like the one in Oshodi.
No more Sole. No more Sole.
No more
That's
Sole,
going to
no
be
more
very
Sole.
different.
So
Wow.
which one is Sole for
When
us
you
that
don't enter your bus, when you don't take your bus from the park, you are looking for a cheaper one. So there are buses that will just roll empty,
right.
and they'll start
at the
picking
roadside,
people
yeah.
on their way on the
all
roadside.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Hello?
there was nothing like that anymore. Yeah.
Sorry,
Somebody's speaking.
please, yes, please, are you still going back to Lagos?
Of course.
You want to send him to
please.
mommy? Yeah. You want to send him to mommy? Yeah.
Can you please go to Lekki Free Trade Zone? Let's see what Tinubu has been, talking, because he has been talking about the Lekki Free Trade Zone. What's inside there? Can you try
Where is
go
Lekki
there?
Trade Zone? No, I'll find out. I don't know where is Lekki Trade Zone.
In Lekki, that's
Lekki?
that's what is driving Nigeria now. That's where you have the refinery, we have what's it called, the port, the seaport, K-Log industry, all kind of industry. Because Tinubu started the Lekki Free Trade Zone and now it's booming now. So many people don't know. I don't know if maybe you can go there, a little bit of
Yes,
documentary.
I'll be going to
What's
Lekki.
inside there? Yeah,
No
what's
problem.
inside there?
I'll be back in Lagos next week. So I'm going to Ajah.
Mm,
So
mm,
from Ajah, I can link Lekki. I will have to go to Lekki. You have to go to Bar Beach. If you go to Lagos, you don't go to Bar Beach. You haven't go to Lagos. So I'll be going there and I will give you updates. Yeah, I will do that. But Ibadan, Ibadan has changed. Oh, forget you too. Ibadan has
If you are going
changed.
to a beach, don't go to Bar Beach. Oh. Bar Beach is crap. Go to
there's nothing
Oniru.
like
There are
Babish
several
anymore.
better beaches. Yeah.
Babish is gone. No, there's no more
There's
Babish.
nothing like Babish anymore.
Where's Babish? Echo
Babish there.
Atlantic, Echo Atlantic. This thing have taken over. They have swept away that sea there. They have sandfield everything. Babish is no more there.
Please
all right.
don't forget Marina Station. Marina Station.
Don't worry
Can
now.
we see the progress?
No, don't worry. Well, are you going to pay for petrol? Look at that. So now
And then one man, fuel is crazy here. 220 naira per liter.
Wow.
220
how much
naira
is
per
that
liter.
in Australian dollars? How much is that in Australian dollars?
Oh, that is nothing.
No, how much is it? How much is it?
Australian dollar to Nigeria is 510 today, so it's still nothing.
So how much is sorry, is it how many liters did you say you were buying for how much?
220 naira for 1 liter.
For 1 liter. How much is a liter of petrol in Australia?
$2.50.
Oh, okay, so you're buying it at about 30.
Do you sell by
30%.
liter in Australia or by gallon?
No, liter. You use liter. Yeah.
So you're buying it about 30%. About 30% of what you would have paid in Australia is what you're paying in Nigeria.
Yes.
So what are you complaining about?
No, I'm not complaining.
There's scarcity. There's scarcity. That's why it's that expensive.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm talking about Nigerians. The
Thomas,
affordability.
how much, American dollars in Nigeria right now?
Yesterday it was 780, going to 800. Yes, 800. Yes.
760, 790. Yeah, somebody still changed something for me for 760 today. Yeah.
Wow.
So that means advantage to Enigmatic then. If dollar is 760 and he's getting
1 million.
There's no advantage, man.
When you convert
naira to dollar, it's more expensive than when you are changing dollar to naira, isn't it?
If you are buying dollar with naira, your money is just a waste.
You pay more.
You pay more.
All right. Sorry, Gbade, your thing is not connecting properly, so you have to come out and there's a chap called Gbade trying to come in, but his device is not connecting properly. So Gbade, just click on it again. But gentlemen, let me just take. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Thomas?
Quick one, 5-second question, Thomas. Have you gone to Inec Street to get your dose of amala? You don't know enough Street.
Don't know enough.
I know enough Thomas. That is inevitable. You have to go there. We are going there today. You have to take that one. If you don't do that one,
is that
which
on
one are
Old
you
Lagos
going
Road?
To? There are several ones anyway.
There are several ones.
Go to
yes,
Mama Mulika. That's what Rational Mind is recommending to you, Mama Mulika. Look at
yes.
that.
I miss Amala. You will sweat. You will sweat.
Go and get your diarrhea from there.
But are you not far away from Lagos Road?
Sorry?
Are you not further away from Old Lagos Road?
Oh yes, I'm farther away.
You should go to places like Inec Street or Sky in Bodija.
Sky. Oh my goodness. You guys
Sky
still know that Ibadan.
Mommy, I can't forget Nigeria. I can't forget.
I know.
I almost feel like being there just as you are talking about it.
Sky is just after the Bodija market, like you are going to UI. It's
UI,
just after
of course,
the bridge. Yeah, it's just after the
yes.
bridge by Bodija Market on your left, after Sky Bank. That's why they call it Sky.
Yes, yeah. One man, please come for
can't go
holiday in
wrong.
Nigeria. Please come for holiday. Oh my God.
You know the last you know what happened the last time I went to Nigeria, Thomas? I was bored. Do you know why?
Why?
Everybody I knew were not in I don't know anybody anymore in Nigeria. So everybody is
Ah,
either they're in London, America, whatever, you know. So
You open for that.
I just didn't know anybody anymore. I was just bored, you know, just
ah,
getting under my mother's feet, and she was.
one man is enjoyable. Immediately I got to Ibadan, my junior brother came and took the
In
steering wheel
fact,
for me.
I was so bored. I flew to Abuja, you know,
Really?
just to do something, you know,
No.
just to do
It's very
something.
enjoyable. It's very enjoyable. My junior brother came and picked and took the car from me. So since then I wasn't driving. So he has been driving. So
Thomas, you
he
carry your
just
care and
took
go
us around.
Nigeria.
Yes.
No. Why will I do that?
Yes, you see, Babati has happened on the real reason. The same reason I can't go to Nigeria is the same reason Ajale Koko cannot go to Nigeria because I think they know what I look like, and they may well
TSA will
have
pick you up.
they will have a welcoming party for me to say welcome.
One man, let me
Yes.
just go there. Immediately the plane landed. This what you said that just came to my mind. I said, oh, some people are saying DSS are picking people. I just say that can't happen. So I just passed through. Yeah, I was thinking about that, but
This
I
is
said,
how I've impacted on your life. For appearing here, you go on a visit and you're afraid, you know. But this is it. We'll carry on. What happened?
so when we got down, but fortunately for me, one of my in-laws is working in what do you call it, in the airport. So straight from the plane, we just pass through the immigration. They check our passport. That is all. From there, they just carry me go where I don't even know. We just go somewhere. They just put my bag in the car and we left. So I didn't face any any difficulty stopping you, waiting you carry. Never. Even my bag, I was just standing there. They pick up my bag for me and the family. They put it in the car, then drove us away.
A
So
lot of immigration
levels
officers
now.
they've lost their job due to
Yeah.
that asking people for
Thomas,
money. They sack a lot of immigration officers recently.
No,
Thomas.
they have to clean up that airport. No, the last time I went, I was somewhat disappointed. Well, you know, I wasn't disappointed in the Abuja airport because they were so civil. I had to stop the guy I was bracing myself for a different sort of experience from what I had. And then he said to me, sir, they have been training us now, and all of those ways are no longer our ways. So, and I was quite heartened, not only to get to Lagos, and then, of course, the usual, Oppo, well, you don't get anything for us now.
Agbero Airport.
You know, I wanted to, when I was coming back, I wanted to bring Ekpa, and they wanted to seize Ekpa from me. And I had to pay 500 naira. I had to give her 500 naira in order to be able to take an Ekpa that I bought for 200 naira just to London. It was unbelievable.
Woman, do you know what I did? Immediately we touched down, I put on my dark shade, don't look no face. Put on my dark shade, walking like a diplomatic, if you carry yourself with some, with some charisma, so they
But
will
I
look at
carry
you.
myself with charisma. When I was at Abuja airport, some chap just came up to me, and I thought he was trying to shake me down for money, and he was greeting me, and then he escorted me to the VIP lounge where all of the. I was also some guy, but because I have big body, and he thought maybe just
These are the
randomly.
Karuku Mafia.
He escorted me to the field, and I was drinking free whatever and chatting up the girl behind the bar and all of
maybe
Anybody
they are your
Hey, look
maybe
at
they are
that
your
evidence of good living.
maybe they know your family way back. You don't even know.
Well, there it is. I was surprised. I thought he was trying to shake me down for money, but it was sa. And then I had hard currency. No, I had naira, which I wasn't going to use anymore. and I wasn't sure what. And they said they would go to the bureau de change and change it for me to pounds, and I was just hours from the flight, and even less than an hour from the flight. So I gave it to him in the surrender that I'm never going to see it again. And then he went and changed it, and then he brought it back to me.
Wow.
Yes. And then when I was at Lagos Airport, you have to pay for the trolley to push your So I took out my wallet to pay for, and yes, I took. I don't know if you're like me, you have your phone in something, and then it doubles as a wallet. And then I forgot to put the phone and everything there. And then we drove home and da. It was only then when the next day I was looking to change money that I discovered that and then I started to panic, and then we rang the number, and the lady said, "Oh, they've been trying to contact me that I should come to the airport and pick up my stuff." And I got there and everything was intact.
Wow. One
know?
man, my experience with the immigration, one man, they are very respectful. The man was saying, sir, can I have your passport, please? Very respectable. That is my experience with the immigration, because they stamped my passport. They were even want to ask me, why is your visa? I said, because we don't have visa on our passport. I said, I don't have visa on my passport. He just said, are you sure? I said, yes. And they were so respectful.
You use Australian P, right?
Sorry?
You use Australian P, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. So you're supposed to be visa on arrival, or you have to take visa in Australia?
No, come on now. Why will I be traveling with Australian passport? I have it with me. I use my Nigerian passport. Never.
Australia allow dual citizen, as in you hold two passports.
Of course.
I thought it was only America and Nigeria allowed that thing.
No.
I have two passports.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Japan don't allow you. Japan, once they give you passport, they'll take your Nigerian passport.
All Commonwealth, I think they allow dual citizenship. Even you can even get three self.
Okay.
That's one man, I didn't travel with us. Don't travel with your UK passport. They put them aside.
Why?
Scrutinizing them.
Immediately,
immediately you get out from the plane, they will what they call it? They will the Nigerian passport one way, international passport another way. Even if you are Nigerian.
No, but that's the same everywhere. Even in Australia, if you're Australian passport, you go straight through, and if you're a foreign passport, certainly here in the UK, it's like that. And when we went to America,
but that should not be a problem, Thomas. Since you are carrying your Nigerian passport, so you just fall in line with where the Nigerian passport line. So even though you have your British passport or foreign passport,
that's why most people
because you are
Nigeria
entering
with their Nigerian
because you are
entering British passport.
You are entering with Nigerian passport. So
Thomas, what about the new terminal?
No. We still it's still it's not finished yet. We are still in the whole terminal.
Thomas, did you leave with Australian passport and enter?
But Lai Mohammed said they have finished the thing now.
You have not finished.
Maybe they haven't started using it.
They finish it. They want to commission everything together.
Social media that completed.
Ajale Koko, not only Lai Mohammed, do you remember somebody came on this platform? I can't quite recall who, to tell us that they had finished it. And it was quite he said it was better than Singapore. I'm trying to recall.
No, they're not finished it.
Do you remember somebody?
No, finish what, please?
One man. They finish it. Buhari wants to launch all those projects at the same time. They finish it, for real. It has been finished. But you want to commission
that? You saw that on Twitter. Did you see that on Twitter too?
I can send you the images.
What's the purpose of finishing and they can't be put into operation? I mean,
that's what APC wants to do. That's what
they want to unveil it.
They want to commission like 20 projects at in the same period.
Someone, did you leave Australia with Australian passport?
Sorry, one voice. Sorry. Oh, one piece.
Thomas, did you leave Australia with Australian passport and enter Nigeria with Nigerian passport?
No. I use same passport. That is disrespectful now. Why would we be going to Nigeria using Australian passport? I will just take it with me If any need, maybe you have any problem, if you tender that, that will give you some, some escape routes. But now, why will you be traveling to Nigeria with your Australian passport? That is disrespectful to my country. Never. I had
It's okay.
that
Because
in the bag.
I'm taking my kids to Nigeria next year. Because in Japan, my kids can hold Nigerian passport until they are 20 years. After 20 years, they have to
Oh,
choose.
no. Get passport for them. Get Nigerian
Yeah,
passport
so
for
if I
them.
get passport for them,
Thomas,
they'll easily
Thomas is talking of disrespect. Now, because you get Nigerian passport, if you don't get, you forget story.
Anyway, Kulata, are you there?
Oh, one man, thank you. Let me go back to bed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Thomas. Thank you. It's what time is it? It's about nearly 4 a.m. there.
3:34.
No,
3:34. Yeah.
all right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for doing
And
that.
one sec. Electricity in Ibadan 0 since
Oh,
4
right.
days now. No light.
That is the Buhari infrastructure for you now. This is
Look
what
at
we are
that.
discussing. That's the infrastructure that what's the name of our new guy?
John Smart.
John and Patrick have been telling us, oh, yes, infrastructure. Where is the infrastructure?
No.
Any nation that cannot put it.
You know, I've said it here before that it
For
depends
8
on where
years,
you live.
they are not able to get that electricity right. That's a failure.
Ajale Koko, let me say this.
Ajale Koko, you know, I said
Ola,
it before.
let me
They
say
may
this,
not be
please.
telling lies. They may not be because it depends on your experience. Like for me personally, whenever I tell people I did not suffer from this electricity so much in Nigeria, even though I have two inverters and generators. But where I was living before I moved to Oregon, for example, I used to have light at least 23 hours in a day. And that's on Papa Line to Feeder, around the Jaiden, around the side.
Which year was that?
So, I'm talking of
1802.
1802.
No, the thing
But when
is,
I moved to Oregon
I think your
again,
area matters.
because I don't know how I didn't
guys,
know.
one voice.
I don't know. I didn't know one man went to Moses. When I moved to Oregon, Fashade.
Oreguna, you moved to the outskirts of
Wait
Oregon.
now, I'm telling Woman, so that you know that place. Fashade close. So that place too, Oregon, we used to have our lights stable. At least the worst case scenario, we used to have light for at least 17 to 18 hours daily. So for me, if you ask me whether we have power in Nigeria, I will tell you that the power was relatively okay because that's my experience. But if you go to Penn Cinema, it's another thing entirely. So someone that is telling you that electricity is stable, maybe they may not be telling you lies.
All right, let's Thomas round off. Thank you for doing that, Thomas. And he stayed up late to just give us a correspondent report. So thank you for doing that, Thomas. A real gentleman. So
yeah, let me just round it up.
Yeah.
For now, what I did is immediately I got to Ibadan. They have a big gen that they normally use, but for us to sleep overnight and let the lights be 24 hours, my mom say, go and buy a pass my neighbor. So that one we just put fuel on that one, 24 hours, running 24 hours.
What about the noise though? You adapt to it.
No, that one is small. The small one is not noisy. They are past my neighbor. In Nigeria know what I mean by past my neighbor.
We all know now. I better pass my neighbor.
I better pass my neighbor.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. So that small one, we just put fuel on that one. That one is fuel economical. 24 hours, just run on 24 hours. They brought the light for 10 minutes since 4 days ago. Yeah.
Thomas,
that
what
is
area are you?
Challenge.
That is why some area they have like steady lights. So it varies. That's the problem with Nigeria. Some area in the same city will be having lights more than some areas. I don't know how that happens.
DOG, do you know what? Do you know what they are doing now?
Line. They have a VIP line. They have a government line and like that. So if you are among the VIP line, you get lights.
What I said? What are they?
Oh, hold on.
What I was saying.
So let Thomas land so we can let him go to bed. So Thomas, round off.
Oh yes, what they are doing. They said what they are doing now is any places they are giving them this meter, this new meter, this card reader meter. They will give them more electricity, because if they don't give them electricity, the government will not generate money. So those one that doesn't have meter, that normally gets all these estimated bills, those one will suffer. That is what is going on in Nigeria now. So if a community, a big community or a estate, all of them have this prepaid
Prepaid
meter,
meters.
yes, they will be giving them light, because if there
I
is no
see.
light, nobody will charge your card. Your card will just be there. But those one that doesn't have meter, those one that normally do estimated, that those one will suffer for it. That is what is going on. That's what they told me since I've been here. So thank you, woman.
That's
God
good.
bless
Yeah,
everyone.
thank you, Thomas.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
You are close to where
Yeah.
the Faji is in Ibadan, Ring
I
Road.
know. I passed through Babade Dibu house this
Yeah.
evening in Molete.
But yeah, there are thousands of places
Oh,
to go in
Yande
Ring
Baba
Road
Bolo
now.
Jamala.
Yes.
Babatiku now.
Oh, Sabala boy.
Ẹsẹ̀ gìrìgìrì ńlẹ̀
I love
àjọfẹ́.
Baba Adedibu
Look
Jamala.
at that. Yeah.
Amala politics.
All right, and not all those red roofs, are they still in? Because anytime I think of Ibadan, I think of all those red, aluminum roofs. Is that still what it
Yes,
is?
you have to get to Molete. The red route start from Molete, Bere, Ojaba, Gate,
Oje.
Agodi, Oje. Yeah, that's one. But from Felele, some people are still poch. Felele now. We are
Yeah,
poch people.
Felele
I grew
layout.
up. I grew up in Felele Great, so we are poch people. So those people are still fine. And if you are coming down to Orita Challenge,
Although my grandfather's home is in Ayeye, so
yeah. Hey,
yeah.
one man, you are really son of the soil.
I say I'm an Oyo man all the time, full
You are,
blood.
you are really son of the soil. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. That's good. Yeah. Thank you, one man.
All right.
Try to come to Ibadan. Try to come to Nigeria for holiday. Nothing will happen, my brother.
All right.
It's very
And next time you are going, tell me in advance. Then I'll coincide my visit with yours.
We will drive around, enjoy ourselves.
Yeah.
My car is full AC. I don't care about heat. There was heat, one man. Your car has to be 100% full AC.
Did you start sweating when you got to Nigeria? Did you start sweating heavily?
In the airport, because no AC. They put fan in the airport and smelling.
Imagine that.
And smelling. It's where Nigeria should open this new terminal and let them forget about this old one. Is very disgraceful, one man. It's very disgraceful. It's very disgraceful. I was in Qatar. I enjoyed the airport. No. It's very disgraceful. They should just fix the new one and put this old one maybe to domestic use and open those ones for international use. It's smelling, one man. Smelling. If I say smelling, it's not good.
God. Imagine Nigeria's premier international airport is what Thomas is just describing. Smelling. Ajanle Koko. What is Nigerian airport smelling?
Totally.
Nigeria they don't sort
You know that guy? I believe you have followed that guy on YouTube. This guy that travel around, is a white guy.
Oh, Indigo Traveler, the Indigo Traveler.
Yeah, it describes
I follow him.
Nigerian airport as the worst ever that
he has ever been. Yeah.
So, but some people will not believe. They think it is true. The moment you are on the ground there, the heat that we molest you, man, and then you will go. You dare not go to the bathroom to use the bathroom. It's horrible there in the bathroom there. And then you will look up. Sometimes you look up, you see some of the ceiling, some part is, open up.
I saw that.
Some of the part are open up. You see AC, water leakage dropping on the floor inside the airport. The floor is wet. And you see
Ajale Gogo love the details of bad stuff, yeah. I said you love to detail bad stuff.
Oh, now. Capital, to share that they just I say for God's sake.
Yeah,
Was that you, John?
you know one funny thing about me. Once you announced that we should be descending like this, I started feeling the heat right from the aircraft.
No, that was the same. That was the same with me. But it's only because I carry a lot of body fat, you know. But
I believe this Mr. John is from Ogbomoso. The way he talks, the way he sounds, Mr. John Smart. Are you from Ogbomoso? Hello, are you there,
That's
John?
one man's family. You
I'm
mentioned.
from
Malaysia.
Ekiti.
He's from
Oh, you
I'm from
Malaysia.
Ekiti, yeah, Ekiti.
Àwọn èèyàn ńlá nìyẹn.
Níbo l'Èkìtì o?
Ayégbájú, behind,
No matter.
beside Ifati.
Okun Aba.
Okun Awe.
Abale Agbe
no, this your avatar.
Odo Agbe o.
Abale Agbe o.
Oh no, this your avatar is a bit suspicious. What's going on there? What's going on?
Oh, it's still there.
You're still doing it, but what's all this?
No, I forgot it there years ago, you know.
Look at this guy.
I'll try and remove it.
Look at this guy. Look at that. I hope that was not you. Look at that. Standing start.
Face to face.
Look at that.
Okay, one man. Let me just. I need to. Tell. What's his name? Something about the electricity. Adale Koko. Yeah, you know the reason why I have confidence in the Siemens deal. I know it's not working at the moment, but they are on ground now and they've started fixing the substation. And you know one thing about the deal, the German government will sponsor the deal. And when Nigeria agreed that okay, they've done it to the best to our satisfaction, that's when we are going to pay. All Siemens need is to just come and install everything for us. They've fabricated everything from Germany. Everything is landing in Nigeria now. And TCN has done their side already. So it's not about Buhari giving project money to some Nigerians and they squander it at the end of the day and they say they've looted it. No, this one is quite different. Siemens will do everything, then we start paying back to German government. So that's the point I want to make.
All right. It was Abakari that was supervising that before he died.
Yeah.
That's Siemens deal.
And when all these things start manifesting, and you know Nigeria will change a lot. Something good is coming up in Nigeria. Let's have the faith. And one thing we don't know, we Nigerians, yeah, we can't change us just like that. Corruption has gone into our bloodstream. So many things. It's going to be a gradual process. There's nobody that can perform miracle. No president that will authorize a governor to do this and do that. If you even arrest anybody of corruption, you still have to pass them to the judicial system. And what they say is final. So it's gonna take time, but with time we are going to get there. Nobody can perform any miracle, and I believe in all this project. It will propel our economy for real.
All right, all right. That's what we all hope for. So thank you, and thank you, Thomas. Before I let you go, Saki Father and I were having a conversation in the private chat. And he was saying he cannot imagine himself living in Lagos. It's just too wild. And I cannot imagine myself living in Lagos as well. It's just too wild. Could you, Thomas, imagine yourself living in Lagos? Oh, we've lost Thomas. All right. Thank you, Thomas. Thomas, Otilo. All right. Thank you, Thomas.
Which I want to leave.
All right, and thank you, John Smart.
John Smart, yeah, what's going on your DP? What's going on your DP?
No, I just asked him now. It's too funky, too cool for school.
I came here purposely because of Rational Mind, and I'm very, very disappointed tonight that I can't even see him. Okay, anyway, I'll
What
come.
has it done to you? What has it done to you?
No. When I have the chance to talk to him one on one, like
Is it
challenging,
is it for a
challenging
project?
proper.
Rational mind.
Is it for a project?
Yeah.
All the way from nowhere.
Rational mind does
And
it
one chap with rational mind.
I hope I hope you are subscribed. By the way, John Smart. Are you?
I don't think so. I will try and
Look
do.
at this guy, and I let you on. I should now let you on. Do that, too. Otherwise, you won't come on the next time. But thank you, John, as well. So thank you, John. So let's get back to Saki Fada. Saki Fada, thank you for yielding the space to Thomas. He was quite keen to get us, and I think it was good to have heard that. But Saki, you were eulogizing about how fantastic Peter Obi is.
Not more of eulogy, but I'm quite happy. I was quite emotional, not because of the rally. I was quite emotional today seeing that a governor like Sheyi Makinde is quite civil. I just like the man. I don't know why. So, and I've also had positive feedbacks from people from Oyo. They have been giving the man positive feedback. They have in the past been saying that the man is really a good governor and he's working quite well. I think those kind of civility, that is what we need in our governance. Politics should be a relationship. It shouldn't be a cat and dog, a cat and rat kind of relationship. It should be a relationship that is sort of competitive, but that very competition should be fair enough. It should be on a very fair playing ground. It doesn't matter which party you belong. It anyone can come and campaign. What Dave Umahi is doing in Ebonyi State is quite condemnable, highly condemnable. I think he's becoming very tyrannic and sort of despotic. So it is quite condemnable, and he doesn't. He stifles dissenting voices. He doesn't allow people to campaign. He doesn't allow opposition, even PDP and other opposition, to campaign. Although he is working, he did very well in infrastructure. But I've had some videos of him commanding some security people to flog civil servants, and it's quite condemnable. It shouldn't. Governance shouldn't look like that, So governance should be about your works. Let your work speak for you, Let your work speak for you. Allow every other person to come and campaign. Don't be afraid of people coming to your state to campaign. That is fundamental human right. People are
Is
free to
that what it
associate.
is? It stopped Peter Obi from having this rally. Is that
No,
what it is?
no. Peter Obi has not gone for rally there, but the way he's doing the way supporters are complaining, it doesn't. In fact, what you hear in Lagos, like all these things you hear that people are not allowed to advertise in Lagos of their parties and sort of. It is worse in Ebonyi State, I think there is one Labour guy who is facing one Labour guy in a senatorial candidate sort of in Ebonyi State who is currently, under the custody of security people. People like that is other people. I think I read on paper before, and people are pointing fingers to someone like Dave Umahi, So it's like you are forcing people to support who they don't want to support. Allow people to express their free will, express their choices. That is what it should be. So I think I will encourage other governors, to emulate these benevolent, charismatic leadership qualities that Sheyi Makinde has tended to display, and I believe that he will also definitely allow APC to come and campaign.
Saki Father,
Yeah, you wanted
what
to
is the obedience pace making of Pa Adebanjo's presence at the event? What did they make of him standing
Yes,
out?
yes. It is quite symbolic. One man, I will tell you, a lot of people, there are people that started shedding tears. Emotions. There are people that we are like started shedding tears. I saw one woman like crying, cries of tears of the emotional outburst that she tended to attach to that symbolic presence of Paya Adebanjo. Seeing an old man of that age,
Is it a Yoruba woman?
I think the
Is it
woman is a
Yoruba?
Yoruba woman. Yes, I think. Yeah, I think
Okay.
she's a Yoruba woman. Yes. So seeing Paya Adebanjo walking, that stage. Do you understand what I mean? So a lot of people felt like it was a emotional moment for some people because I quickly, like, there was a time I had little chance and I entered one of the spaces because they were discussing about this rally on the Twitter space, and people
Of course.
were trying to show reactions. So some people were like, they were emotionally attached to that symbolism, to that symbolic display of this guy. What do we call him?
Pa
Ayo
Adebanjo.
Adebanjo. Yeah, Pa Adebanjo. And people were like saying, hey, that they don't believe that a man of this age can stand publicly and support another person from another ethnic group. So it was like that. It was emotion. It was emotional for them. And some other Igbo people were saying, if Paya Adebanjo could do this, why are we getting negative reaction from somebody like Soludo, who we thought could lead the front? So it was, there is some kind of reactions that is born out of emotions. They were like saying, that this man has really been able to, that what he did was like, this is the last thing I have to do on earth before I join my ancestors. So people, it was quite it actually spurred up certain emotional sentiments. And to me
So
it was quite historic.
has this now squashed the beef between the Igbos and the Yorubas? Are we now friends?
Actually, the Igbos, I wouldn't say the Igbos are in conflict with Yorubas when you look at it from the masses. But I might say the Igbo elites, the politicians, tend to the Igbo elites, the politicians tend to, bring up the picture of this kind of paint the picture of this kind of somewhat of latent conflict that is between Igbos and the Yorubas. For me, I would say, most of my friends I have around, they are Yorubas. And it will interest you to know that for these 5 days I have been very, very sick.
Oh
It
yeah.
is only, very.
How are you now?
I'm getting better. So for these few days I've been very sick. It is a Yoruba friend I have, not even Igbos. It's a Yoruba friend that even took me to the hospital, several times. As I'm telling you, he kept calling me. He called me to this morning. How are you feeling now? I hope you are getting better. Is there any way I can help? I can come around. That's what I'm trying to say. So, to me, from my own angle, Yorubas, I have never been in conflict with any of them. I enjoy their company. We talk a lot. We exchange pleasantries most of the time. But most of the time, I will tell them, every time you stay together, you speak your language. Allow me to understand this language. So I try to mimic them. I try to like
Ngbate,
you know
Ngbate.
like speak as if I'm trying to learn their language. So it's quite so when you say this conflict, I think it is basically a picture painted by the elites, the political elites.
No,
But when it comes
there's a
to the
his Saki father. There's no equivocation. There's a historical tension there which dates back to you know where. So there's been narratives around that space, which I think Pa Adebanjo's is action. Yeah.
Yeah, but if
Do you
you ask
understand?
yourself, even with
Yeah.
all the narratives, yeah, if you ask
Yeah.
yourself now, with all the narratives you are trying to say, for instance, it is surprising to know that the Igbos and Yorubas have never had any physical war, like fights. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Like this tribe is fighting with this tribe physically. You understand? Maybe they might exchange certain kind of sort of arguments that might not be healthy. Do you understand what I mean? Maybe this person will say the Yorubas are doing this, they are doing that. Those are arguments that are not really healthy, but has not degenerated into something that is dangerously unfair. You know, and maybe when Nnamdi Kanu came, I think he met certain talks, that might go to that kind of line. But in general, my own experience as a person, as an Igbo person, that I've interacted with a lot of Yorubas, most of the best friends I have today are Yoruba people. Most of the best friends I have today are Yoruba people. And whenever I am having some challenges over here, those are the first people I even call. And it might interest you. Let me also tell you, it might interest you that the first time I ever traveled, I didn't know any Nigerian. It was a Yoruba person I got through all these social media. I don't even know him. I just got him through all this social media, discovered that this person, okay, is staying in this city I'm going to. I chat the person from chat. I said, please, can you accommodate me for maybe period of 2 weeks, 3 weeks before I can get my footings? He was so benevolent enough to accommodate me without even knowing me for the first time.
Which country is that?
So,
Is that
and I
Turkey?
think there are. You said what?
Which is it Turkey? The first
No,
time you
not
travel?
not Turkey, not Turkey.
I was
No,
just
no, not
joking.
Turkey. So what I'm trying to say is that there are many other people that also we have this kind of sentiment. I also have. So, but on certain level, even if there are these verbal conflicts, I don't think it has been so serious to the extent of going towards a physical war. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I
Yes.
think it is only on political kind of level of arguments, So I don't think it has been so serious altercations that led to physical war. But if you look at the relationship between maybe the way the Igbos perceive what do they, maybe the northern parts, they have engaged in certain physical kind of war. So I think the Yorubas and the Igbos, the only thing I will say that might be a problem is that we are all enlightened. The Igbo people have seen like enlightenment. The Yoruba people are quite enlightened. And when you have people that are almost enlightened, you are bound to have these, verbal conflicts and struggle for certain squabble, sort of. Let me use the word squabble, fighting over something that is not too important. You know what
Sort
I
of
mean?
like sibling
So
rivalry, sort of.
those kind of things, Maybe it might be that the Yoruba people are saying that they are the most educated in Nigeria, and maybe Igbo people will be arguing, no, you guys are not. How can you think you're the most educated? No, Igbos are more educated than this kind of war that doesn't have meaning, So that's my thought, But if I look at my contact profile, I think I have when I say friends, You know what it means to call somebody a friend. So I think I have serious friends that are Yoruba people that I can confide in, that I can be quite open to talk to, that I can even run to and ask for money when I need money, and they can come to me and ask me for something when they need something. So we are of that very level, So and I think that way. So that's
Exactly,
my
Father.
thought. I've not seen.
Can I raise a suggestion for you?
Yes.
Yeah, you see that Baba Yo Adebanjo, which according to you that was emotional to some people, crying.
Yeah, it was quite emotional to some.
Yeah, you need to, get that video and send it to Soludo email so you can sell it. You can see it. Just tell him, look at what Baba
Yes.
Yo Adebanjo, a Yoruba man,
Yes.
is doing to help your brother. Just send that to him.
Yes.
Yes.
But definitely, I know he will see. Soludo will see that. Me, when I was watching
He
it,
might
I
not see.
was
You guys
touched.
need to send it to him on the platform on your
When
Twitter platform.
I
Suggest
was
that so that you
when I
guys
was
can
watching
send
it,
that to him.
when I was watching the video, I was touched. A man of this age went
94 years
beyond
old.
supporting
94.
people. Yeah,
94.
went beyond supporting people. Yeah, went beyond supporting people to the extent of walking to this very rally point.
Saki Father, the one thing that has always impressed me about Pa Adebanjo is how well presented he is physically for a man of that age. We're talking about he's on his feet, his brain still sharp and ready.
That is the main thing, one man. What you just said now.
Yeah.
The sharp brain. That man can still quote, history, date. It will tell you everything. And the name and the event that have taken place in the past, in the in the 50s, when they are struggling for the independence. That man is blessed, man.
It showcased a bit of that too at the rally. It was mentioning far back 50s, mentioning trying to convince the Yorubas about how they should need to vote for the Igbos.
Yeah, he was actually speaking in Yoruba, so I didn't hear most of the things he was saying.
Yeah, he's in Ibadan now.
Was
Ibadan people now Yoruba. Now Yoruba. Now call Yoruba
but
place. So we have to speak the language they understand.
It was for me. One man I must truly tell you, it was for me an emotional moment. It was quite emotional for me. It was an emotional moment.
It's going to be emotional when one man turns obedient to something similar.
And Kulata as well. We are going to cry on this platform when Kulata turn obedient.
One man and Kulata
we will cry.
One man and Kulata will never do that. One man especially will never do that.
No, the one thing I will say is if Peter Obi becomes the Nigerian president, I would not object to it. It's not my first choice, but I don't. It doesn't offend me, the idea of him being president. I think it's quite capable. I think it's quite capable, and I'm more importantly and most importantly, I think he's well intentioned. I think he probably has the best intention of all of them. But does he have the right capacity? Does he have the requisites? That's just where the question is. But no, I don't. I like the guy. I always have liked Peter Obi. But so thank you, Saki Father. So Saki, for time, let's go on from you to DOG as we start to bring things together to say good night. So DOG, you're up next.
Yeah.
Sorry, we usually keep you all day. So, but sorry
about
that.
No, it doesn't matter. I mean, I enjoy it regardless if I contribute, if I interject. It's all good. We are all here. So, yeah, some days are like that.
So yes, to the Ibadan space, it started off on a high note, but then it petered down into questions and queries with with Kulata telling us that they only just gathered under one small canopy and took photos. But then Saki Fada, he's picked up the octane. But what are you then making of Peter Obey's interaction with the heartland?
Obviously, I it's the same thing. My own view to the whole rally too. They were all under a canopy, like few canopies, and the crowd and the environment, the stadium they use is just around where the Igbos are. To be honest, anybody that knows Ibadan well will tell you Queen Cinema, Adamasingba, Okotedo, Dugbe, Aleshinloye, Mokola, Oketunu. As a matter of fact, there is a place in Oketunu called Okoro Village. Okoro Village, where the Igbos are, you know.
You have to change your name
very
to
close to
Oba
Oremeji.
Ibadan. You know everywhere. You have to change your name to
I know
Oba.
everywhere. I know everywhere. I did.
You change it to Baba. Change it to Baba
I
Ibadan.
live.
You know, like
I
Baba
did
Kule.
my.
Change it to Baba Ibadan.
Oh my
Is the
schooling
stadium very close to
secondary.
Oremeji?
Oremeji, yeah, Oremeji. I've actually lived in Oremeji before, Seth, you know.
We don't have an Oba in Ibadan, by the way. We have an
Olubadan of Ibadan
yes,
land.
yes.
You know, so most of my life was in Ibadan. I've schooled in Ibadan. I've run clubs in Ibadan.
I've been to Ibadan, but the area I've been quite well is quite close to UI and
where in UI? Where
Ajibode?
Agbowo or?
Do you know Ajibode? Do you know Ajibode?
I know Ajibode now. My best friend, they are from Ajibode. That's where they are from originally. Ajibode. Ajibode is at the back of all those places. Is changed now. It's well developed now. That's like the back of UI.
Saki, have you ever eaten amala?
No, but what? Yes, I have.
Okay.
But when I came to Ibadan, the only thing I noticed is that maybe because of the side I was, they don't build like modern houses, good.
Were
like
you
what
at
you see
Ajibode?
in yes, that side.
What year was that?
Maybe 2015. 214.
All those places are like it's like some people's village in Ibadan that is just probably in town rather than if you compare to like people like that from like OJ, Berry and all those areas that are proper interior of Ibadan. You are already going towards the outskirts because once you pass
what I really
UI,
enjoyed I enjoyed in Ibadan is that food things are very cheap.
Yeah, it is. Ibadan is cheap. Ibadan is cheap. Even when I used to run clubs in Ibadan, there are people that come from Lagos to club in Ibadan because it's quite not. You won't suffer the Christmas traffic so much. It's cheap to live in. It's cheap to do your things in Ibadan. Hotels are cheaper than compared to Lagos. Then life is more peaceful. You know, so Ibadan is a place to live if you really want peace. If you can't stand Lagos.
DOG is Cotton Club. I mean, back in the day, I used to go to Cotton Club. I'm sure it doesn't exist anymore.
They've changed. That's Akere.
Akere, yeah.
Akere. He was an honorable to one election. I think it was in 1990, the 1999 one. He became an honorable. So he sold the place. Yeah, he sold the place to them Nero. If you remember them Nero. The Exchange Boys. He sold it to them. They turned it to 3605 or something. Then
3605. I think before I left Lagos, I think I went there.
That was in front of Laborde. Yeah, in front of Laborde. Now Emerald too has like a club just after Cotton called 411. He now has one in Ring Road because Ring Road is where the nightlife is in Ibadan now.
And there's one club that was near that Cocoa House. Is it near that Cocoa?
That's Oriental. Those are the UI boys. Oriental. Oriental. It's like Cocoa Dome, exactly. It's in Cocoa Dome.
It's Oriental, not the hotel.
No. Oriental is they call the club Oriental, but it's at Cocoa Dome. They are Oriental boys. It's an entertainment body, but most of them are UI. They're always UI boys back in the days. You know.
Yeah.
Running the place. They run it for the what was this guy's name? The guy that owns the Cocoa Dome. The Lebanese, it was a Lebanese guy. I've forgotten his name now. But the Cocodome now is this guy
All
that
those
owns it.
Lebanese, they've really embedded themselves
They've bought
into.
it from him now. They've bought it from him. Is this guy? I think Thomas said he knows the person. When I mentioned the guy one time on this, I don't want to mention his name. It was a former SSD son. He's the owner of Cocodome. I spoke to him. He just told me like a few months ago. They've acquired. They now run. They own Cocodome now. So yeah, So yeah. So Ibadan, if you understand Ibadan, where they use is just close to where most of the Igbos in Ibadan lives, to be honest. It's just close. It's like where they were to where the Igbos are is like the longest to be 15 minutes drive. Some even from Queen Cinema is like 5 minutes walk to Adamasingba. Because Adamasingba is close to Sabo where the Hausas are, but from Queen Cinema to Adamasingba is like 5 minutes walk, because you can even see the fence from where the shops of those Igbos are selling clothes, parts, and all those. You can see Adamasingba directly to where they are located. And so that's why, and if you look at the numbers from the video I saw, because I try to look at different videos, because when you see the picture on all these obedience platform, that is the way they do the video, you think, I see crowd. But when I started searching everywhere, looking at most of that, no. For Adama Sigba and the crowd is like, and they were on that, you can't put tents if there is proper crowd, So, but fine, still kudos to them, but I don't see that as anything, to be honest. It doesn't make anything. I don't think in Oyo State it will get any votes that will be major, to be honest.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to take you to one more talking point, DOJ, and then I start to round off because we are in deep hours now. But before I round off, I've been intending to do the administrative stuff. Super chat from not this time Alexander Gomez, Des super chat, still obediently useful. So still obediently useful. So thank you for that super chat, Des. And you'll be glad to note that we still maintained our 100% on the buy the coffee thing. Ayo being the person that did the buy the coffee thing. So let me put that on the screen. Let me put that on the screen to acknowledge it. So yeah. So that's Ayo right there. So that's Ayo. So thank you for that, Ayo, as well. So that because I didn't even mention it that much today. I thought, but that's Ayo doing as it always does. So anybody that wants to join Ayo in that space, there is the link. If you feel that this guy has been talking for so long, he needs a drink, go buy me endless cups of coffee. So as you go about doing that, you speculate if you want to use the Naira, as DOJ tells us what it's making now of this in fact, let me play you a clip. I have just a 50-second clip of what the new Naira looks like. So watch this, DOJ, and then give us your commentary on the new Naira. So that's the newly redesigned Naira. So your thoughts on that?
Honestly, to be honest, I don't even see the point. If he helps to add value, yeah, maybe it's a good thing. But for me, it's just like they've died. They went and died the money, because it's just the same thing. And I think I even preferred the way the 500 looked before, even the 1000. If it's still a mint, I prefer the way they look before compared to these colors. To be honest, some people will say they like it, but for me, I don't even see the essence of changing it. If you now place the part maybe in the economy or helps the currency in its value, yes, maybe fine. But I didn't see. I can't really honestly. I can't really say this is how I didn't see any point in it. Face value, when you look at it, I didn't see any reason why. I didn't see anything they've done apart from the color is more like it's been tinted. It's just like you bought a car and you went and tint the glass. It doesn't change what car it is. That's the way I say it.
I wonder because I was just rummaging through and I found a whole bunch of naira in one of my drawers, which is now, of course, useless now. I wonder what happens to a lot of us that have money abroad.
No, you find somebody that is going home December and give it to them.
Oh, all right. I might well have to look for somebody. I think that's what a lot of people will be doing.
Yeah, a lot of people. There is a group I am on WhatsApp. That's what a lot of people are saying. Anybody going to Nigeria, that they can give the money to.
Yes.
So and I said it yesterday. I said I don't think there will be any point in it by the time they come up, because the decision was so quick and it was so fast for the money to even is out already. So I'm thinking, so what difference would he really? And I didn't even really say, apart from the color is just a bit tinted, or I don't know. But I hope they achieve. If it's for positive, I hope they achieve what they are trying to achieve. But I don't see any points in what they've done.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, DOJ. So thank you, DOJ. So thank you, everybody. So gentlemen, I want to seek to start to round off. Of course, you know where we're going to land. Let's kick it off with World Peace. World Peace, Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa, everybody. Quick one. Kulata, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Don't forget to add me. I'll get someone tell you couple to that thing where you and your friend talk about. Very
would it be better for you to Kulata?
Yes, sir.
Are you happy? Oh, I don't even have it on my screen. I was going to say, are you happy for me to give him your Instagram handle? Maybe it's
no. You should use like WhatsApp. You have the alternative WhatsApp, right?
Well, the WhatsApp get comma, the phone is there now work. So send the IG.
Exchange Instagrams in the thing.
Give me a private chat, one man.
Okay.
If you can give it to him, Kulata, because I don't have Instagram on this laptop. I have to start doing all of that and whatnot.
Okay, I'll send it to you now. Just
add me, so my fully talk that one. Anyway, one man, greetings. I got Jaliko greetings, and John, the new guy, I greet you. First of all, I greet the panelist people. When I like, share, thumbs up. Mona buy coffee, do what I say, not what I do. Did I buy my coffee like Buyaka? But the other side, they buy Mona buy now. And to the panelist people, thanks for today. It was very interesting and all that. This is that I only interject more because we have super brain. So we want super brain to be coming to this place and educate us and enlighten us, which is very good. We're here to learn. I saw about the obedient rally, which is good. But one thing you actually quickly know, these are the 5 G5 governors. So they will do anything in their state to make Obi popular, to shake Atiku. So that's for that. One man, I don't have much to say. Other than that, like Ola will say, we stay 2 hours. I hope not the 2 hours. Peace. I'm out.
This is other than that. It's almost started to look like bullying, but there it is. Other than that, we say good night. So thank you, War Peace. So that's
War Peace. Check the chat.
Yeah. Let me write it now. Someone might take me out. Let me quickly write to one man.
No, you'll still be in the background. So just double click on it and copy it and just pop it on your sticky note or something. That's what I usually do. All right, thank you, World Peace. So thank you, World Peace. So for World Peace, let's go on to Ola. He's our sparring partner. So Ola, that type of thing.
War Peace. I hear you. Enjoy yourself. So thank you, everyone. We've learned a lot, and just as usual. So I cannot quantify what I've learned today again. So I know that I will learn more tomorrow. just before I go on this Naira redesign, I don't want to comment too much until we are able to know the security future. So you may be thinking it's only the color. It may well be more than that color. So what I will tell everyone is that it may even be the time you have to be very careful to even take something that look like that color from people, because if you take the money to the bank and you discover that it's fake, maybe that kind of thinking can even make people be afraid of now spending cash now. People may now move to electronic spending instead of spending their physical cash. So time will tell. But I'm just telling you what I will do in that situation. Now, because of that color change, I won't assume it's color change alone. There may be some kind of security. So it will be more time for me to spend electronically rather than physical cash. So, well, other than that, so let's please stop up. Let's please appreciate the forum. One man, more power to your elbow. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go on to DOG. DOG, that time of the day again.
Thank you, woman. It's been an interesting session as always. It's really good, and people need to listen to people that understand the terrain sometimes. So I've seen a lot of people angry with my analysis about the rally and the crowd.
You saw George's comment, Abby.
I'm negative. You can kiss my ass for all I care, But if you don't like the way I talk about things, mute your system when I'm talking. It's quite easy than making yourself look stupid on the comment section. I'm saying what I know is where I know, so I know what I'm talking about. I won't just be talking for talking sake, like the Obingos. Maybe it's one of them too. I don't know. But thank you, one man. See you guys on the next section.
D. It's funny that you say that if it doesn't like the tone of your voice, it should mute his thing.
System Abi is easy now. Then when other people come on,
would you believe, Ajanle Koko, that I can imagine that there are some people that are they enjoy spending time here, but there are certain characters. And I'm not saying specifically anybody, but there must be certain characters that they cannot just bear. And as soon as they hear the voice, they will mute it and then wait for that person to stop talking, that they continue to enjoy. I imagine that some people do that, because this is something I would do. That I think you understand.
It's a very obvious solution to that situation. So if you don't like, just mute the person.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
We all come here. I enjoy other people. I don't expect you to enjoy, and we don't all agree with each other all the time. There are sometimes I don't agree with Ajale Koko, but that doesn't mean I will now I lie, you are negative. It's my opinion, is how I say it. If you don't enjoy it, it's all well and good. Fine, it's what I know, and I'm saying, and people that knows Ibadan well can even understand what I'm talking about. If you don't know Ibadan, you won't get what I'm saying. It's more like in Lagos when you have Alaba market, Ladipo, where that is Igbo. You now think of those places round, they now surround. Adamasingba is in between them. That's the way it is. And Adamasingba is the Liberty Stadium, which is Awolowo Stadium as well, is bigger than Adamasingba. So if you want to really do anything major that will require crowd, you would have either used Liberty Stadium. So, and from the picture we also, because I've gone on to look at the picture and all that, you can just tell like the crowd and I've been inside Adamasingba. I've done sports when I was in secondary school in both Liberty and Adamasingba Stadium. So I know the size. You can just tell when you see the crowd that this is not fine. It will have its own people. But if you are looking at Southwest, the only place I think in Southwest Obi will really get vote is going to be Lagos, because of how Lagos is. So all this is just, I don't get it. And that's the thing I say about these things, and that's why I call some people bingos. People
don't take it personally.
No, I'm not taking it personal. Yeah. I'm just honestly, I'm just laughing, to be honest, because people, they say that they make their own point. Nobody bring up any issue with it, but once you make your own point, they are offended. I don't get it. And we all have the right to our opinions, and even to who you want to vote or who you want to be elected for some certain reasons, But anyway, it is well. Thank
All
you,
right.
Wamba.
All right. Thank you, D. So thank you, D. I'll speak to you on
Yeah.
Instagram. Thank you,
Yeah.
D.
Okay.
Thank you, Bingo.
Oh, bingo! Look at that.
All
That's
right,
that's DOJ's new intro, new words to the lexicon. So thank you, DOJ. So from DOJ, of course, a voice that nobody mutes when he speaks, only really for the texture and the quality of that voice. You know where I'm going, Saki Fada. Saki Fada. After all that build up,
Yeah. Thank you, Woman. Thank you, Woman. Today's conversation has been quite frank. People are learning every day. You know, actually, I didn't want to spend up to 5 hours today, but at the end of the day, I ended up spending more than 5 hours. You know, but it is just the texture of the conversation, quite frank. Like I said today for me was very symbolic. The greatest thing that happened today was that symbolic display by Pa Ayo at the banjo. I was quite emotional. It was for me an emotional moment, and that is the Nigeria we really will like to build. A Nigeria where people are no longer about tribe or any primordial sentiments. A Nigeria where everybody is just seen as a Nigeria. That is the Nigeria I am looking after, you know. Then again, on the other side of the economic history of Nigeria, it is still quite appalling to see that while other countries are talking about supercomputing, super technology, investment, human capital development, Nigeria is still searching for new oil field, you know, which is a diminishing asset, you know. So I think we encourage the Nigerian government to invest more in those sectors of the economy that will be long lasting, that are quite regenerative, you know. We shouldn't be clapping and celebrating too much about we discovered oil here, and it is diminishing assets. I think we should begin to think outside the box, because that is what has made us, kept us where we are till today. You know, if you look at many developing countries that have always depended so much on oil, they suffer this Dutch disease. You know, so thank you, one man, and we'll come back tomorrow and expand our frontiers of knowledge. I learn every day here, and Kulata, the data man, I thank you very much. You know, but sometimes you can be, you can be, but learn every day. Yeah. Ajenle Kuko, the strong man, your points has always been very strong, and you keep to your points. One man, I don't know why. What do we call him? This man, this guy, or this presidential candidate, Showore. I think Showore put up a kind of challenge today. He was inviting. He said that he's challenging Peter to come to a debate with him.
A debate,
I don't know
yeah, I
why
saw
he's.
that. Yeah.
So I don't know why he's interested in only Peter coming to a debate with him. You know. So anyway, thank you. We'll come back tomorrow. Let me leave you so that you go about your business of today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Saki Fada. So thank you, Saki Fada. I think Shore wants Peter Obi because he wants his boots back. He wants his boots back. So the man with the data, cool, Lata.
You've covered me with this data. Anywhere I go, they say data. Me, I don't know data. Yeah. So I mean, the way Saki Father went, it makes the Peter Obi candidacy very emotional. Like, assuming one could just push a button just to let Peter Obi win, and then we can have some kumbaya in Nigeria. It will be nice. But I mean, Nigeria is Nigeria for a reason. So, and we just observe. If he gets in office, I think it's going to be a lot of good symbolism, peace in the country, especially sense of belonging. for my brothers in the southeast and my family too. So because I mean I have family there, and we will see. It's not Alice in Wonderland, unfortunately, and some things still aren't adding up. I mean, from the work that needs to be done. But anyway, we'll keep pushing at it. We'll keep pushing at it. So everybody, I mean, buy your coffee. I've not even bought coffee like in a while now. Buy your coffee, support the platform. I mean, we want new voices. Come and join. And I mean, I think I have to go back to obedient for like a week again. I'm getting too mean. I'm picking too much. I'm nitpicking too much. I need to dial it back. So I'm going to be obedient for one more week. Let me see how it feels. Saki Father has won me from an emotional perspective. So I'll go back to obedient for a week to try and support that space. All right. Thanks, everyone.
All right, brilliant. So thank you. So that's Kulata. He has so many Tinubu avatars. We wonder which one he will turn up with next. So thank you, Kulata. So that's Kulata, the man without the data, so that they don't give him a Soleno. Don't give him a Soleno, but the Al Capone of the platform, you know who he is, the Don Juan, the daddy of them all, the man with the golden gun, of course, Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, one man. And thanks to everybody that came on the platform this evening. Your contribution was quite meaningful. And I hope you will come back tomorrow to join one man to engage in another round of discussion. So, Kulata, no matter how you want to act like obedient, I don't think that you can get it right. You cannot get it right at all. You can act, but they will know that you are a fake obedient. So that's on that side. Then what Baba Yadebanjo did today, to me, is an historical presence at that obese rally. It's an historical, and in the future, it will be referred to that Afenifere did not only support Obi by word, but they support it by action. It will be reported that 94 years old leader of Afenifere went to the rally of Obi in the heartland of Yoruba land, Ibadan, particularly. So it's historical, and I hope for what Baba Adebayo have done, risk he has taken not to support Tinubu. He has done it for people that believe in fairness, justice, and equity. And I hope in the future we will see Ohaneze or Igbos supporting, paying back in the same vein. So, other than that, let me thank those of you at the comment section for being with us from the beginning to this time. Those that are home listening to us, click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, thank you very much. 6 hours. It's not joke. We have done it well again. Please, I guarantee you, tomorrow when you bring another round, we shall join you and continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man. The Eagle. See you tomorrow. Have a nice morning over there in UK.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So whenever Ajanle Koko has his word, that means the curtain falls. So the curtain falls. So thank you, one and all. Thank you for everybody that's turned up. Always a pleasure, always a delight, and a pleasure and a delight, no less today. So make sure you are turned up and make sure you are subscribed. So very, very important, those two things. So do the thumbs up and the subscribe. So that comes at no charge, and it really helps with the platform. If you're new to this space, we do this every day, 9:45 p.m. UK time. So just set your dial to that time. And if you have been intending to join us but you haven't gotten around to it, then just make the effort to. It's a fun. You've seen all the fun we've been having. Just laughing, arguing, agreeing, disagreeing, but all in a civilized tone. So it's a very civilized place and a very adult space as well. So conversations is what we have, and if that is something that particularly interests you, then just try and join us. New voices we'd like to have. Female voices are really important. So those two spaces especially, and we're looking for northern voices too. So if you're from the north, and I know we do have a complement. We have a real good complement of northerners who listen to the sessions. So if you're from the north, we especially want to hear from you. So you're not going to be treated with kid gloves, but you're not going to be treated with aggression. We just want to form a relationship so that we have the totality of everything. So if you're a northern female voice, you go to the very top of the table. It's just because that voice is so rare in the Nigerian political discourse. If you remove just government functionaries, you barely ever, and in fact, never really hear a northern female voice. So that voice is what I'm especially keen to have come out. So a northern female voice. If you have that, you don't even have to be excessively grammarian, if there's such a word. But just really come in and express your thoughts. It's really the thoughts, so that we know what we are all thinking, and then so that we can bring our thinking together to really make what that country should be, what it is. I don't know, to make of that country what we've always wanted it to be, is what I was intending to say. So northern female voices, especially, we would like to hear that. And you get to meet Ajan Lekoko and speak to him in person. Is that not incentive enough? So thank you to the super chatters, or the super chatter, only one person today. The coffee buyers or the coffee buyer, only one person today. The happy clappers and the merry go alongers. So merry go along and merry call along the next time the session comes on again. 7:45, not 7:45. Now we've been doing the 7 o'clock sessions because we wanted to cover the interaction of the candidates with Kadira, but only the minor candidates turned up. Showore, Abiola, Adewale, and then of course Peter Obi, who is not a minor candidate. He was the only real player that turned up. Atiku bailed out, and as soon as he bailed out, Tinubu bailed out. It was actually meant to be Tinubu Day today, but I didn't even bother to make the effort because I knew he wasn't going to turn up. But certainly I will be turning up tomorrow, 9:45 p.m. UK time. Be here or be squared, and peace.